Chapter 295. What a bunch of sword seedlings. A great realm heaven with a fruit position. Before the Yun family ancestor even finished speaking, Liu Yang immediately grasped the importance of the mass grave in Jiangnan. After all, a great realm heaven was equivalent to a new Tier 2 true art. Taoist Dangmo is our sword pavilion's third elder. He reached the late foundation establishment realm early on and has already attained the cultivation level of a great Taoist. He's been planning to claim a fruit position for some time. However, the great realm heavens currently under the sword pavilion mostly offer Tier 2 true arts that no longer meet his requirements. Only this newly discovered one suits him perfectly. That's why this operation is led by Taoist Dangmo. And most likely, the demon sect hasn't yet noticed anything unusual about the mass grave, so Taoist Dangmo intends to strike first. Through the Yun family ancestors' explanation, Liu Yang quickly learned the secret behind the mass grave. Understand it fully, one had to trace it back to the mass grave's former identity, a small realm heaven that had once been seized by true sovereigns from various factions for their Tao-seizing battles. That small realm heaven had an extraordinary origin. Although it had no foundation establishment cultivators and was only fit for chi-refining disciples to contest, it was actually a subordinate realm of another great realm heaven. Its name was Mystic Spirit Realm. The former name of the Jiangnan mass grave was Falling Mortal Realm. Typically, once cultivators in the Falling Mortal Realm reached their peak, they would ascend to the Mystic Spirit Realm. However, after it was forcibly taken and turned into a Tao battlefield, the Falling Mortal Realm was cut off from the Mystic Spirit Realm. A day or two might not have mattered, but after 10 or 20 years, the cultivators in the Mystic Spirit Realm sensed something was amiss and sent people down to investigate. As it turned out, they walked right into a trap. The cultivators from the Mystic Spirit Realm were not weak. Their cultivation level was equivalent to Foundation Establishment, though they called it Human Immortal instead. Unfortunately, that particular Human Immortal was not lucky. That very day, Taoist Dangmo of the Sword Pavilion happened to pass by. When the other party attempted a soul search upon seeing him, they were swiftly suppressed and captured by Taoist Dangmo. And so, the secret of the Mystic Spirit Realm could no longer be hidden. According to the captured one, the Mystic Spirit Realm is a superior great realm heaven, a dwelling place of immortals and deities, structured with 5 ranks of immortals encircling the heavenly court, each with their roles. The 5 ranks of immortals are heaven, earth, human, god, and ghost. Lower realm cultivators who ascend have their physical bodies destroyed, leaving only their souls purified. This makes them ghost immortals, granted fiefs to govern lands and called god immortals. When their merits are complete and their bodies are reformed through incense and wish power, they return to the human path as human immortals. Traversing the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, they dwell in the world but do not govern it. These are the earth immortals. With achievements in the Tao and deeds on earth, they receive the heavenly edict and enter the heavenly court to rule both world and heavens. These are the heaven immortals. As for what lay beyond the heaven immortals, the captured human immortals said no more. But Liu Yang could already guess the corresponding cultivation stage. Most likely the true sovereign realm. Liu Yang pondered this. No wonder a single Jiangnan mass grave had stirred the attention of both the Sword Pavilion and the Saint Sect's true sovereigns. The value of the Mystic Spirit Realm was evident. After all, it was a great realm heaven containing a fruit position. For true sovereigns, it was a grand feast. Even leftovers from that banquet could satiate Foundation Establishment cultivators. Sadly, back when this first emerged, Liu Yang's cultivation was too low. He couldn't even catch wind of such matters, let alone participate. With that thought, Liu Yang's mind came alive. A great realm heaven. If I can ride this wave and get inside to loot it thoroughly, it would definitely accelerate the nurturing of my immortal spirit body. But how to get in? Liu Yang's eyes turned, and he quickly formed an idea. I can't show my face in the Sword Pavilion, so getting in that way is impossible, but if that route's blocked, I can use the Saint Sect. As long as I inform the Saint Sect of the mass grave's secret ahead of time and send word to true person Chang Guang, once the Saint Sect's true sovereigns confirm my intelligence, I can establish contact. Then I'll say, I'm a reincarnated Saint Sect true person, now infiltrating the Sword Pavilion anonymously. Although he was currently in the Sword Pavilion, he had always been a Saint Sect member at heart. More importantly, in his past life, true person Chang Guang had told Liu Yang how to contact him. A specially made flying message spirit scroll would go directly to his hands. That alone should be enough to gain Chang Guang's trust. Let's go with that. With that decision, Lu Yang sprang into action. He used his magic power to ignite the prepared flying message spirit scroll, watching it turn into a beam of spiritual light shooting up into the sky. Only then did he let out a long breath. At the same time, Yun Maiajin, who had been kneeling and cultivating under the desk for a long while, also emerged, wiping her mouth. Her chi-refining realm cultivation had clearly advanced further. Immediately after, Lu Yang's expression turned solemn. If he intended to get a piece of the action from the mass grave incident, he couldn't afford to improve his strength at a snail's pace. He needed to speed things up. At the very least, I need to restore my cultivation to mid-foundation establishment before taking action. With that, Lu Yang turned to the Yun family ancestor, Yun Maiajin, and true person Xianxia. Is there any way to obtain more Zheng metal spiritual materials? The three exchanged glances. Then true person Xianxia softly said, replying to Master, that's actually not too difficult. We just need to find a few more forces that are colluding with the Jiangbei demon sect. You can find them. I can make arrangements. The Yun family ancestor thought for a moment and said, as long as we put the word out that we're investigating demonic forces, the nearby sects will all be on edge. Using that as a pretense, we should be able to squeeze plenty of spiritual materials from each one. Lu Yang. Isn't that a bit too high profile? Lu Yang hesitated, not out of kindness, but because he worried this might attract the Sword Pavilion's attention. After all, extorting subordinate sects like this didn't seem very righteous. But the next second, the Yun family ancestor looked at him in astonishment. Master, what's so high profile about that? It's just routine procedure. Huh? Lu Yang was dumbfounded. Seeing this, the Yun family ancestor explained, in Jiangnan, our sword pavilion didn't stop these forces from rising up, which means they owe us a karmic debt. Now's the perfect time to settle it. It's doing them a favor, really. What's there to fuss over? You call this repaying karma? Lu Yang was speechless. In Jiangbei, the Saint Sect called this robbery, or more politely, shaking down the countryside. He hadn't expected this interpretation. The righteous path truly was different. With the Yun family ancestor's explanation, Lu Yang finally understood. In Jiangnan, most sects that managed to rise did so through links with Jiangbei. It was common knowledge that open trade led to profit. These forces might not collaborate with the Saint Sect, but they definitely had to deal with Jiangbei, transporting goods and making their first fortune that way. Yet according to the Sword Pavilion standards, that counted as colluding with the demonic path. Normally, the Sword Pavilion would turn a blind eye, but when needed, they'd pull this out to settle karma. It was an old trick, allow local forces to grow, knowing growth required Jiangbei contact. Contact meant demonic collusion. Ignore it until the sects are fattened up, then strike and claim moral high ground. Meanwhile, Sword Pavilion disciples only needed to focus on sword training. As for pills, magical tools, talismans, like the hidden sword villa, they left those to subordinate sects to handle as they pleased. Others hoarded grain, they hoarded weapons. Their allies were the granary. This was even more extreme than the Saint Sect. The Saint Sect only descended from the mountains to rob when broke. The Sword Pavilion drained Jiangnan dry. And they did it beautifully. Eliminating evil and upholding justice, the grand moral cause, no one could find fault. Once Lu Yang fully understood the Sword Pavilion's operations and how all of Jiangnan functioned under it, he couldn't help but sigh. What a bunch of sword seedlings. Looks like I'll have to reform and develop the Sword Pavilion properly, to return it to the righteous path. Chapter 296, The Li Clan of Sea Harvesting. As a bona fide true person of the Sword Pavilion, even if the Yun clan's ancestor was not particularly strong, he was still an absolute behemoth to the minor chi-refining sects in the outside world. Therefore, not long after his words were disseminated, various sects arrived promptly. Dan Yuan Sect, Myriad Formations Hall, Spirit Treasure Institute, Beast Taming Sect, Tao Talisman Gate, Wine Immortal Sect, Spirit Plant Valley. Good heavens, the myriad arts of cultivation are all represented here. Lu Yang felt his scalp tingle. According to the Yun clan's ancestor, these forces were more or less all supported by the Sword Pavilion. The entire Jiangnan region was predominantly composed of such sects, deeply versed in the myriad arts of cultivation but not adept at combat. thus relying on the sword pavilion's protection. This was evident from the structure of Jiangnan. In Jiangbei, not to mention foundation establishment sects, there were even one or two golden core sects. But in Jiangnan, there wasn't a single golden core sect. This governance model had its pros and cons. The downside was the lack of manpower under their command. Jiangnan always had to rely on the sword pavilion itself. In contrast, in Jiangbei, the holy sect could at least issue orders to summon various cultivators. However, the advantages were significant. By dedicating the entire Jiangnan region to support the sword pavilion alone, not only had the pavilion's power grown to an astonishing extent, but Jiangnan had also become exceedingly prosperous. In terms of resource cultivation and utilization, it could even outmatch the other three regions. Consequently, Liu Yang soon found himself receiving gifts in abundance. 13 sects. After scouring through all 13, I've finally managed to push my immortal spirit's nurturing progress to 70%. With just the final 30% remaining, he would achieve perfection in the early foundation establishment stage. At that point, as long as he integrated one more strand of Heavenly Gang Earth Fiend into his immortal spirit, he could naturally break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage without any bottlenecks. Truly, it's as if I'm Heaven's favored child, Liu Yang couldn't help but sigh. Of course, this breakthrough was also due to his unique nature. Despite still being in the nurturing phase, he could actively seek out resources. Most immortal spirits at this stage were still in a daze, like infants, relying entirely on Heaven's provision. Let alone seeking resources, surviving without perishing was already considered fortunate. Those who did survive were typically born midway and could never truly nurture their immortal spirit to the perfection of the foundation establishment stage. Where can I find the remaining 30%? Liu Yang sat upright at his desk, perusing the documents in his hand. Suddenly, his eyebrows lifted slightly. The Li clan of sea harvesting. Hasn't this force sent anyone over? At this moment, true person Xianxia, who was cultivating beneath the desk, took a brief respite and murmured, "The Li clan of sea harvesting is the only foundation establishment immortal clan within a 10,000-mile radius." This clan rose to prominence through maritime trade. They stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter from an unknown relic, unearthing a superior-grade spiritual treasure named the Territory-Expanding Ship. Relying on this treasure, they traversed between Jiangnan and Jiangbei, amassing vast resources. Eventually, they managed to support a foundation establishment true person, thus earning the title of an immortal clan. Liu Yang immediately grasped the situation. Being a foundation establishment immortal clan, they naturally possessed more confidence than those minor qi refining sects. At the very least, a single Yun clan's ancestor wouldn't intimidate them. However, he still lacked Zheng metal spiritual materials. Yet if true person Xianxia's information was accurate, then this Li clan of sea harvesting indeed had some substance, at least not something the Yun clan's ancestor could easily handle. It seems I must make a move. With this thought, Liu Yang immediately concluded his cultivation session with true person Xianxia, retracted his superhuman state, and with a wave of his hand, a figure landed inside the room. It was a man whose appearance was identical to Liu Yang's, handsome and dignified, yet with vacant eyes, clearly not a living being. Immortal embryo clone. Although limited by material constraints and somewhat crudely made, far inferior to the clones of my previous life, and destined to be short-lived, it's still better than nothing. Liu Yang performed a hand seal, and the Dharma body swiftly merged with the immortal embryo clone. Subsequently, he connected with the immortal spirit's main body, and a divine brilliance lit up at his fingertips. It was none other than the Zheng metal divine ability, Master of Arms. As long as he didn't reveal his Dharma body, he now appeared as a foundation establishment sword cultivator. The only drawback was that the clone was too fragile to withstand his immense magical power. Therefore, prolonged combat was not feasible. With this in mind, Liu Yang waved his sleeve over the desk. In the next moment, 3 sheets of radiant yellow paper flew out, landing in Liu Yang's palm, each exuding sharp sword energy. Yuan 2 Treasure Talisman. These were the fruits of his recent efforts, 5th-grade foundation establishment talismans. They required minimal magical power to activate and wouldn't compromise the clone's stability. That said, continuing like this isn't sustainable. Hopefully, this Li clan of sea harvesting is wealthy enough for me to gather more spiritual materials, especially that superior-grade spiritual treasure, the Territory-Expanding Ship. mentioned by true person Xianxia. If I could obtain it, I could forge a top-tier immortal embryo. The current one was hardly suitable for significant use. To truly acquire an immortal embryo clone, capable of traversing the world and engaging in combat freely, superior-grade spiritual treasures were essential as materials. Jiangnan Gantengdao. This was a port city, facing Jiangnan on one side and the Great River on the other. Beyond the port lay an endless expanse of vast ocean. The Li clan of sea harvesting had resided here for generations. Inside a grand hall, a dignified young man stood by the window, gazing blankly at the boundless sea beyond the port. He was the pillar of the Li clan of sea harvesting, foundation establishment true person Zio Hai. Behind him stood a stern and solemn middle-aged man, the current head of the Li clan, respectfully standing by his side. True person, are we truly not going to respond to that letter from the Yun clan? The Li clan's head appeared anxious. In Jiangnan, the sword pavilion was the sole behemoth. Openly refusing a true person from the sword pavilion was indeed unsettling. Just a declining family, their so-called search for a demon is clearly an act of extortion. No need to pay them any mind. True person Zio Hai shook his head disdainfully. Besides, I know that Yun clan's ancestor. He doesn't have many years left. Even if we don't go, he wouldn't dare come after us. As for the sword pavilion, HMPH. Mentioning this name, true person Zio Hai's face revealed undisguised resentment. Our Li clan has been harvesting the sea for them for 10 generations. Even for mortals, 10 generations of accumulation should have yielded substantial wealth, right? But where is the money? The wealth painstakingly earned by the Li clan, resources meant to support their clan members and aid in cultivation, who ended up taking them. True person Zio Hai didn't continue speaking, merely letting out a cold laugh. The Li clan had toiled diligently for 10 generations, yet their hardship seemed endless. If not for a fortunate encounter, there wouldn't even be a Li clan of sea harvesting today. They would still be a mere minor chi refining family. Enough, compared to an old man clinging to life, that place is far more important. Chapter 297, Cross-Realm Ambush, Unstoppable Might. Who goes there, fellow Taoist? Above Ganteng Dao, the sea-howling true person of the Li clan of sea harvesting turned tense the moment he saw his brilliant divine ability shattered. His expression grew solemn as he looked towards the newcomer. Then he saw the escaping light suddenly split apart. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion emerged. Despite his age, his back was ramrod straight, and his expression carried a hint of excitement, momentarily stunning the sea-howling true person. Old ghost of the Yun clan. What did you say? The Yun clan ancestor's expression instantly darkened at those words. He revealed the Yuan-Tu talisman in his hand, and the dazzling sword chi from earlier reappeared. Meanwhile, the sea-howling true person let out a sigh. In that moment of sighing, he loosened his grip on a hidden trump card within his sleeve, and the killing intent in his heart instantly faded by 90%. After all, this was a true person from the sword pavilion. Unless they were prepared to flee beyond the Jiangbai River, even if the Li clan dared to show no courtesy or even drive the other party away, they would never dare to kill him. What brings Taoist Yun to my Li clan? The sea-howling true person spoke calmly. Behind him, Ganteng Dao burst into dazzling radiance, weaving into a formation that once again manifested an endless emerald sea behind him. Because the opponent had made a high-profile entrance, even striking a stunning sword from the start, he hadn't initially considered it might be the Yun clan ancestor, making him naturally surprised. But once he realized it was indeed the Yun clan ancestor who had struck, he quickly regained his composure. This old thing's abilities, I'm not unaware. A silver spearhead, flashy but useless. That must have been some external aid, like a spiritual treasure or a talisman used to show off. Faced with the sea-howling true person's firm stance, the Yun clan ancestor immediately became enraged. Why have I come? Naturally, to investigate the recent demonic disaster. I suspect someone in the Li clan is colluding with the demonic path. Come out and face trial at once. As he finished, the sword chi from the Yuan-Tu talisman grew even stronger. However, how could the sea-howling true person possibly agree to such an unreasonable demand? The aura around him surged violently. Colluding with the demonic path. Fellow Taoist, aren't you going too far? Meanwhile, within the Li clan on Ganteng Dao, as the sea-howling true person stepped out to block the Yun clan ancestor, the Li clan patriarch, Li Qingyun, let out a sigh of relief, but as he turned his head, his expression froze. Unbeknownst to him, a youth in a dark robe had suddenly appeared behind him. Hands clasped behind his back, his expression was relaxed, but the moment he appeared, it felt as if he became the very center of heaven and earth. His pitch-black eyes locked onto Li Qingyun, and his gaze pressed down like a mountain. Another true person. In an instant, Li Qingyun felt cold all over. Without a second thought, he knelt and bellowed in his loudest voice. "Greetings, true person." His voice exploded like thunder, yet within 3 feet of him it dissipated completely. No sound escaped. In return, he received only a mocking smile from the intruder. Glancing around, he realized that only the space between him and the newcomer had been sealed off. Everything else appeared vague and illusory, as if non-existent. Which sword pavilion true person is this? Such treachery isn't like them at all. To Li Qingyun, sword pavilion true persons were always open and upright, whether doing good or evil. No matter your tricks, they would cut through with a single sword. But this one was entirely different. From his actions, he had clearly used the Yun clan ancestor as bait to distract their true person, then snuck in for a sneak attack. A beast, huh? Meanwhile, Liu Yang was calmly observing Li Qingyun with interest. Direct combat was never his style. Unless absolutely necessary, he always preferred higher realm crushing lower realm and ambushing peers. Let the other die, not this Taoist. Such was the way of a true person of the Primordial Saint Sect. So even though he had decided to rob the Li clan of sea harvesting, out of caution, he had sent the Yun clan ancestor ahead as cannon fodder for a probe. And it had indeed revealed some things. Thinking of this, a rustic bronze bell appeared in his hand. He smiled at Li Qingyun and asked, "Where did you get this item?" Li Qingyun looked up and saw the bronze bell in Liu Yang's hand. His heart instantly sank halfway. That Zhao Yuan bell was stored deep within the clan's treasury, sealed by a foundation establishment formation. And now, it was in this man's hand. No. Li Qingyun's lips trembled, and he instinctively opened his mouth to explain, only to meet Liu Yang's gaze, and his consciousness instantly sank. Golden talent, puppet on strings. Like a breeze smoothing troubled waters, all the fear and doubt in Li Qingyun's heart vanished. His once terrified expression gradually calmed. The next second he explained in a natural tone, "This treasure was discovered within a fragment of a cave heaven. It seems to be a key. As long as you hold it, stand at the entrance and shake it 3 times, a portal will open." Oh. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang squinted. A fragment of a cave heaven. How could the Li clan be so lucky to stumble upon such a thing? In that instant, Liu Yang felt no delight, only a chill. A tiny foundation establishment clan had found a cave heaven fragment left by a true person and rose to power. It didn't sound right. Could this be another trap? Was the sword pavilion playing tricks too? As Liu Yang pondered, suddenly, a divine sense descended from the sky, followed by an angry shout. "Who dares intrude into my domain?" The next moment, the sea-howling true person descended from the heavens. Almost simultaneously, Liu Yang looked up. Not only Liu Yang, but Li Qingyun beside him, and all the members of the Li clan within Ganteng Dao did the same. "Are you talking to me?" The same action, the same words. Such a simple response made the sea-howling true person feel like falling into an ice cave. He looked at his familiar, yet unrecognizable clansman in disbelief. What sorcery is this? Startled, the sea-howling true person reached into his sleeve for his trump card, only to see a towering illusion manifest behind Liu Yang. "Demon, what are you trying to do to me?" Sea-howling pays respects to master. Having fallen under the effects of the puppet on strings, the sea-howling true person showed no fear on his face. Like Li Qingyun and the other Li clansmen, his face was now filled with unwavering loyalty. Liu Yang stood in the hall, examining the treasure the sea-howling true person had just offered up. It was another talisman, seemingly of the fire attribute, powerful at a glance, clearly the trump card he had been hiding in his sleeve. In truth, the Li clan of sea harvesting had quite a bit of hidden strength. Besides this talisman, they had a superior spiritual treasure, territory-expanding ship, and a powerful clan-protecting formation, top tier for early foundation establishment. Had Liu Yang foolishly stormed in head-on, giving the sea-howling true person time to prepare and unleash all his means, he truly would have been at some risk. After all, this incarnation he used for this mission was of poor quality and couldn't withstand excessive magical output. Good thing I was cautious. Feigning an open path while sneaking through the shadows, Liu Yang had subdued the sea-howling true person before he could do anything, and with barely any effort. Indeed, victory lies in ambush and cross-realm strikes. Liu Yang murmured thoughtfully, then turned to the sea-howling true person with a serious expression. Now, tell me in detail about the cave heaven fragment your Li clan discovered. Chapter 298. The Long Radiant Treasurelite Cave Heaven. A cave heaven fragment, this was an exceptional treasure. On a minor scale, it was at least on par with Chang Guang's, Dingyang Blessed Land, containing the refined heavenly gang and earth fiend qi left behind by its former master, its value immeasurable. On a grander scale, it could be likened to the magnetic divine mountain. It might even be considered a chance to seek the golden opportunity. Thus, Liu Yang absolutely refused to believe that a family like the Li clan could acquire such a cave heaven fragment. Even if they somehow had, how could they possibly have kept it hidden for so long? That cave heaven fragment lies beneath the sea of Ganteng Dao. Taoist Zio Hai explained, this place wasn't originally a port. It was only after our Li clan ancestor discovered the cave heaven fragment that this port was established. It was to conceal the abnormal phenomena of that cave heaven fragment. But the real reason we succeeded in doing so was that the fragment's spiritual essence concealed itself, cutting off all celestial mechanisms and karmic threads, making it impossible for anyone to deduce its presence. Thus, it became our family's possession. Our territory-expanding ship was obtained from within it. If Master desires, I can lead you there. No need. Liu Yang decisively shook his head. Out of caution, he didn't even ask for the exact location of the cave heaven fragment. He didn't want to know, nor did he dare to. I'd better not touch this karmic entanglement. Liu Yang promptly ordered Taoist Zio Hai to retrieve a vast amount of Zheng metal spiritual materials stored in the clan's treasure vault, along with a mid-grade spiritual treasure. With these Zheng metal materials, he could complete the final 30% of nurturing his immortal spirit's foundation establishment stage. As for the territory-expanding ship, he dared not accept it. Who knew what kind of trap a treasure from within that cave heaven fragment might be hiding? His current life was far too precious to risk it on such a wild variable. I'm not dead yet, clearly. No true person has noticed me for now. Heart pounding with dread, Liu Yang now viewed Ganteng Dao as a veritable dragon's den, fearing a true person might jump out at any moment. With this in mind, he immediately swept his sleeve, taking the Yun clan ancestor and all the treasures and vanishing from the scene. Gone in a flash. Even though there's no hard evidence, and maybe there really is an opportunity, why take the risk? Better to believe it than not. Not only that, Liu Yang didn't even dare to let his avatar return to meet the immortal spirit. Instead, he picked a location, buried the items, and had the avatar self-destruct, sending his consciousness back to the main body. He immediately empowered himself with the marvelous clarity ability, and only after confirming he could still think did he feel safe again. Now, even a true person shouldn't be able to find me. With the calamity wave in play, this lifetime's Liu Yang remained extremely hidden. Unless he walked directly under a true person's nose, discovery was impossible. With that, he confidently activated the Puppet Master ability. This golden talent had another marvelous use. As the puppeteer, Liu Yang could use this talent to remotely observe every puppet he controlled, borrowing their perspective. Soon, the scene at Ganteng Dao appeared before Liu Yang's eyes. After his departure, Taoist Zio Hai and the Li clan members first looked dazed, then gradually their gazes cleared. What just happened, I can't quite remember. Taoist Zio Hai pondered for a moment, feeling something was off, but quickly dismissed the notion and looked to Patriarch Li Qingyun. No time to lose, let's prepare and explore that place. Li Qingyun was briefly stunned, instinctively thinking they were rushing, but then reconsidered. For the family's sake, a little urgency was reasonable. Understood, I'll get things ready right away. Soon, the entire Li clan mobilized without a word, united in their determination to explore that cave heaven fragment. Liu Yang watched with a satisfied smile. Though I lack the courage to explore that fragment myself, I certainly have the guts to send cannon fodder, and lots of it. Under Liu Yang's influence, the Li clan became a flurry of activity, preparing formations, talismans, and magical tools. Finally, led by Taoist Zio Hai, they arrived at a secluded chamber within the Li clan estate, connecting to the deepest part of Ganteng Dao Sea. Yet, what greeted them was emptiness. Where's the cave heaven fragment? Doubt rose in Lu Yang's heart. Just then, as if prompted by his thoughts, Li Qingyun suddenly sighed with emotion, worthy of a true person's handiwork. This cave heaven fragment shows no mystical traits ordinarily. Only at noon, when sunlight pierces the sea, does the fragment's form reflect underwater. Only then can it be entered. Taoist Zio Hai nodded in agreement, truly mysterious. Both showed no sign that this sudden explanation was out of place. Soon noon arrived. Sunlight entered the sea, and indeed the image of the cave heaven fragment was reflected below. A vast ruin of broken walls and collapsed palaces, an utterly dilapidated sight. Taoist Zio Hai's expression brightened. He immediately took out the Zheiyuan bell and rang it. The melodious chime rippled through the water, its ancient tune causing the illusory cave heaven fragment to become increasingly solid, eventually revealing a true entrance before them. Let us go. In the past, Taoist Zio Hai would have hesitated. He was the Li clan's only foundation establishment cultivator and couldn't take risks lightly. But now he acted decisively. The next second, he transformed into a streak of light and flew into the cave heaven fragment, where he immediately felt the world spin, then crashed heavily to the ground. PFF. Taoist Zio Hai spat out a mouthful of blood, but paid no attention to his injury, greedily examining his surroundings. Inside this cave heaven fragment was a most peculiar sight. Beyond the ruins, it was a sea of unending fire, blazing eternally, snaking through the fragment like a colossal serpent. At its head stood a half-collapsed palace. The vision of a cave heaven often reflected the path its master pursued. Through Taoist Zio Hai's eyes, Lu Yang silently examined the towering fire serpent and soon deduced its origin. Is that sea fire? Lu Yang furrowed his brows. Sea fire belonged to the Earth Fiend constellation, yin fire with a serpent aspect, implying a yang resurgence amidst pervasive yin. There was only one talent, divine ability. Lu Yang had seen refined from this celestial and fiendish essence. In his past life, Chang Guang used it to forge his final talent, divine ability, rigid flame furnace, which corresponded with his fruit position, inverted lamp flame. Could it be? A suspicion sprang up in Lu Yang's mind. As Taoist Zio Hai's gaze landed on a corner of the cave heaven fragment, that suspicion was confirmed. Amid the ruins, at the serpent's head within the broken palace, a half-burned plaque peeked through the flames. The other half lay inside the palace. When the two were combined, a name emerged clearly. Long radiant treasure like cave heaven. Chapter 299, a frightening scene, encountering Zio again. Xianxia Audiobook Cave Heaven. This name alone occupied only a minuscule portion in Lu Yang's memories from his previous life. If not for his high cultivation, he might not have recalled it at all. In the past, Uncle Master Changguang mentioned it to me. True person of heavenly fortune and bright light open palaces, established a cave heaven, with myriad truths coming to pay homage, titled Xianxia Audiobook Cave Heaven, like the rising sun hanging high, not falling from the clouds for 1,000 years. Taoist Hong Yun. The so-called true person of heavenly fortune and bright light was the Taoist title of Taoist Hong Yun before his reincarnation, and Xianxia Audiobook Cave Heaven was his symbol. This cave heaven fragment actually belonged to Taoist Hong Yun. Thinking of this, Lu Yang's thoughts immediately became active. After all, among matters related to true persons, Taoist Hong Yun was the easiest to handle. Back then, even the peak master of Mending Heaven Peak dared to howl at him. The cave heaven fragment he left behind naturally wouldn't be too dangerous, and it was very likely that some good things were left inside. Lu Yang recalled seeing Taoist Hong Yun in his previous life. At that time, the other party had already restored his cultivation to the peak of foundation establishment and had refined a treasure-radiant blessed land. Thinking about it now, perhaps it was because he found this cave heaven fragment here and refined it that he was able to recover. A blessed land. Lu Yang's eyes turned. Sea fire was the fire of smelting, the longevity of gold. If he, as a Zheng metal immortal spirit in this life, could nurture himself within it, the benefits would be immense. However, in the next second, Lu Yang regained his composure. No rush, haste makes waste, patience brings peace. Let Taoist Zio Hai explore it thoroughly first. With this thought, Taoist Zio Hai, who had been intimidated by the terrifying scene of the cave heaven fragment and the fire serpent transformed from sea fire, and had a faint intention to retreat, immediately changed his mind. It's not easy for me to come in. If I can't bring something back for my clan, how can I face the years of their support? Thinking of this, Taoist Zio felt a stroke of luck. My Li family has cultivated for 10 generations. Being able to obtain this heavenly opportunity is a sign of fortune. Perhaps there is no risk. Take a gamble. With this thought, Taoist Zio immediately gathered his mana, and at the same time, a palm-sized golden boat appeared in his hand, emitting a vast fluctuation of energy. Superior spiritual treasure, territory expanding ship. The marvel of this magical tool was called territory expanding, capable of breaking disasters and resolving difficulties. With its blessing at this moment, Taoist Zio felt more confident. Immediately, under the protection of the spiritual treasure, he strode into the dilapidated palace at the Serpent's Head. Then, he saw at the center of the palace, on an ancient desk, 3 jade slips placed prominently, bathed in the light of sea fire, not only undamaged but also glowing brilliantly. Opportunity. Taoist Zio became even more excited. Without regard for the damage to the territory-expanding ship, he braved the might and scorching of sea fire, step by step, arriving before the desk. With a sweep of his divine sense, the contents of the 3 jade slips immediately entered his mind. Through Taoist Zio's perspective, Lu Yang naturally took it all in. He saw that the nature of the 3 jade slips covered different domains. True explanation of observing heaven and earth within the void. Upper bright golden lamp jade light, bright light daily records. Lu Yang's eyes lit up instantly. With his current level of cultivation, he could naturally see the value of the 3 jade slips. Without exaggeration, each one was a priceless treasure in the outside world. True explanation of observing heaven and earth within the void. This is a secret method for creating blessed lands and constructing cave heavens. This wasn't meant for ordinary true persons. To use this, one must at least be a great true person at the peak of foundation establishment, and only at the level of a true monarch could its marvels be truly utilized. Such a secret method was probably deduced by Taoist Hong Yun in his days as the true person of heavenly fortune and bright light, used for managing his own cave heaven, and perhaps also involved in the cultivation of a true monarch. But such a marvelous method, which almost touches upon the fundamental cultivation of a true monarch, how could it be left here? Lu Yang closed his spiritual platform tightly, his expression becoming increasingly tense. The second jade slip, upper bright golden lamp jade light, was equally astonishing in content. It was a secret method used to sense the overturning lamp fire, also a foundation of a true monarch. This is almost unattainable, because this is equivalent to a true monarch on the fruit position deliberately opening a backdoor on the fruit position, and then recording the key to the backdoor. How is this different from seeking death? Such fundamental matters, passing them on to others, letting them compete for the position with oneself. No, this should have been left by Taoist Hong Yun for himself, probably as a backdoor he planned to use to reclaim the fruit position after his 1,000-year lifespan ended and he reincarnated. Thinking of this, Lu Yang's face gradually showed a suspicious look. This doesn't seem right. Judging from this, Taoist Hong Yun was clearly prepared for his reincarnation, and very thoroughly with all aspects ready. But what was the result? According to Uncle Master Changguang, he perished in the Great Calamity 5,000 years ago, and during the entire 5,000 years, despite frequent reincarnations, he never reclaimed the position. He didn't even attempt it. There are already few remaining fruit positions today. It was precisely because of this that Uncle Master Changguang decided to seek the overturning lamp fire and compete for the position with Taoist Hong Yun. At that time it seemed fine, but looking at it now, it doesn't make sense. At least judging from the first 2 jade slips, Taoist Hong Yun's preparations were quite thorough, and there was no reason he couldn't attempt to reclaim the position in 5,000 years. Soon, Lu Yang followed Taoist Zio Hai's gaze to the 3rd jade slip. Bright light daily records. This was relatively simpler, being Taoist Hong Yun's diary, recording his insights and experiences while still in the position of a true monarch. However, in the next second, Lu Yang was greatly shocked, because on one page of the Bright Light Daily Records, it was written, "Recently discovered that Chen Earth seems to have changed. Unfortunately, it's during the 1,000-year Great Calamity, with the heavenly mechanism obscured, making it difficult to calculate cause and effect. Further investigation should be arranged." Chen Earth. Liu Yang never expected that Taoist Hong Yun had already discovered the anomaly of Chen Earth 5,000 years ago, while still in the position of a true monarch. But with this, everything made sense. The reason Taoist Hong Yun perished in the past while still a true monarch was definitely because Xianxia secretly acted against him, because he knew too much. Even the Jade slips here are wrong. These Jade slips weren't left by Taoist Hong Yun. How could secret methods concerning one's own path be written down? If it were me, I would definitely remember them in my heart. The reason they became Jade slips was probably because they were forcibly extracted from Taoist Hong Yun's memory. Knowledge obstruction. Only this could explain Taoist Hong Yun's situation. Why couldn't he reclaim the position for 5,000 years? Because the two backup methods he left behind in his lifetime and the related memories were all forcibly removed and forgotten. Without true explanation of observing heaven and earth within the void, it would be difficult for him to reforge the blessed land and cave heaven. Without upper bright golden lamp jade light, he couldn't perfectly sense the overturning lamp fire. Lacking these two, how is it different from seeking the golden path from scratch? If someone were to interfere further, it's entirely normal that he couldn't reclaim the position for 5,000 years. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Liu Yang's expression changed. In his previous life, Taoist Hong Yun did reforge the blessed land, indicating that he eventually found this cave heaven fragment. But as the mastermind behind the scenes, would Xianxia allow such a thing to happen? In his previous life, Taoist Hong Yun was killed by true monarch Feixu. Why? Because of the blood demon Taoist. At that time, he didn't think much and fell into his own trap. Hiss. At this moment, even though he was only borrowing Taoist Zio Hai's perspective, Liu Yang still felt an indescribable, bone-chilling coldness. Because at the end of Taoist Zio Hai's line of sight, amidst the flickering sea fire, a figure suddenly appeared. He stood in the fire, observing Taoist Zio Hai with great interest, as if he had never left, only that Taoist Zio Hai had never remembered him. In an instant, Liu Yang almost stopped thinking. Xianxia. Dark eyes, a smiling gaze at this moment, seemed to penetrate Taoist Zio Hai's flesh, falling upon Liu Yang hiding behind him. Chapter 300. In the Sword Pavilion, Heart toward the Primordial Saint. To be honest, Liu Yang had never expected to meet Xianxia again in this lifetime, and certainly not in such a dramatic and abrupt situation. This isn't right, calm down. Liu Yang clenched his teeth, suppressing the urge to flee. The one exploring the Xiangyao treasure light cave heaven is Taoist Zio Hai. What does that have to do with me? With the puppet strings as a barrier, he can't see me. It was just an intimidation tactic. Liu Yang was 100% confident in this, as this golden talent was bestowed by the Book of 100 Lifetimes. Puppet strings, seize another's fate, inherit their karma, and you can hide beneath their appearance, manipulating them like a puppet. No one can trace the origin. If it claimed no one could trace it, then no one could. Stay strong. The confidence from the Book of 100 Lifetimes forced Liu Yang to stabilize his emotions, continuing to use Taoist Zio Hai's line of sight to directly stare at Xianxia. In that moment, everything fell into absolute silence. Even the rising sea fire froze in midair. The sparks that should have danced around hung motionless, and though the surroundings should have been boiling hot, it now felt as frigid as winter. Taoist Zio Hai's expression was frozen in that instant of terror, even his thoughts halted. The only thing moving within this fragment of cave heaven was the silhouette standing amidst the fire. He rested one hand on his cheek, the other folded across his chest, eyes blazing as he fixed his gaze on Taoist Zio Hai. His gaze was like a torch. The fluctuations in Taoist Zio Hai's energy, his magical power, the dilation of his pupils, shifts in his sight, and the karma surrounding him, all were captured fully by that gaze. Xianxia's smile faded slightly. Which fellow Taoist? He spoke slowly, and his voice made the entire fragment of cave heaven tremble. The sea fire resumed flowing, slowly creeping up Taoist Zio Hai's body. In just a blink, dense serpents of flame engulfed Taoist Zio Hai, crawling into his 7 orifices, flooding his organs and spiritual sea. The roaring fire illuminated this pitiful foundation establishment Taoist, making his body nearly transparent. Any anomaly was impossible to conceal. Yet Xianxia found nothing. An illusion. The vast cave heaven still held only himself. This result flashed a trace of confusion in his eyes, but that soon gave way to certainty. Impossible. My senses aren't wrong, someone is watching me, using this foundation establishment Taoist as a medium, but I can't identify who. In this world there were few people he could call Taoist. After all, he monopolized 5 fruit positions on his own, leaving none for others. Such a feat was rare. As someone who had broken through to the late Golden Core stage with such a method, he was among the strongest. How else could he scheme against the underworld? Could it be a Tao Lord watching me? Xianxia's gaze turned cautious. He did know of one similar method, the Pure Land, that venerable of the groove liked using such means. But it doesn't make sense. What would make me worthy of a Tao Lord's attention? His gaze grew colder as he sized up Taoist Xiao Hai. The man was strong, very strong, but far from enough to attract the attention of any of the 4 Tao Lords. They were simply not on the same level. If the mortal world was a vast sea of suffering where all beings sank, only a true person could ascend by achieving the fruit position, using it as a boat to sail above the sea. Then a Tao Lord had already transcended the sea, reaching the other shore. The world and concerns in a Tao Lord's eyes were already beyond the mundane, fundamentally different from anyone else's, and certainly not focused on him. Should I kill him? Xiao frowned. This Li clan of sea harvesting was a carefully selected pawn of his, used to conceal this fragment of cave heaven for many years. But not to bury it entirely. Rather to leave some trace. Because only in this way, when Taoist Hong Yun exhausted himself and finally found this cave heaven fragment, he wouldn't suspect a thing. Even the first 2 jade slips, true explanation of the internal observation of the void and upper radiant golden cup jade light, were intact. Otherwise, they couldn't have fooled Hong Yun. The real tampering was not in this knowledge but in the cave heaven fragment itself. Once Taoist Hong Yun absorbed this cave heaven and made it his own blessed land, his scheme would be complete. But if Taoist Xiao Hai died here, that would not be certain anymore. Even though I used the knowledge barrier to make Hong Yun forget the cause of death and suspicion toward the earth of the stars, even stripped him of his fallback for reclaiming the fruit position, he's still a true person. After 5,000 years, even with the knowledge barrier, he must have realized something's wrong. Now, Hong Yun is likely as skittish as a frightened bird. In such a situation, if this foundation establishment Taoist dies here, Hong Yun would certainly become suspicious, and that would birth many variables. No, from the moment this foundation establishment Taoist appeared here, my plan already had a variable. But where did this variable come from? Xiao calculated with his fingers but gained nothing. His brows furrowed deeply. This was the first time he felt a lack of control. Forget it, let the unchanging meet all changes. In the next second, Xiao calmed down, stepped back, and his figure melted into the raging sea fire once more. Then time resumed. Taoist Xiao Hai blinked. The previous terror vanished as if it had never happened, quickly fading. He'd already forgotten why he had been so terrified. He hadn't encountered anything major, nor found any great opportunity. What a pity! Thinking this, Taoist Xiao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought this cave heaven was empty, not a single treasure, came here for nothing. As he spoke, he ignored the 3 jade slips on the table. Next moment he turned and decisively left the cave heaven. Behind him, Xiao silently watched his back. Unknown Taoist, interesting. A warm smile slowly spread across his face. After over 5,000 years of solitary scheming, a bit of unpredictability was actually delightful. Let me see what move you'll make. I'm out of here. Withdrawing his view from puppet strings, Lu Yang patted his chest in lingering fear. This lifetime, I'm not stepping near Ganting Dao again. That wretched place was too dangerous. That said, a daring thought rose in Lu Yang's heart. But Uncle Master Chang Guang would definitely be interested in that cave heaven. The method of creating a cave heaven blessed land. The method of sensing, overturning lamp fire. At this point in time, Chang Guang probably hadn't reincarnated yet. These 2 methods would be enough to spur him into action, and once he came, how could true person Feixu not come too? That Chronicles of Ming Light clearly records suspicion toward the earth of the stars. If I can get Chang Guang to see it, he'll be on guard, and I'll also build goodwill. Later, I can obtain his reincarnated immortal spirit body and that Zin metal chi. Pomegranate wood was a fusion of Gentian and Zinyu. Since this life he planned to prove the path of pomegranate wood, Zin metal chi was crucial. Planting the seeds early was wise. Not to mention getting true person Feixu to fight Xianxia. If Xianxia's existence was exposed early, then the grand-scale gold-seeking campaign by Chang Guang in the previous life would be even more spectacular in this one. That would be his chance. Roughly 100 years left. Liu Yang thought, a clear plan forming in his mind. In 100 years, I must nurture the immortal spirit body to foundation establishment perfection, and ideally, connect with Xu Huan, letting him and Chang Guang go gold-seeking together. With those two elite talents drawing all attention, I can calmly lay my groundwork, emerging as a perfected foundation establishment immortal spirit, and when no one can stop me, directly achieve the true person fruit position. Sky-reaching sea of clouds, sacred fire cliff. Inside a spacious grand hall sat a man not particularly handsome, but with a heroic sharpness between his brows, occupying the head seat. It was none other than true person Chang Guang. In his hand was a radiant flying message, the one Liu Yang had previously sent with a spell, detailing the secret of the Jiangnan mass grave. Additionally, Liu Yang described how he reincarnated into Jiangnan, acting as an undercover agent, remaining in the sword pavilion with his heart loyal to the Primordial Saint Sect. It made Chang Guang click his tongue in amazement. Traitors to the Saint Sect were actually quite common. After all, among the four great sects, only the Saint Sect had a worse environment, and the Pure Land allowed entry but not exit, so it had no risk of rebellion. In comparison, the Sword Pavilion and Dao Court were much better. So many ordinary true persons with no future in their path chose not to return to the Saint Sect after reincarnation, instead changing identities to join the Sword Pavilion or Dao Court. But of all who left, this was the first one to send back a message declaring loyalty to the Saint Sect. Interesting. True person Chang Guang looked at the name signed at the end of the message and fell into a brief silence. Yuan 2. Our Saint Sect still has such a loyal true person. Chapter 301. A Deal with Chang Guang. The sword-hiding villa, inside the loft. In the sword-hiding villa, within a loft, Liu Yang sat upright on a meditation cushion, his body radiating brilliance. The light eventually converged upon him, transforming into resplendent golden patterns that etched themselves onto his skin and flesh. Innate divine ability, stubborn gold duke. This ability was not acquired through refining the heavenly gang and earth fiend energies, but was instead simulated in advance, using the method-holding power of the calamity wave. Shen metal is a dull metal that requires tempering by fire to become a sword or halberd. This energy resides in the earth fiend position, and along with Zheng metal belongs to the yang attribute metals. Its light is extremely sharp and difficult to destroy. When applied to the Dharma body, it becomes impervious to blades, axes, and even lightning strikes. Hence, it is called stubborn gold duke. Boom! In the next moment, as the innate divine ability descended, Liu Yang's aura surged, forcefully breaking through the shackles of the early foundation establishment stage and advancing directly to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Finally, some achievement. Liu Yang opened his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. After 3 years, his immortal spirit body had finally reached perfection in the early stage, and his method-holding power could now rival that of the mid-foundation establishment stage. Reflecting on the past, these 3 years had indeed been arduous. After leaving Ganting Dao, I immediately destroyed my clone and buried all the Zheng metal spiritual items I had gathered, not daring to take them, fearing they would implicate my main body. Liu Yang had always been decisive, directly abandoning all the gains from the Li clan of sea harvesting and spending 3 years collecting Zheng metal spiritual items anew. Only recently did he complete the final step of nurturing his immortal spirit body in the early foundation establishment stage. At the same time, he confirmed something that greatly relieved him. That Xianxia is probably not free either. If his guess was correct, Xianxia was likely unable to leave the underworld. In the previous life, the reason he could roam like a ghost was largely because he had refined the karmic sin that resulted from Uncle Chang Guang's failed pursuit of gold. Just like Liu Yang now, having a clone naturally allowed one to traverse the world. However, at this point in time, Xianxia clearly did not have such means, so his perception of the present world was limited, certainly not omniscient. Otherwise, why would the Qing Chen fairy dare to challenge him in the previous life? Apart from Qing Chen fairy's boldness and extraordinary strength, part of the reason was also the significant restrictions Xianxia faced in the underworld. Besides this, there was another matter that exceeded Lu Yang's expectations. That was the Jiangnan mass grave. When I was in the Primordial Saint Sect, less than a month after the restart, the Sword Pavilion launched an attack on the Jiangnan mass grave, causing the price of substitute yin puppets to skyrocket. However, in this life, perhaps due to the letter I sent to Uncle Chang Guang as a warning, the Primordial Saint Sect strengthened its defenses at the Jiangnan mass grave. As a result, the Sword Pavilion has yet to act, and there seem to be other considerations. It's been 3 years and still, no battle has occurred. This was also a good thing. After all, if the battle had started too early, it would have been difficult for him to get a share. Now that he had returned to the mid-foundation establishment stage, he had a bit more qualification to participate. Thinking of this, Lu Yang finally took out a flying communication spirit book. This was paired with the one he had sent to the Primordial Saint Sect. The two could sense each other and communicate directly through writing. Over the past 3 years, Uncle Chang Guang has tried to contact me more than once. It seems he is quite curious about me. Lu Yang did not respond immediately but waited for 3 years. On one hand, it was because his cultivation was not yet complete. On the other hand, it was also to deliberately whet the appetite. What comes easily is not cherished. Only by playing hard to get can one maintain the initiative. That said, Lu Yang did not immediately activate the spirit book in his hand. Instead, with a thought, his divine sense locked onto a mortal city thousands of miles away. And he randomly selected a chi-refining rogue cultivator in the city. He then sent the spirit book to the rogue cultivator and activated the puppet on strings to control him, thereby creating a causal firewall. Although Uncle Chang Guang is considered relatively moral in the Primordial Saint Sect, it's only relative. Moreover, he also has a true person backing him, who knows if he's just waiting for me to make contact, so that the Feixu true person can immediately break through the void and capture me for instant refinement. In this regard, Lu Yang had to admit that the puppet on strings was truly useful. However, it wasn't because of its hypnosis effect, as that was essentially a tool for bullying lower realms. The key was in severing causality. No one could trace Lu Yang, the puppeteer, through the causality of the puppet on strings, which was why he could successfully hide behind the scenes. Otherwise, when he encountered Xianxia 3 years ago, he would have been forced to restart. It's all thanks to the cheat. Lu Yang sighed, then, through the firewall of the puppet on strings, manipulated the chi-refining rogue cultivator to activate the flying communication spirit book. Almost simultaneously, at the sky-reaching sea of clouds, sacred fire cliff, Chang Guang, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the flying communication that had been silent for 3 years, showing a hint of interest. Finally couldn't hold back. In the next moment, he waved his sleeve, accepting Lu Yang's communication request, and immediately began to deduce causality through the connection between the spirit books. The result, naturally, was nothing. Then a message appeared before his eyes through the spirit book. I know a secret that not only concerns the cultivation of overturning lamp flame, but also relates to the secret of that heavenly fortune bright light true person. Are you interested? Chang Guang raised his eyebrows slightly upon seeing this. Just this statement alone told him that the other party was not an ordinary person, as not everyone knew the title, Heavenly Fortune Bright Light True Person. After a moment of thought, he waved his hand and wrote 4 words. What secret? Soon a reply came. I want a superior-grade spiritual treasure. Chang Guang's expression immediately became peculiar. He stroked his chin with interest, demanding benefits up front. Could this person be a true person of the Primordial Saint Sect? I naturally have superior-grade spiritual treasures, but how do I give them to you? That's your problem to solve. However, my secret involves a fragment of a cave heaven left behind after the fall of that heavenly fortune bright light true person. Chang Guang's expression grew more solemn. In the next moment, a graceful figure appeared in the hall. With a wave of her hand, the spirit book fell into her grasp. Trouble the true person. Only then did Chang Guang smile. The person holding the spirit book was none other than the Qing Chen fairy, who had just exited seclusion upon receiving Chang Guang's message. The Qing Chen fairy did not deduce causality but instead violently traced the connection between the 2 spirit books. In an instant, she locked onto a location in Jiangnan, then reached out. In a flash, the void shattered and a figure was directly pulled over from afar. However, upon seeing the person, both of them let out a soft exclamation. Their gazes fell upon the figure, who turned out to be none other than the chi-refining rogue cultivator randomly selected and controlled by Lu Yang using the puppet on strings. As expected, they played dirty, scoundrels. Far away in Jiangnan, Lu Yang's main body shook his head helplessly, feeling no emotional fluctuation. He had anticipated that caution would ensure longevity. The Primordial Saint Sect scoundrels had no sense of martial ethics. Especially Chang Guang, utterly absurd. It was just a negotiation, yet he directly invited the Qing Chen fairy to act. If not for his prior vigilance, he would have been forced to restart by now. It seems, fellow Taoist prefers face-to-face communication. Lu Yang, through the puppet on strings, smiled slightly at Chang Guang, but in the next second he felt a mighty force descend upon the rogue cultivator's body. Without a word, they directly performed a soul search. However, Lu Yang remained calm, as the rogue cultivator's memories had no connection to him. No matter how they searched, they would find nothing. After a long time, the mighty force dissipated. The Qing Chen fairy's beautiful eyes sparkled, clearly intrigued by Lu Yang, with a look as if she wished to dissect him directly. Seeing this, Lu Yang spread his hands. "Can we talk now?" As his words fell, the true person Chang Guang finally smiled, then looked deeply at Lu Yang. "Interesting. It seems fellow Taoist is indeed a true person of our Primordial Saint Sect. Moreover, judging by this demeanor, he was likely not an ordinary true person of the Primordial Saint Sect." Chapter 302. It had to be a true person of the Primordial Saint Sect. At the sky-reaching sea of clouds, within the sacred fire cliff, Chang Guang sat upright, watching Lu Yang manipulate a chi-refining rogue cultivator using the string puppet technique. Only then did he adopt a somewhat peer-level attitude. Fellow Taoist seeks a superior-grade spiritual treasure. May the acting sect master see clearly. Lu Yang nodded. Having decisively abandoned the harvest from the Li clan of sea harvesting, his plan to have a celestial fetus clone roam the world had yet to materialize. Unfortunately, both the Yun clan's ancestor and true person Xianxia were penniless, one from a declining family, the other a regular guest elder. Neither carried a superior-grade spiritual treasure. Coupled with the perils in Jiangnan, Lu Yang cautiously considered seeking assistance from the familiar Primordial Saint Sect. Quite courteous. Chang Guang's expression shifted. Lu Yang's demeanor was solemn, addressing him as acting sect master, clearly positioning himself as a loyal subject of the Primordial Saint Sect. However, Chang Guang didn't believe such claims. A loyal subject of the Primordial Saint Sect. What a joke. Those words don't belong together. Most likely, it's just a stance to gain favor. I can agree to this, fellow Taoist. Chang Guang's expression remained unchanged as he calmly said, "But how can you assure me that you won't go back on your word after receiving my favor?" Chang Guang was always straightforward. Since Lu Yang had demonstrated methods even true persons found hard to trace, he candidly voiced his concerns. This blend of cunning and magnanimity was something many true persons of the Primordial Saint Sect lacked. Therefore, Lu Yang responded just as straightforwardly, "Then I can tell the acting sect master first." Upon hearing this, Chang Guang squinted his eyes, somewhat surprised. "Seems I've misjudged you. Aren't you afraid I'll break my promise?" "Of course not." Lu Yang shook his head. "After all, it's just a piece of information. If the acting sect master breaks his word over this, I'll see his true nature, still a gain." As the words fell, Chang Guang burst into laughter, his gaze towards Lu Yang showing appreciation for the first time, feeling a strong rapport. Who exactly is this person? That said, he didn't pretend to be magnanimous by declining the offer but instead said with a half-smile, "Then please, fellow Taoist, speak first." Feigning or truly magnanimous? Facing Chang Guang's scrutiny, Lu Yang calmly said, "The fragment of the cave heaven the acting sect master seeks lies beneath the sea in Jiangnan's Ganteng Dao." As Lu Yang finished speaking, Chang Guang's eyebrows slightly raised. His hand, hidden in his sleeve, began calculating. Although he didn't get a direct result, he sensed a trace of causality. Looking at true person King Cheng Feixu, he saw her subtly nod. "It's real." While Jiangnan was obscure to Chang Guang, it wasn't so to true person King Cheng Feixu. If she had no prior knowledge, she might have overlooked it. However, now that Lu Yang had pointed out the causality, if true person King Cheng Feixu still couldn't detect the presence of the cave heaven fragment, she'd be too incompetent. and she clearly wasn't. Indeed, there are traces of a residual cave heaven. Seems to have been preserved accidentally, but it's quite coincidental. I didn't investigate further to avoid alerting other true persons. After all, Jiangnan was the territory of the Sword Pavilion. As a true person of the Primordial Saint Sect, minor actions in Jiangnan were acceptable. With deliberate concealment, she wouldn't be discovered. But if she caused a commotion, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Sword Pavilion's true persons. Hence, true person King Cheng Feixu refrained from alarming anyone. Even so, it was enough for Chang Guang to see Lu Yang in a new light. After exchanging information with true person King Cheng Feixu, Chang Guang looked at Lu Yang again, curious. How did you discover that cave heaven fragment? I forgot, Lu Yang grinned. Just like the acting sect master sometimes forgets things. Where's my benefit? Upon hearing this, Chang Guang laughed, then waved his hand. A crimson sword light immediately descended into the hall, which he personally handed to Lu Yang. This is a rare gem among superior-grade spiritual treasures, Chang Guang said solemnly. I present this to fellow Taoist in exchange for another piece of information. Lu Yang looked at the crimson magical sword Chang Guang handed over, feeling a bit speechless. It was the Abhai sword. Was this accidental or intentional? Is he assuming I don't know the issues with the Abhai sword? This item is bait left by the blood demon true person, specifically to lure scapegoats. However, the next moment he realized. Wait, he's testing whether I know the lore of the Abhai sword, trying to gauge my standing in the Primordial Saint Sect and uncover my true identity. The blood demon true person was a veteran in the Primordial Saint Sect, with a unique situation. With Taoist Hong Yun's help, he faked his death and lived for 5,000 years, outlasting some true persons. As a result, few in the current Primordial Saint Sect knew about the blood demon true person. This might be a significant watershed. Knowing or not indicates one's standing and identity in the Primordial Saint Sect. If I reveal knowledge of the blood demon true person, he might narrow down his suspicions and more easily uncover my true identity. But that's assuming I have a standing in the Primordial Saint Sect. Unfortunately, in this lifetime, I'm a bona fide member of the Sword Pavilion. These attempts will ultimately be futile. They won't uncover anything. Thinking this, Lu Yang calmly accepted the Abhai sword. Although it still bore the causality left by the blood demon true person, he didn't mind. After all, he now had the more handy tribulation wave, and had long lost affection for the Abhai sword, so he didn't plan to keep it. Once I bring it back, I'll melt it down to forge a celestial fetus clone. The transaction concluded satisfactorily, both parties pleased. Afterward, true person King Cheng Feixu even personally escorted Lu Yang back to Jiangnan, then secretly observed from the sidelines. Clearly, she intended to wait for the prey. However, the cautious Lu Yang gave her no chance, never meeting his main body. Instead, he began forging a clone using the Abhai sword on the spot. From start to finish, the main body never appeared. True person King Cheng Feixu waited for a long time but gained nothing. In the end, she could only pout, leaving a divine sense to reside there, while her main body returned to the Primordial Saint Sect. Chang Guang, can you guess who this person is? Not sure. In the hall, Chang Guang rarely showed hesitation. Judging by his reaction, he likely saw through my test but remained unfazed. This suggests his cultivation is certainly not inferior to the blood demon true person, and he has means to counter the blood demon true person's tribulation substitution technique, with methods to resolve its causality. To possess such abilities, he must at least be a great true person, possibly at the Foundation establishment peak, or if we think bolder, he might be a golden core true person. The words abruptly stopped. Chang Guang didn't continue. However, the implication was clear, and even true person King Cheng Feixu had similar suspicions. But these are secondary. At this point, Chang Guang rubbed his temples, somewhat troubled. This mysterious fellow Taoist indeed resembles a true person of our Primordial Saint Sect, which makes things a bit tricky. A cave heaven fragment. Such valuable information, I suspect he might be playing both sides, turning around and selling the information to Hong Yun. Meanwhile, in another region north of the Yangtze. Hello. Again, using a qi refining rogue cultivator controlled by the string puppet technique, Lu Yang stirred causality and transmitted a message. Is Taoist Hong Yun there? Chapter 303. Repeated maneuvers gaining from both sides. Compared to reaching out to Chang Guang, contacting Hong Yun required more effort from Lu Yang. Of course, it wasn't truly difficult to make contact. As long as he could touch upon some of Hong Yun's core interests, there would be no need for him to appear in person. Hong Yun would come seeking him. Lu Yang's method was straightforward. Using the string puppet to control a local qi refining rogue cultivator from Jiangbei, he then remotely influenced the karmic threads of Xianxia. With such maneuvers, treating Xianxia as bait, the Taoist Hong Yun would naturally be alarmed and come knocking. Lu Yang's strategy aligned precisely with Chang Guang's suspicion. Given the importance of the cave heaven fragment, how could Lu Yang possibly sell the information to just one party? After all, the greatest advantage of intelligence was its ability to be sold multiple times. The next moment, the void cracked open. Seeing this, Lu Yang's eyes lit up slightly. Fellow Taoist. Boom! Before he could finish speaking, the Taoist Hong Yun directly unleashed his magic power, slapping the qi refining rogue cultivator into a pulp. However, soon after, two more figures appeared. Fellow Taoist, don't you want to know? Before the first figure could finish speaking, the Taoist Hong Yun shattered it once again. Fortunately, the second figure continued, the whereabouts of your own cave heaven. Upon hearing this, the Taoist Hong Yun, who had initially arrived sensing someone tampering with Xiaoxia's karmic threads and had casually killed the qi refining cultivator upon finding him, was momentarily stunned. Focusing his gaze, he then noticed the peculiar expressions on these qi refining rogue cultivators. Who are you? Glancing at the sky, the Taoist Hong Yun waved his sleeve, instantly disappearing with Lu Yang from the spot. Shortly after, a divine sense tore through the air. Whoosh! The immense divine sense swept across the scene like a storm scattering leaves, yet found nothing. Eventually, it coalesced into a cold, frosty silhouette. True Lord King Cheng Feixu. What a pity he escaped quickly. After all, the Taoist Hong Yun had once been a true lord of the Primordial Saint Sect. Unless confronted face-to-face, even she would find it difficult to trace someone who was determined to hide. At this thought, true Lord King Cheng Feixu suddenly smiled charmingly, her beautiful eyes gleaming with interest. Judging by this, could it be that the person is indeed selling the information to both sides and has come to negotiate with Hong Yun as well? That's not unacceptable. If I lie in wait, perhaps I can capture him. Jiangbei, a remote mountain forest. This place, nestled among towering mountains, was concealed by multiple layers of formations, each designed to obscure heavenly secrets, completely severing all karmic ties. In the next moment, the void cracked open. The Taoist Hong Yun, bringing along the qi refining rogue cultivator under Lu Yang's control, stepped directly into the formation. Following Chang Guang's example, he immediately initiated a soul search. Truly an old member of the Primordial Saint Sect. Lu Yang remained calm, having grown accustomed to such actions. Only after the soul search yielded nothing did the Taoist Hong Yun begin to regard Lu Yang differently, asking, "Do you know the name of my cave heaven?" This was the final test. Without hesitation, Lu Yang replied, "Xianxia Audiobook Cave Heaven." Upon hearing this, the Taoist Hong Yun exhaled deeply. Anyone who could name this place was either an old member of the Primordial Saint Sect or had genuinely seen his cave heaven. What do you want? Clearly, the Taoist Hong Yun understood that there was no such thing as love or hate without reason in this world. Since Lu Yang had sought him out, he naturally desired some benefit. Unlike Chang Guang, who, as the acting sect master of the Primordial Saint Sect, held significant influence and had room for maneuvering, the Taoist Hong Yun, having languished for 5,000 years, was already cornered. Therefore, his attitude was refreshingly straightforward. Seeing the Taoist Hong Yun's decisiveness, Lu Yang also got straight to the point. I want the half-true treasure you left in the beyond cultivation world and that innate Tao abomination. Who exactly are you? Upon hearing this, the Taoist Hong Yun's expression grew more solemn, his brows furrowing. His arrangements in the beyond cultivation world should have been known to no one. How had the information leaked? The half-true treasure he left in the beyond cultivation world, the Imperial Mansion Golden Seal Daoshui True Decree, was actually a failed strategy. He had planned to use it to feign holding the golden position. However, the difficulty of feigning the golden position was exceedingly high. Even after using all the talents of the beyond cultivation world to refine it, the Imperial Mansion Golden Seal Daoshui True Decree remained a half-true treasure, unable to fully transform into a true treasure. Its utility was limited to deducing divine abilities, which, while not critical, was at least not entirely useless. Thus, when Liu Yang requested this half-true treasure, aside from being surprised at the leak of information, the Taoist Hong Yun felt little reluctance. "But how can I trust you?" The Taoist Hong Yun sneered. "As for the cave heaven fragment you mentioned, do you think I'm unaware? Isn't it just the one beneath the waters of Gantang Dao in Jiangnan?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yang's eyebrows raised slightly. However, he quickly understood. In his previous life, since the Taoist Hong Yun had managed to return to the peak of the Foundation establishment realm and refine a blessed land, he must have found the cave heaven fragment. It now seemed he had discovered some clues long ago. But why hadn't he acted immediately? With this thought, Liu Yang regained his composure and chuckled. It seems fellow Taoist harbors suspicions, suspecting that the cave heaven fragment might be problematic. As expected, no matter what, the Taoist Hong Yun was once a true lord of the Primordial Saint Sect. How could he not understand that opportunities often came with pitfalls? The problem was, he had no choice. After Liu Yang finished speaking, the Taoist Hong Yun, though wanting to refute, found himself speechless. This had indeed been his greatest concern recently. However, the pressure from Chang Guang was immense. As the former master of overturning lamp flame, he could vaguely sense that its attention towards him was waning, gradually being usurped by Chang Guang. If this continued, he would truly be dethroned. His options were limited. Therefore, not long ago, he had resolved to make a trip to Jiangnan to retrieve the cave heaven fragment. Even if it was a poison bait, he had to swallow it. Yet Liu Yang's appearance changed his mind. "What else do you know?" Under the Taoist Hong Yun's gaze, Liu Yang directly imprinted a copy of the true explanation of observing the void and inner heaven and earth he had obtained from the cave heaven using his divine sense. Although Eng Zio had erased all memories of this from the Taoist Zio Hai, Liu Yang had taken advantage of the Taoist Zio Hai's body to memorize the content. The Taoist Zio Hai had forgotten, but what did that have to do with Liu Yang? This is. Upon seeing the true explanation of observing the void and inner heaven and earth, the Taoist Hong Yun's eyes revealed excitement, feeling that the method before him was strikingly familiar. "I have another related method," Liu Yang calmly said. "That one is even more important. It's a secret technique used to connect with overturning lamp flame. I believe you'd be more interested in it." Upon hearing this, the Taoist Hong Yun immediately closed his eyes. Liu Yang smiled, knowing that unlike his deal with Chang Guang, this time, he held complete control over the negotiations with the Taoist Hong Yun. "Fellow Taoist, you must accompany me overseas." With an assertive tone, Liu Yang stated directly, "In addition to the Imperial Mansion Golden Seal Daoshuai True Decree, you must also assist me in subduing that innate Tao abomination." After all, he couldn't handle that Tao abomination alone. Very well. Understanding that he had lost the initiative, the Taoist Hong Yun didn't haggle and straightforwardly agreed to Liu Yang's demands. The transaction concluded satisfactorily, with both parties pleased. After exchanging flying message spirit books for future contact, the Taoist Hong Yun watched Liu Yang depart, while internally musing. Who exactly is this person from the Primordial Saint Sect? Could he be bait set by Chang Guang to lure me? Even if not, given the Primordial Saint Sect's ways, selling information to both sides is standard practice, and burning bridges afterward is commonplace. Is he going to contact Chang Guang next? Hey. Sky-reaching sea of clouds, sacred fire cliff. Chang Guang looked at the flying message spirit book in his hand with a peculiar expression, watching as Liu Yang's handwriting rapidly appeared. "Acting sect master, I have a golden opportunity to trap Hong Yun." Interested? Chapter 304, The Person Who Shouldn't Exist. Time flew like an arrow, the years passed like a shuttle. In a remote courtyard, within a mortal city in Jiangnan. The area had already been sealed off by formations, isolating it from the outside world. Beneath the large locust tree in the courtyard, a youth in red robes sat cross-legged. This youth looked exactly like Liu Yang, only much younger. His brows were raised and the corners of his lips curled slightly, exuding a sharper, more spirited aura than Liu Yang's original body. The only flaw was his vacant expression. His pupils were dull and lacked light, clearly just an empty shell devoid of spirit. Not bad. In another corner of the courtyard, "Liu Yang, using the puppet strings technique to manipulate the senses of a scattered cultivator in the chi refining realm, observed his creation with great interest. At this moment, he had activated the hypothetical principle. Though he didn't know if a true lord was watching him, he acted as if one was. Thus, throughout the entire process of crafting the immortal embryo avatar, he never showed his true body. Even that wasn't secure enough. The immortal embryo avatar also has flaws. If I, as the main consciousness, control the avatar and it's captured by Xianxia, even my original body could be implicated. The lessons from his previous life were etched deep into his memory. So this time, Lu Yang decided to try a different method. With this in mind, he immediately had the chi refining cultivator take out a jade box. Inside the box was a wisp of glowing divine sense, vivid and full of spirit. This was a fragment of divine sense that Lu Yang had severed from himself using the tribulation wave. It had been completely severed from his original body's karma, and its memories had been meticulously processed. If left to incubate a while longer, it would develop self-awareness and become a truly autonomous second avatar. In his previous life, Lu Yang would never have done this. After all, a second avatar with self-awareness was an uncontrollable risk to the original body. Keeping it would only invite trouble. But this life was different. In this life, I have the puppet strings. I can completely erase any troubles the second avatar might pose, allowing me to control it while isolating it from external influence. This way, even if the avatar encountered Xianxia and was ensnared by the knowledge obscuring illusion, it would only affect the split-off divine sense. Lu Yang's original body could still control the avatar through the puppet strings, effectively rendering him immune to the illusion's influence. Xiu Huan really hated Xianxia to the bone. Lu Yang couldn't help but shake his head. The golden talent he had obtained from Xiu Huan's life was practically tailor-made to counter the knowledge obscuring illusion. However, the puppet strings still had its limitations. First, it's still limited by my cultivation. My immortal spirit body is only in the early foundation establishment realm, so I can at most control something at that level. Second, it's ultimately just a talent conjured by the gold attribute of the Book of 100 Lifetimes. If the target also possesses the gold attribute, such as a true lord or someone like Chang Guang at peak foundation establishment, it would be difficult to control them with this talent. Still, from Lu Yang's perspective, the true value of the puppet strings wasn't in mind control but in severing karmic ties. This allowed him to participate in the true lord-level chess game as a piece, with one foot already off the board. Soon, the divine sense fused into the immortal embryo avatar. The previously dull red-robed youth suddenly stood up. His once scattered pupils now gathered focus and light, showing vitality. From the shadows, Lu Yang revealed a satisfied smile. Complete success. With that thought, two divine halos radiated from Lu Yang's body, blooming behind his head, Warlord's Domain and Lord of Stubborn Gold. I'll send this avatar on a trip overseas. Overseas, in the beyond cultivation realm. Lu Yang flew rapidly with light trailing behind him. From his sleeve, he drew two flying communication talismans, one to contact Chang Guang and one for Hong Yun. To Hong Yun, I've arrived. Where are you, fellow cultivator? To Chang Guang, prepare to act. Moments later, under Lu Yang's expectant gaze, a figure split the void and silently descended, exuding a vast and imposing presence. The newcomer's face was sharply defined like it had been carved with a blade. His eyes, though dim, glowed like lanterns in a temple hall. The moment his gaze fell on Lu Yang, it was as if Lu Yang's body had been set ablaze. Instantly, golden light burst forth, and he protected himself with Lord of Stubborn Gold. Peak Foundation Establishment. Lu Yang stepped back, finally seeing the man's features clearly. His brow furrowed. He recognized this person. It was none other than the Primordial Saint Sect's true person Hongju. At once, old and new grudges surged in his heart. 2 lifetimes ago, this very man had killed him with the Fate Exchange Talisman Scroll. Though in his last life he had helped Lu Yang, accounts must be settled properly. Favors could be forgotten, but grudges, never. With that, Lu Yang narrowed his eyes. It seems Senior Hong Yun doesn't trust me, worried I've set a trap, so you didn't dare to come personally. True person Hongju shot Lu Yang a silent look. Wasn't that obvious? They were all true persons of the Primordial Saint Sect. If one could get something without paying for it, who wouldn't want to? Lord Hong Yun was wary for a reason, against beasts like you. No need to worry. Lord Hong Yun and I are united in spirit. Whatever I see, hear, or perceive, he can also sense it simultaneously. True person Hong Ju's expression was calm. He was, after all, a construct molded from gold essence, while Lord Hong Yun was still a true lord. As long as Hong Yun didn't die and his golden essence remained, he could continue existing. Essentially, he was quite similar to a Tao calamity, with a link to Hong Yun akin to the connection between Liu Yang's original body and his avatar. So cautious, but understandable. The latest chapter first posted at 69 books bar. Liu Yang pondered inwardly, growing more convinced that Hong Yun's abrupt death in the previous life had likely been the secret work of Xianxia. The next moment, the talisman from Changguang replied, "Hong Yun hasn't arrived, plan cancelled." What a pity. Liu Yang sighed inwardly but maintained a cheerful expression as he turned to Hong Ju. It's fine, it's fine. I've always believed sincerity can break even the hardest stone. Given time, I believe Senior Hong Yun will change his opinion of me. In his eyes, Hong Yun was actually quite capable. Though his performance before was disappointing, that was only because his opponent was too formidable. With Xiao's grand scheme, he was trapped in a deadlock. But there was always a sliver of hope, especially with overturned lamp flame in play. If Hong Yun could turn his situation around and draw the attention of overturned lamp flame, his chances of attaining the golden core were far greater than Changguang's. Because unlike Changguang, whose talents and divine powers were one-time confirmations, when Hong Yun became a true lord, Xiao hadn't yet altered the Chen Earth attribute. Thus, Hong Yun lacked the Chen Earth flaw. If he caught the attention of overturned lamp flame, he would have a high chance of ascending to a blessed land and becoming a true lord. But precisely because of this, Xiao had been closely watching Hong Yun, preventing him from seizing even the smallest opportunity to regain his position for 5,000 years. Soon, the two arrived at the headquarters of the Immortal Alliance in the beyond cultivation realm. But in the next second, Liu Yang's steps abruptly halted. Because within the headquarters, he saw someone who absolutely should not have been there, stunning him into stillness. It was a voluptuous woman with a cold and pure face, noble demeanor, and restrained elegance, like a noble lady who never stepped out of her chambers. Yet her long dress was slit almost up to her waist, revealing snowy skin as she walked, faintly visible like a white lotus blooming in the mud. Impossible. Though he had often seen her within the All Spirits banner, this was the first time in years Liu Yang saw the real, living person again, and his pupils instantly contracted. Yu Suzhen. Chapter 305, Xiao's Move. Yu Suzhen, like Liu Yang in the past, had once been an outer sect disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect. She had shared a deep friendship with Liu Yang, and the guardian spirit Su Nu had even been refined from her. However one looked at it, she absolutely should not have appeared here at this time. And her cultivation level. Liu Yang's eyes widened. At the headquarters of the Immortal Alliance, Yu Suzhen's entire being exuded a majestic and overwhelming aura. She was now actually a mighty cultivator at the integration stage of the Beyond Cultivation realm. What level was this? The Beyond Cultivation realm was founded by an innate true person. They did not cultivate rankings, only refined true qi. Although an integration stage cultivator was theoretically still at the peak of the qi refining stage, their true qi was powerful enough to rival second-grade true qi. With the help of the Imperial Palace Golden Seal Daoshui True Decree, they could even feign foundation establishment. If Yu Suzhen had reached such a realm, Liu Yang could understand. After all, in one of his lifetimes, Liu Yang had once crafted a Daughter of Destiny experience for her, during which her performance had even astonished him. She had been like a superhuman. Yet no matter how superhuman she had been, Yu Suzhen absolutely should not be here right now, and certainly could not possess a cultivation at the peak of the qi refining stage. Because only 3 years had passed. It had only been 3 years since he restarted. How could someone rise from an ordinary outer sect disciple to a peak qi refining integration cultivator in such a short time? It made no sense. Immediately after, Liu Yang saw Yu Suzhen silently entering a vast hall within the Immortal Alliance headquarters, the hall where the Imperial Palace Golden Seal Daoshui True Decree was kept. This should be the place. She looked tense but also subtly excited. Then she raised her delicate hand and took out a flag from her scented pouch, one Liu Yang could not be more familiar with. Myriad Spirit's banner. She got the inheritance of the innate true person from Liu Xin. Right, in that lifetime, she had forced Liu Xin to death with her own power. Liu Yang suddenly understood why Yu Suzhen had come to the beyond cultivation realm. Yet even so, he still could not explain the change in her cultivation. Reaching peak qi refining in just 3 years was simply outrageous. Even he, starting over, couldn't cultivate that quickly. Fellow Taoist, what's wrong? Seeing Liu Yang suddenly lower his head and fall silent, Hong Ju, who was accompanying him, revealed a puzzled look and glanced at Yu Suzhen inside the hall. Out of habit, he pinched his fingers to divine. But even Hong Ju's expression turned odd. He couldn't divine anything. Yu Suzhen had a treasure on her that concealed the workings of fate. What secret does this woman hold? Wait, that banner, innate true person. Out of caution, Hong Ju did not act. Instead, he and Liu Yang simply stood silently in the hall, watching Yu Suzhen chant incantations while holding the Myriad Spirits banner. After all, one of them was at the mid-foundation establishment stage, the other at the peak. Even if Yu Suzhen had reached the peak of qi refining and could feign foundation establishment, the gap between them was still immense. Just by standing there and concealing their auras, Yu Suzhen couldn't see them at all. Innate primordial qi, seal and command all spirits. Yu Suzhen poured all her magic power into the banner. With a forceful shake, the flag unfurled, manifesting a boundless illusory space. This space resonated with the Imperial Palace Golden Seal Daoshuai True Decree. Almost simultaneously, the decree burst into dazzling light, and within it appeared a vague figure. Innate Dao Xin. Seeing this, Liu Yang recalled intelligence he had obtained in a past life about killing the innate Dao Xin, and finally understood what Yu Suzhen was trying to do. This is the innate true person's contingency plan, using the Myriad Spirits banner to summon and control the innate Dao Xin. With the banner's absolute control, she would extract the metal element from the Dao Xin's body to cultivate a supreme first-grade technique he had deduced. The entire setup was seamless and flawless. Realization struck Liu Yang, and his pupils constricted. According to his conjecture, Yu Suzhen's rapid cultivation to peak qi refining and her journey across vast barriers to the beyond cultivation realm must have had a powerful backer. Until now, he had not known who it was. But now he had the answer. If it was someone he couldn't guess, it must have been Xianxia. The key is, I remember the innate true person had sought metal through the Dao Xin and used long-flowing water as his spiritual fruit, ultimately dying due to issues related to Earth of the Stars. In the previous life, Chang Guang failed in seeking metal. The Dao Xin was refined by Xianxia into a clone, granting him an avatar that could roam the world unhindered and be invincible below the true sovereign level. This drastically increased his control over the world. However, in this lifetime, Chang Guang hadn't even started seeking metal. The Dao Xin of Chang Guang naturally could not be found. In the past, Xianxia might not have cared. His grand plan was already set, and he didn't need deep control over the present world. But this life is different. This life he's encountered me, a rival he mistook for a fellow Taoist, someone like him hidden in the shadows with an unknown true identity. Under such circumstances, how could Xianxia possibly sit still? He clearly needed an avatar to act on his behalf in the world, and the innate Dao Xin was undoubtedly the perfect material. Yet the innate Dao Xin had been sealed by the innate true person using the power of the spiritual fruit, long-flowing water. It could not be freed without triggering a cosmic backlash and karmic entanglement, something only Xianxia could manage, but it would cause a major disturbance. Xianxia did not want to expose himself. So he spent 3 years manipulating karma and accelerating Yu Suzhen's growth, all for this moment, to harvest the innate true person's Dao Xin. Yu Suzhen was Xiao's move. The moment everything clicked, Liu Yang acted. Seal Mountain True Law. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yang completed a hand seal, incantation and mystic pointing in 3 seamless steps, striking Yu Suzhen's forehead just as she turned in shock. In the next second, Yu Suzhen's entire cultivation was suppressed by Liu Yang, and even the Myriad Spirits banner was forcefully interrupted. At that moment, both Yu Suzhen, who was suppressed, and Liu Yang, who had acted without hesitation, stood frozen. Clearly, neither had expected that he would succeed. Xianxia couldn't see this place. Honestly, by this point, Liu Yang had assumed Xianxia was closely monitoring Yu Suzhen. He had only acted to test the waters, to see how the other would respond. But he had actually succeeded. Was Ang Zio not here, or just afraid to appear? In a flash, Liu Yang had a new guess. Could it be that the true sovereign King Cheng Feixu has been secretly watching this place all along? That was the only explanation. Previously, Liu Yang had connected with Chang Guang, planning to ambush Hong Yun in the beyond cultivation realm. Given Chang Guang's caution, he would have definitely requested a true sovereign to oversee things. Liu Yang had thought King Cheng Feixu lost interest after Hong Yun didn't appear and only Hong Ju came. But now it seemed she had never stopped watching, had always followed him, and that's why Ang Zio hadn't dared to act. Excellent, this is my chance. Overjoyed, Liu Yang looked at the suppressed Yu Suzhen. He needed to know just how many tricks Ang Zio had planted in this senior sister. Unfortunately, the puppet string only works if the main body is present. And even with feigned foundation establishment, she still had traits of a true person. As one himself, Liu Yang couldn't recklessly perform a soul search on her. Seems I'll have to suffer again for the greater good. Those who achieve great things do not fuss over small matters. With his thoughts racing, Liu Yang made a decision. Kill Yu Suzhen. Chapter 306, a move ahead in the game. Liu Yang had always harbored the utmost hostility towards Ang Zio. Whatever Ang Zio intended to do, he would sabotage. Whatever Ang Zio wished to avoid, he would ensure came to pass. His actions were a direct affront. Thus, he found himself deeply intrigued by Yu Suzhen's experiences. Achieving Qi refining great perfection in just 3 years was undoubtedly due to significant opportunities facilitated by Ang Zio. But how much of that was tainted by Ang Zio's underhanded tactics? With the esteemed Qing Chen Fairy present, it was the perfect chance to investigate. Unable to perform a soul search, and with puppet on strings being unusable, Liu Yang didn't bother with questioning. Instead, he opted to let Yu Suzhen's body reveal the truth. With this decision, Liu Yang immediately activated his superhuman state, focusing intently as he employed a secret technique. Familiar with the process, he effortlessly entered Yu Suzhen's sea of consciousness, causing her to emit a painful scream, as if a metal rod had pierced through her. Her past memories surged forth like a torrent. These past 3 years of experiences. Soon, Liu Yang had complete control over Yu Suzhen's memories. Layer upon layer of dim scenes surfaced, culminating in a vivid image before him. Initially, Yu Suzhen's journey aligned with his expectations. After enduring numerous hardships, she finally achieved Qi refining and joined Mending Heaven Peak. Targeted by Liu Xin, she miraculously counterattacked, thereby obtaining the inheritance of the innate true person. However, discrepancies arose at this point. Within Liu Xin's 10,000 spirits banner, Yu Suzhen encountered an entity she had never seen before. Her current cultivation was a direct result of this being's guidance. Where is this place? In the memory, Liu Yang widened his eyes, only to see a turbid river, its churning waves revealing glistening white bones. The river flowed vast and boundless. At its center stood a massive boulder, as large as a mountain, firmly anchored in the middle, segmenting the river into distinct regions. Something's amiss. Liu Yang furrowed his brows. The scene was from Yu Suzhen's perspective within the 10,000 spirits banner. Yet, his understanding of the banner surpassed hers, and he had never discovered such a place within it. This was undoubtedly Ang Zio's contingency had he tampered with the banner. CRP transfer. Mo Gov TW. Suddenly, Liu Yang recalled. I've seen this place before. This memory wasn't originally his, yet he now vividly remembered every detail. In that recollection, he stood in this very location. However, in that memory, another person was present. That individual stood atop the massive boulder in the river's center, staring intently at him. Hiss! In an instant, Liu Yang gasped, instinctively looking towards the direction in the memory, only to see an additional figure had indeed appeared. No, he's an outsider. A trap. At this moment, Liu Yang was performing a soul search. The myriad scenes before him were essentially illusions. However, that figure was different. He was undeniably real. He had stepped out from the memory. An indescribable place. Shrouded in layers of shadows and veiled in illusion, a handsome Taoist sat cross-legged in midair, his eyes flowing with starlight akin to a river. In the next moment he smiled. Fellow Taoist, you are truly extraordinary. I made a move in the holy sect, severing cause and effect, yet you managed to deduce it and came here with such a grand display to await me. Xianxia's tone carried a rare sense of exhilaration. To him, everything that had transpired was merely a game between him and the mysterious fellow Taoist behind the scenes. He had used Yu Suzhen as a chess piece, while the other had summoned Hongju, Qing Chen Fairy, and others to intercept his piece. This was no ordinary feat. To so precisely deduce my true objective, it seems the matter of Chen Earth has been exposed. Not to mention there's even a true person observing. Novel updates. Lu Yang's suspicions were correct. At this very moment, Qing Chen Fairy was crouching nearby overseas. However, her Dharma body had merged with the heavens and earth, making her invisible to those below the true person realm. Fellow Taoist, you've never acted personally from start to finish. Your use of others to do your bidding is masterful, hiding yourself in the shadows. But if you truly possess the capability and cultivation equal to mine, why remain concealed? Xianxia's smile widened. Your cultivation isn't high, is it? Mid-stage golden core, early-stage golden core. Perhaps you've borrowed the power of a fruit position. Surely not merely foundation establishment. Let me see how many tricks you have up your sleeve. At this juncture, Xianxia felt victory was within his grasp. Indeed, he intended to use Yu Suzhen's hand to lure out the innate Dao Sin for refining into a clone. But he never placed all his eggs in one basket. Thus, Yu Suzhen was both his chess piece and the poison bait he had set. In his view, the fellow Taoist behind the scenes had only miscalculated one thing. You probably didn't anticipate that I could already rudimentarily utilize the power of Netherworld. This Nether Envy, though not my clone, is as effective as one. If you ignore it, it will assist me in bringing the innate Dao Sin back to the Netherworld, and my plan will still succeed. But if you intend to stop it and kill it, you'll inevitably suffer backlash from the entire Netherworld. The Netherworld's backlash was far more severe than that of cause and effect. Cause and effect was like a vast net, full of holes and countless oversights, but everyone had reincarnation. The influence of the Netherworld was truly pervasive. The Netherworld's backlash strikes directly at the true spirit. Even if you borrow another's body, you can't escape. At that time, he, residing in the Netherworld, could follow this connection to directly locate the true identity of the fellow Taoist behind the scenes and uncover their origins. No matter which choice you make, I remain undefeated. In the end, I'm still a move ahead in this game. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh heartily. For someone like him, the feeling of outmaneuvering a fellow Taoist was a rare pleasure. So, will you hand over the innate Dao Sin, or shall I see your true face? Xianxia looked expectantly towards the present world. Meanwhile, Lu Yang had also come to his senses, realizing he had fallen into Xiao's scheme. However, he wasn't particularly flustered. My true body is far away. At worst, it's just the clone that suffers. Through puppet on strings, Lu Yang observed the figure that had suddenly appeared before him. The other had stepped out from the memory and directly entered the clone's sea of consciousness. Upon closer inspection, the figure was half black and half white, grotesque in appearance, tall and thin, holding a mourning staff in one hand and dragging a soul-hooking chain in the other. He laughed heartily, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, squinting as he looked at Lu Yang, emitting a chilling light. Upon seeing Lu Yang, he immediately spoke. "Hey, where did this demon come from?" At these words, Lu Yang burst into laughter. "Demon? I think you look more like a demon. Intruding into another's sea of consciousness without permission is hardly the act of a righteous path." "Impudent!" The figure sneered. "Do you take me for one of those mortals with fleshly eyes? You have a spirit but no soul, consciousness but no essence. If you're not a demon, then what are you?" Judging by this tone, it's not Xianxia himself. Lu Yang listened carefully, speculating in his heart. What exactly is this thing, the demon it refers to? Could it be the Dao Sin? In this aspect, Xiao's methods were quite similar to Lu Yang's. However, while Lu Yang had created a second clone, Xiao had fashioned a Nether Envy. Both were unaware of their true origins, knowing only to complete the tasks assigned by their manipulator behind the scenes. Thus, in the next moment, the creature shook its head. "Forget it, I can't be bothered to meddle. Anyway, you, a person without soul or essence, are destined for reincarnation. Whether you are or aren't, today I'll capture you along with that demon outside." Chapter 307. Where non-action exists, action emerges. Where action exists, it returns to non-action. As the words fell, the underworld messenger opened its massive mouth. Within the blood-colored maw was a tongue resembling a river of blood, and its sharp fangs were like a heap of white bones. A piercing screech echoed as if countless vengeful spirits cried out in unison. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying divine radiance shook Lu Yang's sea of consciousness violently. Strands of golden light immediately enveloped his divine sense. Stubborn Gold Duke. This innate divine ability was a standard life-saving technique. With its divine power, one could withstand axes and halberds without harm, even protecting the sea of consciousness. However, the underworld messenger strength was clearly far above Lu Yang's, as it was created by Xianxia, starting as a late-stage foundation establishment grand cultivator. Soon after, the golden light formed by Stubborn Gold Duke shattered under the underworld messenger's screech. The terrifying sound waves reverberated within Lu Yang's sea of consciousness, until his sea of consciousness, divine soul, and memories were all shattered into a tangled mess. Only then did the screeching cease. But in the next moment, a golden light suddenly appeared. Before the underworld messenger could react, a sword light rose from the shattered sea of consciousness and slashed toward it. Not dead yet. The underworld messenger blocked the sword light with a look of astonishment, only to find its Dharma body disintegrating inch by inch under the illumination of the sword light, like ice and snow melting. Master of Arms. Lu Yang naturally wouldn't entrust the tribulation wave to a clone, so at this moment, he used a portion of the mystical power symbolizing transformation from the Master of Arms. Transformation signifies change. When things reach their extreme, they change. This divine ability could alter the nature of objects, turning gold into iron, iron into mud. Under its influence, the underworld messenger felt its originally light soul body suddenly become countless times heavier, and its once ethereal divine sense gradually took on a tangible metallic sensation. How is this possible? The underworld messenger widened its eyes, completely unable to comprehend. My malevolent yin screech shattered your sea of consciousness. How can you still engage in battle? The answer was simple. The clone sea of consciousness is shattered, but what does that have to do with my main body? As long as my soul isn't scattered and the puppet on strings remains, I can forcibly make him fight. Though that was the case, Lu Yang was already cursing inwardly. Where's Hongju? Where's Clear Snow, true lord? Why haven't they acted? Can't they see such a massive underworld messenger invading my sea of consciousness? Teammates, where are you? Save me. Meanwhile, the underworld messenger seemed to see through Lu Yang's thoughts and sneered. Don't hold on to false hopes. No one can help you now. Long before awakening, I spread the scorched stone. Now, in your sea of consciousness, even if 1,000,000 years pass, only a moment has passed outside. Perhaps someone has already tried to save you, but before they can, you'll have been tormented by the loneliness here into giving up thinking. After speaking, the underworld messenger expected Lu Yang to be terrified. However, what met its gaze was Lu Yang's eyes filled with greedy fervor. Such a divine ability exists. Lu Yang was amazed. 1,000,000 years within a single thought. Clearly, the underworld messenger's methods were all designed to abandon the physical body and target the soul. Which fruit position does this correspond to? The underworld. Thinking of this, Lu Yang became even more restless. In today's world, there had never been a cultivator practicing the underworld. This was the first he had seen. How was it cultivated? This monster's mana is very peculiar. Although I didn't notice it before, after the battle and the resonance of qi, it feels somewhat familiar. A bit like a celestial spirit. Damn it, could this be a celestial spirit born from the qi of the underworld? Not only the heavenly gang and earth fiends, but the underworld can also give birth to celestial spirits. Lu Yang almost immediately thought of his golden innate ability, innate celestial spirit. If the underworld could indeed give birth to celestial spirits, then wouldn't he also have a chance to prove the fruit of emptiness? This concerns the nascent soul Tao Master. Perhaps this is the opportunity for him to reach the pinnacle in the future. However, Lu Yang quickly calmed down. Not necessarily. This monster is clearly a backup left by Xianxia in Yu Suzhen's body. It may not be naturally formed. The situation with the underworld is still unclear. As for the underworld messenger's threat, he completely disregarded it. A moment equals 1,000,000 years. That's simple. With a thought, Lu Yang directly severed the connection with the puppet on strings. After a moment passed, he reconnected with the clone. In just that instant, the situation outside had drastically changed. Boom! Hangju had made his move. In fact, the moment the underworld messenger appeared, Hangju had already acted, but time had been infinitely stretched by the underworld messenger divine ability. However, after Liu Yang severed the connection with the clone, he immediately escaped the influence of the underworld messenger divine ability. The so-called million years reverted to a mere instant. Only after Hangju cast a spell to extract the underworld messenger from the clone's sea of consciousness did Liu Yang retake control. Through this operation, all the damage was borne by the clone. Liu Yang's main body remained unscathed. At the same time, Xianxia, who was secretly observing, also noticed the change in the battle but seemed disinterested. It seems the fellow Taoist doesn't intend to act. The underworld messenger wasn't dead. This indicated that the mysterious fellow Taoist behind the scenes had chosen to give up, preferring to hand over the innate Tao Sin to him rather than reveal their true identity. If Liu Yang could hear Xiao's thoughts, he would surely be exasperated. Did I not want to kill the underworld messenger? I simply couldn't defeat it. In the next second, a vast and boundless power suddenly descended. It was none other than Clear Snow True Lord, who had been watching the spectacle from overseas, finally making a move. The underworld messenger's uniqueness had clearly attracted her attention. However, Xiao seemed indifferent. Underworld Messenger's strength was actually not very formidable. It was merely a form crafted using a portion of netherworld chi. Though it looked intimidating, it held no real value. But that wasn't the key point. Now, who still remembers the 10,000 Spirits banner? Knowledge perception obstruction. The appearance of the underworld messenger was deliberately used by him to draw others' attention, serving as bait to assist in casting the knowledge perception obstruction, thereby concealing the 10,000 Spirits banner. Innate Tao Sin, I shall take it. Latest novel posted first on 6ix9ine Book Bar. In this moment, everything fell silent. An invisible shroud spread out, covering the spirit platform and clouding perception, so much so that no one remembered, or even if they saw it, instinctively ignored. The 10,000 Spirits banner was still channeling the innate Tao Sin. This process had previously been interrupted by Liu Yang, yet it had unknowingly resumed, and none of those present noticed such an obvious shift. Except for Liu Yang. The knowledge perception obstruction had fallen on his clone, making it so that even if the clone saw it, it would ignore it. However, Liu Yang, who witnessed the scene through the puppet on strings, was not affected. Yet even though he saw it, he was powerless to stop it. 10,000 Spirits banner. Liu Yang tried to shout a warning, but even his voice was shrouded and concealed. No one responded. He could only watch helplessly as events unfolded. In the previous lifetime, he probably did the same thing under the gaze of many true lords and took away the Tao Sin of Changguang. Unlike when facing Foundation establishment cultivators, when confronting true lords, he likely couldn't fabricate things from thin air to deceive perception. He relied more on diverting attention. Diverting the attention of the true lords. In the previous life, it was with a great battle. In this life, it's with that monster. It's like fishing. As long as true Lord King Cheng Feixu takes interest in his bait, he can use the knowledge perception obstruction to cause her to ignore everything else. So insidious. Liu Yang sighed helplessly in his heart. The innate Tao Sin had originally been his goal. He had even hoped to calculate a new talent using the metal essence of the innate true person. Now it seemed he had no choice but to give up. However, just at that moment, crack! A crisp explosive sound suddenly rang in everyone's ears, as if it shattered some invisible barrier, unexpectedly dispelling the effects of the knowledge perception obstruction. Who is it? In an instant, the voice of true Lord King Cheng Feixu resounded in all directions. Her immense divine sense immediately locked onto Xianxia, who was just about to take the innate Tao Sin. At this moment, the channeling was complete. Yet as the mastermind behind it all, Xianxia furrowed his brows. Not only because the knowledge perception obstruction had suddenly broken and true Lord King Cheng Feixu had discovered his presence, but also because of the 10,000 Spirits banner in his hand. So heavy. Something was off. The 10,000 Spirits banner, which had seemed utterly ordinary to him before, had undergone changes after it absorbed the innate Tao Sin, changes even he had not foreseen. The next second, a calm voice drifted through the air. When false becomes true, true also becomes false. When nothingness seems real, reality returns to void. Mu Changsheng leaves Realm of Emptiness here as a legacy for later generations. In that instant, even with Ang Zio's strong mental discipline, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes, for this voice was one he was all too familiar with. Innate true person Mu Changsheng. In a flash of realization, Ang Zio suddenly understood the heaviness of the 10,000 spirits banner in his hand. This is the weight of the Tao fruit. In his later years, the innate true person had bitterly sought the first-grade true Qi, pursuing void realization, but ultimately died seeking endless flowing water. He had assumed the man faded into obscurity. But now, looking at this, back then he actually succeeded. Chapter 308, The Fruit of Emptiness, the Heaven of Non-Existence. This was a truly wondrous sensation. It began with the 10,000 spirits banner in Ang Zio's hand, then started to spread outward, like a gentle breeze brushing past everyone present. Something had arrived. At this moment, everyone felt the same sensation in their hearts. However, that was all. They could not see it, hear it, or touch it, as if it were an illusion. In an instant, countless voices rang in Lu Yang's ears, and everything around him became blurred, as if an invisible veil had suddenly appeared, impossible to lift. He felt as though he were ascending to the heavens, moving through clouds and rain, unable to see the sun and moon above or the rivers and seas below. He pulled my consciousness in. Lu Yang was slightly startled, but his actions were not slow. He once again severed the connection with his clone, switching from a first-person perspective to a third-person one. However, he saw it. The entire headquarters of the Immortal Alliance was now frozen like insects and birds trapped in amber. Everyone had their eyes closed in slumber, completely unaware of the outside world. Only two people were exceptions. One was the true Lord King Cheng Feixu, who had acted at the last moment. Her 3,000 strands of black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her exquisite face bore a dignified expression, resembling a classical lady. The other was a figure shrouded in mist, their face obscured, gender indiscernible, with a concealed appearance that clearly indicated they were Ang Zio. What a Mu Changsheng! At this moment, Ang Zio suddenly spoke, laughing heartily. I underestimated you, the fruit of emptiness. It truly has some depth. Interesting. On the other side, true Lord King Cheng Feixu stared directly at Ang Zio, smiling coldly. Who are you, hiding your head and showing your tail in front of me? Are you a true lord of our holy sect? Faced with such a question, Ang Zio naturally could not admit it. He merely smiled, then shifted his gaze towards Lu Yang. The next second he laughed aloud. Did you foresee this, fellow Taoist? Knowing that Mu Changsheng had other arrangements, you refrained from taking action. It seems I have provided you with some amusement. His words showed no regret over his failed scheme. Instead, he was full of smiles. In planning and scheming, there are gains and losses. He excelled in this path and had failed the most in it, so he could naturally take it in stride. Moreover, the current situation was not without its gains for him. This person must be a true lord. Under the influence of the fruit of emptiness, everyone's consciousness had been drawn away, leaving their bodies defenseless. Anyone could come and slaughter them all. Only a true lord could multitask. And now, he once again felt a mysterious gaze upon him, indicating that the other party could also maintain their consciousness unaffected by the fruit of emptiness. If not a true lord, then what? It seems I was overly suspicious before. Lu Yang had remained hidden in the shadows from beginning to end, not daring to show himself, causing Ang Zio to suspect that he was actually a bold foundation establishment cultivator at the peak. Now it seemed that was a misjudgment. After all, Hang Ju, who was also at the peak of foundation establishment, was already deeply entranced and unable to extricate himself, while Lu Yang could still maintain partial clarity. American Fisheries Society. This time, fellow Taoist has the upper hand. But the outcome is still uncertain. As his words fell, Ang Zio sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, beginning to carefully comprehend the mysterious fruit of emptiness that had suddenly appeared. Army Veterinary Medical Command. On the other side, true Lord King Cheng Feixu also glanced at Lu Yang with interest. I knew there was something off about this person. The method he used against that woman just now, the harvesting technique, should come from the Mending Heaven true scripture. Could he be a former master of Mending Heaven peak from our holy sect? Then who is the true lord behind him? And this one? Thinking of this, True Lord King Cheng Feixu looked again in Angzio's direction. The other party was too well concealed. She suspected it was someone she knew. Forget it. After some thought, True Lord King Cheng Feixu refocused her attention on the mysterious fruit of emptiness before her, a trace of admiration appearing in her eyes. Mu Changsheng, an innate true person, truly remarkable. The concept of emptiness certification is so elusive. How did he achieve it? It's simply unbelievable. With this in mind, she quickly entered meditation. Meanwhile, Lu Yang, seeing that both true lords had no intention of acting and confirming that he could sever the connection at any time, reconnected with his clone. The next second, the howling wind sounded in Lu Yang's ears. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in that realm above the clouds and rain. Only now, a figure had appeared before him. It was an old man in white robes, with crane-like hair and a youthful face, a gentle smile on his face. However, his body appeared somewhat ethereal, clearly not a physical being of flesh and blood. Poor Taoist Mu Chengsheng, greetings fellow Taoist. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang immediately cupped his hands in return. Then he saw the old man in white robes speak solemnly. This heaven of non-existence was left behind by this poor Taoist before death. However, fellow Taoist is currently still outside the heaven of non-existence and has not truly entered it. This poor Taoist has come specifically to explain the pros and cons to you. Otherwise, if you rashly enter the heaven of non-existence without knowing how to respond, resulting in a loss of merit and fortune, that would not be my intention. The innate true person spoke very politely. However, Lu Yang did not listen to a single word. He just stared straight at him. Fellow Taoist, you are from 5,000 years ago, yet you are still alive. Could it be that, like the blood demon true person, he was feigning death to prolong his life? Foundation establishment true persons could also live for a long time using such methods, but it was akin to death, with their consciousness dormant, offering no real sense of longevity to the individual. The next second, the innate true person shook his head. No, this poor Taoist has long been dead. He appeared calm as he said, the various true lords oversee the heavens and the earth. In the past, they regarded me as a thorn in their side. If I were alive, how could I have escaped their notice? Then, Senior, Lu Yang looked hesitant. As he spoke, the brow of the innate true person suddenly relaxed, revealing a self-satisfied expression. This is precisely the wonder of heaven of non-existence. When the false is taken as real, the real becomes false. Where nothing is done, something arises, yet where something is, nothing remains. The self you see, fellow Taoist, is but an illusory self, a manifestation evolved by the heaven of non-existence itself. The real me, my soul, has long since been reincarnated. Lu Yang's face revealed a look of astonishment. There's such a thing. Ordinary means naturally could not achieve this, but the fruit I attained made it possible, the innate true person said with a smile, pointing upward above his head. The fruit rank, heaven of non-existence. Consciousness is a subtle thing. Although I am not truly a living being from my own perspective, I do consider myself to be alive. As his voice fell, the innate true person ceased his explanation and shifted the topic. Unfortunately, the Tao Sin formed after my death was released too early. I originally left it behind to borrow the intent of endless flow s infinity, but now that the heaven of non-existence has not yet achieved completion, it has broken free. If that Tao Sin had been taken away by other means, it would not have mattered. Heaven of non-existence would still have remained concealed. But it was precisely the method I left behind that was used, guided by the 10,000 spirits banner, and through the entanglement of karma, the heaven of non-existence ultimately revealed itself. Perhaps this too is fate. At this point, the innate true person shook his head again. Clearly, in his original plan, the heaven of non-existence was not supposed to manifest until it had reached full completion. But watching the contemplative expression of the innate true person, Lu Yang remained silent. Instead, he sat upright with a solemn demeanor, carefully observing the kindly-faced elder before him. After some deliberation, he finally asked in a steady tone, "Then, why did Senior summon me here?" Faced with Lu Yang's inquiry, the innate true person did not answer directly. Instead, he pointed downward beneath himself. "Fellow Taoist, do you know what the scene within this heaven of non-existence truly is?" Lu Yang shook his head. "May Senior enlighten me." The answer is simple. Heaven of non-existence is something I brought forth from emptiness. The scenes within are naturally my own lifetime, none other than the great calamity from 5,000 years ago. And you are not the only one I've invited. All cultivators in the world, so long as they have reached foundation establishment, may enter the heaven of non-existence to retrace the tribulation I once faced. Whoever can overcome it and emerge will be the one to take control of the heaven of non-existence, to ascend to the rank of true Lord. Chapter 309. The Secret of the Millennium Calamity. As the words fell, the voice of the innate true person reverberated through the clouds like muffled thunder. Immediately after, Lu Yang exhaled deeply, for at the very moment the innate true person's words concluded, numerous memories surfaced in his mind. These memories did not belong to him. Rather, they appeared out of thin air in his mind. He could even sense the eerie way they emerged, as if being drawn out bit by bit. These memories pertain to the rules of heaven of non-existence. In the heaven of non-existence, there are a total of 5 scenarios, each corresponding to a calamity the innate true person encountered 5,000 years ago. It was precisely because of these 5 calamities that the innate true person ultimately halted at the foundation establishment stage. The so-called breaking through the calamities refers to me entering the heaven of non-existence and resolving the 5 calamities in the guise of the innate true person. Breaking through one calamity grants one divine ability. Breaking through all 5 calamities allows one to master the heaven of non-existence. Lu Yang suddenly realized that all the talk about breaking through calamities and mastering fruit positions was illusory. The key was that this was a cultivation method corresponding to the fruit position of the heaven of non-existence. Fruit positions are held high in the heavens, supported by numerous cultivators from below. Lu Yang immediately recalled the characteristics of fruit positions. Without cultivators supporting them, fruit positions, though retaining their might, would become hidden from the world and difficult to attain. Just like the current state of the heaven of non-existence, with no one cultivating it, it has yet to truly reach perfection. Thinking of this, Lu Yang couldn't help but look at the innate true person, his heart filled with indescribable shock. In the past, the clear snow true Lord had personally stated that empty certification was illusory and elusive. But judging by this, the heaven of non-existence possessed nearly all the characteristics of a fruit position. How did he achieve this? Was it solely by relying on the long-flowing water? Or did he draw upon some of the great power introduced by karmic sins? If it were that simple to achieve empty certification, wouldn't others have succeeded already? Moreover, the innate true person's empty certification was different. In his previous life, Lu Yang had heard the clear snow true Lord explain that even the empty certification of a first-grade true achievement was essentially about plundering from the outside, not creating from nothing. But the heaven of non-existence, achieved by the innate true person, was truly created from nothing. Fellow Taoist, your reputation is well-deserved. Thinking of this, Lu Yang cupped his hands in admiration, then tentatively said, "No wonder you are the embodiment of the millennium calamity." Oh! Upon hearing this, the previously indifferent innate true person immediately raised his eyebrows and said, "Embodiment of the calamity. Is that what you believe?" "This is what the true Lord in my sect said." "Oh, then it's not surprising." At this point, the innate true person sneered coldly, "A bunch of insects, selfish and of no benefit to heaven and earth. It's normal for them to slander me like this." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's eyebrows twitched slightly. Slander, does that mean the embodiment of the calamity is false? The next second, the innate true person looked at him and continued, "Do you know what the millennium calamity is?" "I have some guesses." Lu Yang cupped his hands and said, "I suspect the millennium calamity is the calamity of war between this realm and many other realms beyond the heavens." Huh? The innate true person nodded upon hearing this. "To guess this, it seems the force behind you indeed has a true lord overseeing it." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang immediately cursed inwardly. No wonder he suddenly asked me. He was testing to see if there was truly a true lord behind me. The talk of war is not far off. The innate true person continued. The so-called millennium calamity is indeed the calamity of war between realms, a joint effort by the true lords of this realm to attack and break through other realms, a great battle to devour the fruit positions of other realms. This was originally a good thing. After all, by devouring the fruit positions of other realms, the fruit positions of our heaven and earth would continually rise, and the strength of the true lords would also increase accordingly. However, the true lords are all selfish. At this point, the innate true person's tone revealed some resentment. They discovered that the gains from warring with other realms didn't necessarily need to be integrated into heaven and earth. They didn't integrate the resources obtained from warring with other realms into heaven and earth, but chose to integrate them into their own cave heavens, allowing their cave heavens to never fall, thereby completely monopolizing the fruit positions. The result was that the gains from each war with other realms were all privately swallowed by these true lords. Clearly, integrating into heaven and earth would strengthen the fruit positions, and they would also become stronger. Simply a bunch of insects. As he spoke, the innate true person waved his sleeve. How can heaven and earth thrive with such a group of insects? Lu Yang remained silent. Although the innate true person spoke with righteous indignation and sounded reasonable at first glance, upon careful thought, Lu Yang actually agreed more with the actions of the true lords. The reason was simple. A golden core true lord has only 1,000 years of lifespan. Although they have no mystery of the womb and can reincarnate continuously, belonging to a different kind of longevity, they are not eternal masters of the fruit position. Therefore, for a true lord, what significance does integrating the gains into the fruit position have? What if they become stronger? It doesn't increase their lifespan. Even if they nurture the fruit position to be plump and healthy, if they die of old age later and fall from the fruit position, and someone else takes it, wouldn't that be a huge loss? A lifetime of cultivation, all for someone else's benefit. Who could accept that? In comparison, integrating the gains from warring with other realms into their own cave heavens may be a loss for the fruit positions of heaven and earth, but for the true lords, it's a huge gain. No wonder I misunderstood before. I previously thought that second-grade true achievements involved integrating the fruit positions of other realms into their own fruit positions. Now it seems they should be integrated into their own cave heavens. That's why the characteristic of the mid-golden core stage is the cave heaven not falling. Lu Yang suddenly understood and also had some guesses about the cultivation of the true lords. For the true lords, the fruit position might be important for maintaining their status. But it's not the foundation. The foundation of the true lords has always been their own cave heavens. Thinking of this, Lu Yang looked at the innate true person again. Forgive my ignorance, this matter is a secret among the true lords. I wonder what it has to do with you, senior. Because I am different from them. The innate true person spoke frankly. The true lords privately swallowed the gains from warring with other realms, so heaven and earth naturally needed someone else to help, and I was that person. The talk of the embodiment of the calamity is somewhat misleading, but I do have some support from heaven and earth, with merit upon me. That's why the true lords took action. After all, the gains from the other realms have already been monopolized by them. How could they allow another mouth to share the spoils? So they schemed and plotted, causing me to halt at the foundation establishment stage. This way, even if I participated in the wars with other realms, I could only take away resources suitable for foundation establishment. As for the fruit positions of the other realms, they would still be exclusively enjoyed by them. Lu Yang immediately understood. Damn, how insidious. At this point, the innate true person suddenly clapped his hands. One of the true lords is the most disgusting. It's that damned Primordial Saint Sect. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Yang. Fellow Taoist, you're not from the Primordial Saint Sect, are you? Of course not. Lu Yang responded without hesitation, decisively distancing himself, and said with a calm expression, I am a disciple of the Sword Pavilion. The current leader of the righteous path, how could I associate with demons? I see. The innate true person nodded upon hearing this, then looked in other directions. He didn't just ask Lu Yang this question, he asked everyone who entered. The responses varied. Among them, Xianxia, like Lu Yang, chose to distance himself. Although I was once a member of the demon sect, I deeply felt the treachery of the demon sect and had long since defected. However, the clear snow true lord crossed her arms and laughed loudly. That's right, I am indeed a true lord of the Saint Sect. What do you intend to do? Retracting his gaze, the innate true person's expression remained calm. Whether you are or not, this is our first meeting, and perhaps our last. After all, the next time we meet, it will be when you break through the 5 calamities. At that time, we can discuss the Tao together. As his words fell, his figure quietly disappeared. Then, the clouds parted, and Lu Yang suddenly felt his previously ethereal body sink abruptly. Boom! The next second, Lu Yang lost consciousness. Chapter 310, Who the Hell Can Stop Me? Master, Master, please wake up. A voice echoed near his ears. Lu Yang opened his eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of a woman in a red dress, her beauty unparalleled, with a vermilion mark between her brows. Looking around, he saw beaded curtains and embroidered drapes, intricately carved beams and painted eaves. Light shimmered through vermilion doors onto golden floors. Snow reflected off jade windows, creating a palace of pure white. A fragrant aroma filled the air, intoxicating Lu Yang's senses. However, in the next moment, unfamiliar memories surfaced in his mind. A precelestial true person at the peak of Qi refining secluded himself to break through to Foundation establishment, only to be betrayed by the Holy Sect. They discovered his secluded location and destroyed his Qi foundation. As a result, he had to establish his foundation with 4th grade Qi, severing his path to ascension. The precelestial true person sought emptiness and verification, partly because it benefited heaven and earth, but perhaps also because he had lost hope in the righteous path. This was the first tribulation. Lu Yang snapped back to reality and looked around. His current situation mirrored that of the precelestial true person, including the information he possessed. What a formidable heaven of non-existence. Lu Yang was shaken. If he weren't controlling a puppet clone via puppet strings, he might not have discerned the illusions of heaven of non-existence. Everything he saw, heard, and smelled, even his own body, felt incredibly real. His cultivation was no longer at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, but at the peak of Qi refining. Clearly, heaven of non-existence required him to resolve the situation as the precelestial true person. Any methods beyond this identity were prohibited. Given time, heaven of non-existence will undoubtedly expand, becoming a coveted realm for all cultivators, beyond even the reach of true lords. Lu Yang instantly realized the terror of heaven of non-existence. This was the first tribulation, so he could only replace the precelestial true person at the peak of Qi refining. But as time passed, the precelestial true person would progress. Once the precelestial true person's cultivation surpasses that of the tribulation breaker, the latter can experience higher realms of cultivation in advance. More importantly, seeking gold. The precelestial true person eventually sought gold. If this is also a tribulation, it offers foundation establishment true persons a simulated opportunity to seek gold. This alone was enough to attract all foundation establishment true persons. Moreover, according to the precelestial true person, each tribulation overcome in heaven of non-existence granted a corresponding divine ability, a tremendous temptation. Furthermore, heaven of non-existence was devoid of death. Heaven of non-existence is an illusory realm. Physical bodies cannot enter, nor can souls or divine thoughts. Only consciousness can enter. Therefore, even if a cultivator failed the tribulation and died within heaven of non-existence, they would merely be dazed for a few days and lose some merit and fortune, without life-threatening consequences. Comparing the gains to the risks, heaven of non-existence was overwhelmingly beneficial. How could one not be tempted? Of course, it wasn't without drawbacks. The flow of time within heaven of non-existence matched that of the outside world. Once a cultivator entered, their physical body would be completely unguarded. However, as long as I only use the puppet clone controlled by puppet strings to enter, I can sever the connection when necessary to avoid this issue. Lu Yang thought to himself, then got up from the bed, glancing at the woman beside him. The precelestial true person's memories held no recollection of her. Not even this place. In his memories, the precelestial true person was secluded, preparing for foundation establishment when he suffered a deviation. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself here. Though the precelestial true person didn't recognize this place, Lu Yang did. The precelestial true person cultivated Qi, originally aiming to establish the void profound Qi Dao foundation, but was sabotaged by the Holy Sect, resulting in only establishing the Qi Dao foundation. Why did this happen? Looking at the entire Holy Sect, what method could degrade 3rd grade Qi to a lower grade, even damaging the Dao foundation? The heaven mending true scripture. Lu Yang was well versed in this 3rd grade divine art of the Holy Sect and had ample practical experience. Naturally, he recognized it instantly. The heaven and earth yin-yang dragon tiger contesting formation, derived from the heaven mending true scripture, is arranged by 108 heavenly maidens, each playing instruments like the pipa and gyukin, engaging in playful acts, ultimately causing one to lose their senses and emotions, leading to a drastic drop in chi grade. This was a superior formation. Once activated, aside from the 108 heavenly maidens, there were distinctions between the main array and those entering it. In essence, the main array's person plundered the entrant. The result was a significant drop in the entrant's chi grade. The main array's person reaped all benefits, with a substantial increase in chi grade. Fortunately, Lu Yang was quite familiar with this. Looking around, he saw a city of women, with beauties of various appearances and demeanors moving about. However, Lu Yang knew this was merely an illusion. Under the heaven and earth, yin-yang dragon-tiger contesting formation, only the women were real. All other scenes were illusions meant to captivate. If the formation ran its course, Lu Yang would encounter countless soulmates in this city, each leading to intricate stories, making one pledge life and death, eventually sinking into depravity and forgetting the past, becoming scum. There were roughly 3 ways to break this formation. Either pass through the myriad flowers without a single leaf sticking, maintaining one's essence, spirit, and energy, avoiding the illusion's influence and calmly walking out. Or fight one's way out. With a heart of stone, initiate a massacre, causing a bloody storm until the formation's foundation collapsed. However, Lu Yang chose neither, as he currently inherited the identity of the precelestial true person, limiting his available methods. For instance, the heaven mending true scripture. To deal with such a formation, the best method was the heaven mending true scripture. If Lu Yang could use it, the formation would collapse instantly. However, under the rules of heaven of non-existence, he couldn't use it. Similarly, whether maintaining his mind under the heaven and earth, yin-yang dragon-tiger contesting formation, or fighting his way out was challenging for him at the moment. Therefore, he could only choose the third method. At this point, I have no choice but to charge ahead. With this thought, Lu Yang activated his superhuman state and boldly rushed into the formation, startling the heavenly maidens, who arranged it. However, they quickly regained their composure. Courting death. After all, there were 108 of them, empowered by the formation, attacking in turns. Who below foundation establishment could withstand them? Yet soon they realized something was amiss. Lu Yang grew more courageous with each battle. 1, 2, 10, 20. No matter how many heavenly maidens attacked, he subdued them with ease. In the end, the remaining conscious heavenly maidens looked at Lu Yang, not daring to approach. In their eyes, Lu Yang was no longer prey but a beast. Wherever he went, screams echoed. Who the hell could stop him? On the other side, Lu Yang remained calm, even showing a hint of disdain in his eyes. Is that all? I haven't even exerted myself, and you're already down. As for tribulations, in Lu Yang's view, the reason the precelestial true person fell here, having his chi grade degraded, was solely due to one reason. Lack of ability. Chapter 311, Essence of All Flowers. In the realm of void heaven, above the layers of cloud seas, the innate true person sat cross-legged in midair. The various emotions he had displayed earlier during his exchange with Lu Yang had now been restrained, replaced by a cold indifference. Before him were 3 light screens. One of the screens depicted a blood-soaked city, where the innate true person was laughing maniacally while tearing a heavenly maiden in half. This was true Lord King Cheng Feixu. Another screen showed the innate true person with a resolute Tao heart, viewing beauty as mere skeletons, effortlessly walking out of the grand formation. This was Ang Zio. The innate true person was not surprised by these scenes. Instead, he nodded. As expected of true lords, the first tribulation was still too simple for them. However, they probably won't continue further. A golden core true lord could already see through the illusions of void heaven and understand that it held no real value for them, so they wouldn't waste more time. But the third person. Thinking of this, the innate true person turned his gaze to the third light screen. This is true strength. In an instant, the innate true person's eyes twitched slightly. Compared to the methods of the previous 2, the abilities displayed by Lu Yang truly earned his admiration. As someone who had personally experienced it, the innate true person knew well what he had faced back then. To plot against him, the entire mending heaven peak of the holy sect had mobilized. Every time he recalled it, he couldn't help but imagine that if he had just gritted his teeth and held on a bit longer, perhaps he would have been the victor. Unexpectedly, what he had failed to achieve, Liu Yang had now accomplished. After a moment of reflection, the innate true person closed his eyes with some regret. However, this person seems to have seen through the essence of it and probably won't take the final step. What a pity! Overseas, at the headquarters of the Immortal Alliance, Liu Yang's avatar opened his eyes, as clear as a mirror. He no longer dwelled on the recent events, but instead focused on comprehending the newly emerged technique in his mind. Mystical method of the Grand Void Ritual. This is a method to connect with Void Heaven. By channeling mana and silently reciting it 3 times, one can enter Void Heaven to attempt the tribulation again. However, each exploration of Void Heaven, regardless of success or failure, will extract a portion of one's merit and fortune, requiring time to recover. Thinking of this, Liu Yang's expression turned solemn. He then opened his palm, and 2 divine lights of supernatural powers rose from his hand. Master of Warfare, Stubborn Gold Duke. These 2 innate supernatural powers circled around Liu Yang, but as his consciousness operated, a 3rd divine light suddenly appeared on his body. It was a pink radiance, and as it manifested, a fragrant aroma wafted out, causing one to involuntarily sink into it, their soul in disarray. Under its illumination, even Master of Warfare and Stubborn Gold Duke began to waver, showing signs of losing control. This was clearly another supernatural power, truly bestowed upon me. This is the reward for successfully overcoming the tribulation. Moreover, based on the performance during the tribulation, the obtained supernatural power seems to differ subtly. The supernatural power he received was named Essence of All Flowers. According to the feedback from Void Heaven, this is the highest tier, evidently due to my unwavering will, and act beyond ordinary capabilities. The next tier of supernatural power was called Unshaken Heart. The lowest tier was called White Bone Observation. These 3 supernatural powers correspond to 3 methods of breaking the formation. The highest tier is undoubtedly my method, followed by guarding the mind and spirit, and the lowest is indiscriminate slaughter. The more Liu Yang comprehended, the more he marveled. A well-defined system, truly resembling a fruit position. If everyone were to enter Void Heaven to overcome tribulations, this fruit position might genuinely be achieved. However, the next moment, he narrowed his eyes. What role did the innate true person play in this? Did he truly use his life to validate the fruit position, leaving Void Heaven as a legacy for future generations? He didn't believe it. As a true person of the Holy Sect, Liu Yang had always been inclined to view people from the worst perspective, so he absolutely didn't believe the innate true person had any benevolent intentions. After all, everyone who enters Void Heaven does so under the identity of the innate true person. If that's the case, then who ultimately succeeded in breaking through the 5 tribulations and advancing to true Lord? Was it the innate true person, or the person bearing his name and identity? Just thinking about it was deeply unsettling. Regardless of whether I have the ability to overcome the tribulation, even if I do, I must stop at the 4th tribulation. The 5th must not be attempted, otherwise the consequences would be dire. Of course, this wasn't something to worry about now. Liu Yang regained his composure and stopped overthinking. The benefits of Void Heaven were undeniable, and for now, he could continue cultivating through it for significant improvement. Because Void Heaven had another advantage. This essence of all flowers, surprisingly, doesn't occupy my supernatural power slot. According to convention, a foundation establishment true person could only have 1 innate supernatural power and 4 innate supernatural abilities in their lifetime, each slot being crucial. However, the supernatural power bestowed by Void Heaven was different. Its essence was an illusory entity that could materialize when needed and dissipate when not, akin to nothingness. If not for its actual power, Liu Yang would have thought this supernatural power was fake. This method is somewhat similar to the marvel of holding the law. But there was a difference between the 2. Under the marvel of holding the law, I can anticipate the next supernatural power and break through realms, but essence of all flowers doesn't seem to have this effect. Normally, an additional innate supernatural power for a foundation establishment true person would be a qualitative change. However, the supernatural power bestowed by Void Heaven was truly just a supernatural power. While it could enhance combat power, it couldn't effectively elevate one's realm and status. Is this the limitation of an incomplete, void heaven? Or is it intentional by the innate true person? Lu Yang pondered, leaning towards the latter answer. After all, a foundation establishment cultivator with 5 supernatural powers but no corresponding status would be easier to deal with. Thinking of this, Lu Yang's main body in Jiangnan had a sudden thought. Immediately, a brand new Myriad Spirits banner appeared in his palm. This was something he brought using the Book of 100 Lifetimes, with all karma cleansed, thus it couldn't be used to attract Tao sins. However, its essence shouldn't have changed. What exactly is this void heaven? Before being activated by the innate Tao sin, it should have already existed within the Myriad Spirits banner, but I hadn't noticed. At this point, Lu Yang's thoughts gradually became fervent. If it truly resides within the Myriad Spirits banner, then given time, could it be used by me? The innate true person used this to validate void heaven. What about himself? If his cultivation and realm were sufficient, perhaps he could also use this to validate a fruit position. Chapter 312, Guiding Feixu, Unveiling Xianxia. Never before had Lu Yang so deeply longed for his own astonishing wisdom. Unfortunately, Ancestor Ting Yu had suffered severe injuries in his previous life and was still in slumber, recuperating. Not only him, but the entire Myriad Spirits banner was currently in a semi-defunct state. If only I could find a new one to integrate. Almost instinctively, Lu Yang thought of another Ancestor Ting Yu who was still in the Skull Mountain secret realm. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. It's not the right time yet. The golden core sword aura in Skull Mountain had not yet dissipated, and at this point, Ancestor Ting Yu had not escaped. It was impossible to bring him out. Although the Sword Pavilion's True Lord of inherited heavenly virtue was not considered exceptionally talented among the True Lords, he was still a golden core cultivator. A single sword aura left behind by him would be fatal, even if Lu Yang had now reached the peak of foundation establishment. Calculating the time, it would probably take another 6 or 7 years. No rush, no rush. Patience leads to success. Lu Yang comforted himself. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt something and looked up, a trace of surprise in his eyes. Ordinary people would probably feel nothing. But Lu Yang had recently experienced this familiar sensation and instantly recognized it. Expansion of Heaven of non-existence. In an instant, Lu Yang entered the foundation establishment realm. Not only him, but countless foundation establishment true persons also sensed it, each entering the foundation establishment realm and looking up towards the sky. Something is there. Everyone could sense that something had appeared in the midair of the foundation establishment realm, but no matter what methods they used, they could not detect its presence. Anyone who scanned with their divine sense would involuntarily recall a non-existent memory. Mystic method of the Grand Void Ritual. This method, used to connect with the Heaven of non-existence, was now being widely disseminated, including a wealth of knowledge related to the Heaven of non-existence. Boom! Almost simultaneously, several stars in the sky shone brightly, indicating that even true lords were astonished and moved by the manifestation of the Heaven of non-existence. However, what shocked countless people was that, as the starlight of the fruit position descended and the vast divine senses of the true Lord swept over, the Heaven of non-existence still appeared as an illusory light and shadow, difficult to touch, as if it were a mirage, ungraspable and unaffected by the true Lords. What a Heaven of non-existence! Capturing a fruit position was already an extremely difficult task, let alone suppressing it. Over the years, only the Pure Land had achieved such a feat. But the Heaven of non-existence was evidently even harder to capture. To see but not perceive is called Yi. To hear but not listen is called Zai. To grasp but not obtain is called Wei. These three cannot be thoroughly examined, thus they merge into one. Its upper part is not bright, its lower part is not dark. It is a form without form, returning to nothingness, hence it is called the form of the formless. After several true lords attempted and found themselves helpless against the Heaven of non-existence, they withdrew their presence, no longer taking action. Meanwhile, the foundation establishment true persons below, who understood the wonders of the Heaven of non-existence, through the mystic method of the Grand Void Ritual, all showed expressions of excitement. At the same time overseas, Xianxia also opened his eyes and sighed, What a mysterious fruit position. Mu Changsheng. Where did he obtain this fruit position from? Although the innate true person claimed that the heaven of non-existence was self-proven, Xianxia did not believe it, convinced that there must be external factors involved. Because talent has its limits. Why is self-proving considered illusory? The reason is simple. How can one imagine something they have never seen? It simply doesn't make sense. Therefore, Xianxia was certain that the innate true person must have accidentally obtained a great opportunity. Otherwise, it would be impossible to prove such a wondrous thing as the heaven of non-existence. Even ancestor Ting Yu Bak then only created a method for holding a pseudo-golden position and did not self-prove a fruit position. But the innate true person's talent far surpassed Ting Yu. Impossible. It's a pity that due to the interference of the heaven of non-existence, the plan to refine the Tao Sin into a clone has failed. Finding another opportunity might not be easy. Xianxia sighed inwardly. In the next moment, as a clear, water-like radiance suddenly descended, he vanished, replaced by the figure of true Lord King Cheng Feixu. Tusk, you escaped quickly. True Lord King Cheng Feixu snorted coldly, her beautiful eyes shining with divine light. She vaguely sensed the terrifying depth of Xianxia, growing more curious. Also at the mid-golden core stage like me. No, perhaps late stage. How did he break through? He seems to be among the strongest in the late stage. Despite this, she showed no fear. As long as Chang Guang successfully sought the golden core, and with her and True Lord Zenkai Kiluo joining forces, forming 3 of the 5 elements, she was confident in advancing to the late golden core stage. If he wasn't in the late stage, then there was even less to fear. She, Zhu Feihang, had risen at the end of the Great Tribulation 5,000 years ago, always fighting and winning, known as the most talented in combat over the past 5,000 years. Even if he was in the late golden core stage, so be it. If mid-stage, she feared no one. Thinking of this, she glanced downward. Lu Yang had naturally awakened, but Hongju had not. Since Hong Yun hadn't arrived, a mere Hongju was of no concern to her. With this in mind, true Lord King Cheng Feixu suddenly smiled sweetly at Lu Yang. Immediately, a clear and pleasant voice sounded in Lu Yang's ear. Judging by your reaction, fellow Taoist, you must know who that was just now. He's called Xianxia. Lu Yang did not hide it, directly stating Xianxia's title. Instantly, thunder rolled through the clouds, yet it had no effect. Or rather, Xianxia had already prepared for his identity to be exposed and was unafraid. After all, his momentum was now established. Even if true Lord Feixu knew of his existence and that /Chen Earth was unusual, what could she do? Ultimately, she could do nothing. Anxio. Upon hearing this, true Lord King Cheng Feixu fell into contemplation, anger gradually appearing in her eyes. Then, her graceful figure turned and disappeared. Clearly, this reminder was sufficient. At that moment, Hongju beside Lu Yang suddenly opened his eyes, a flush appearing on his face, while his merit and fortune sharply declined. Failed to overcome the tribulation. Lu Yang immediately noticed, finding it incredible. Hongju was at the peak of foundation establishment, yet he couldn't even overcome the first tribulation. I managed it quite easily. On the other side, Hongju looked grim, sighing. What a Mu Changsheng, facing such a desperate situation and still not being drained to death. Who knew what he had experienced? The heaven and earth intersecting dragon and tiger yin-yang grand formation, with 108 heavenly maidens, attacking together, he fought for 7 days and nights, yet was still forced to death by the opponent. Just this first tribulation is not something ordinary people can overcome. It's unrelated to cultivation level, as everyone enters with the identity of the innate true person, only at the peak of qi refining. To overcome the tribulation, one must have a firm mind and exceptional talent. Perhaps Lord Hong Yun would have a chance. After a long time, Hongju finally came back to his senses. Then he saw Lu Yang beside him, paused, and recalled their mission overseas, his expression darkening. They had come overseas for the Semite treasure and the innate Tao Sin. Now the Tao Sin was gone, and the Semite treasure had just been taken away by true Lord King Cheng Feixu when she left. Bastard! Hongju cursed inwardly but had to put on a bitter smile. Fellow Taoist, how about we change the terms? Do you have any other needs? Not that I don't. Lu Yang remained calm, having anticipated this. If fellow Taoists can find me a strand of Shen metal qi, I can hand over the method to you. Upon hearing this, Hongju's eyes lit up. That's easy. Fellow Taoists, come with me. Following Hongju, Lu Yang quickly arrived at a forest previously isolated by numerous formations to prevent causal investigation. Then, Hongju reached out. A book of talismans floated into his hand. Lu Yang narrowed his eyes. It was the fruit-position treasure of /overturning lamp fire, the book of shared fate and altered fortune. Chapter 313, Sword Pavilion's Immortal Decree, Another Opportunity. Lu Yang had long coveted the fruit-position treasure, the same fate and changed fortune talisman book. After all, it was the most domineering treasure he had ever seen. With fate as the brush and merit as the ink, any characters inscribed upon the talisman book would directly invoke the power of heaven and earth to come to fruition. This was already a technique at the level of a true person, far beyond what ordinary fruit-position treasures could compare to. It was evident just how much effort Taoist Hong Yun had poured into its refinement back in the day. May I know fellow Taoist's name? Yuan Tu. As soon as Lu Yang finished speaking, Hongju immediately extended a finger and lightly tapped the same fate and changed fortune talisman book. In almost an instant, a short line of text appeared. Yuan Tu's cultivation is complete. He may seek the qi of Zheng metal. The next second, Lu Yang noticed the meritorious fate on Hongju's body drastically drop, while a vague sense arose within himself. It worked. Lu Yang was thrilled. With the help of the same fate and changed fortune talisman book, he directly fulfilled the merit and fate requirements needed to seek the second heavenly gang and earth fiend. Strictly speaking, it was Hongju who paid the price on his behalf. As a naturally born immortal spirit in this lifetime, Lu Yang didn't suffer from cultivation bottlenecks like other cultivators. As long as he found the heavenly gang and earth fiend and integrated them into his immortal spirit body, he could naturally break through. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Seeing this, Lu Yang smiled in satisfaction. True to his word, he imprinted the secret technique Upper Hao golden lamp and jade light with his divine sense and handed it over to Hongju. No need for thanks, it's just my duty. Hongju accepted the secret technique and after a brief glance smiled. His gaze toward Lu Yang softened. What a straightforward person. He didn't retaliate. At this thought, Hongju's expression grew slightly odd. Divine light began to shimmer around him as his divine sense locked onto Lu Yang. He intended to go back on his word. Fellow Taoist, have you told anyone else about this method? Never, Lu Yang replied indifferently. At the same time, divine light blossomed around him, 2 gold and 1 pink hue, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance that drifted around them. Essence of all flowers. Seeing this, Hongju's expression immediately shifted, as if recalling the time he was utterly humiliated by hundreds of celestial maidens in no-existence heaven. This divine ability from no-existence heaven was a heart-bewitching technique. At its peak, it could charm not just living beings but even the dead. As it unfolded now, it penetrated everything, making Hongju momentarily feel a reluctance to harm this fellow Taoist before him. Break. In the next moment, Hongju activated his divine powers and let out a thunderous roar, dispersing Lu Yang's influence. After all, he was still a great true person at the peak of Foundation establishment. Divine ability bestowed by no-existence heaven. Hongju narrowed his eyes, a chilling aura in his gaze. His words carried a hint of killing intent, but Lu Yang remained calm. What's this, fellow Taoist? Are you planning to keep this avatar of mine here as a guest? Avatar? Hongju was taken aback, then frowned slightly and asked tentatively, Your avatar is so subtle that I couldn't detect it. What wondrous method is this? Lu Yang calmly replied, The secret record of immortal embryo's worldly abode. Tusk. All the divine radiance around Hongju suddenly receded, and his expression turned warm, his smile blooming. If you had such a miraculous method, you should have said so earlier. Since Lu Yang could name the secret avatar technique's secret record of immortal embryo's worldly abode, Hongju believed him mostly. With a superior spiritual treasure as the embryo, such avatars could truly act like normal humans, roaming the world on behalf of the original body. Even if destroyed, the caster would remain unharmed. In that case, there was no need to offend him. Better not to pluck the grass if you can't pull out the roots. Hongju, also a true person of the holy sect, took the initiative to make amends. He even offered Lu Yang a spiritual treasure. A token of apology, fellow Taoist, please don't decline. Looking down, Lu Yang saw it was a mid-grade spiritual treasure, radiating divine light. If he integrated it with a heavenly gang and earth fiend, it might even become a top-grade one. Then I shall accept it respectfully. Take care, fellow Taoist. With Hong Ju's warm send-off, Lu Yang exited the forest and rode a beam of light, speeding off. Only when he was tens of thousands of miles away did he stop amidst the clouds. HMPH playing games with me. He weighed the spiritual treasure Hong Ju had given him in his hand, then sneered coldly and tossed the valuable item off the clouds. Only after that did he transform into light and leave again. Not long after Lu Yang departed, Hong Ju silently appeared, holding the very same spiritual treasure he had gifted Lu Yang. This person must be from our holy sect, no easy target. Hong Ju sighed. He was confident Lu Yang hadn't seen through his trick. The reason Lu Yang discarded the treasure like trash was simply out of caution. That couldn't be helped. If Lu Yang had truly discovered something, there might have been a flaw to exploit. But when it's merely cautiousness, that kind of personality leaves little room for weakness. So be it. With that, his figure dissipated into the breeze. Jiangnan Hidden Sword Villa. Lu Yang's true body opened his eyes. He showed no remorse for discarding a spiritual treasure that might have reached top-grade status. He even tossed the thought aside immediately. Though he hadn't noticed anything suspicious, nor was aware Hong Ju had secretly tracked him afterward, it didn't stop him from believing the treasure was a time bomb. In fact, not just the treasure, even his avatar was a potential bomb in his eyes. What if someone traced the avatar to find his true body? Thus, he had no intention of letting the avatar return. Instead, he sealed it away in a hidden location, planning to awaken it only when needed. Just then, the door suddenly opened. The usually cold-faced true person Xiu Xin walked into the chamber. Her expression softened like thawing spring snow, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with tears. Master, a message has arrived from the sword pavilion. Oh? Raising an eyebrow, Lu Yang looked at the flying message talisman handed over by true person Xiu Xin. Its content was simple, a summoning for all Foundation establishment cultivators under the sword pavilion. It was signed by Dangmo. Lu Yang quickly dredged up this name from the depths of his memory. In a previous lifetime, this sword pavilion true person was the one who conquered the mass grave in Jiangnan. If that's the case, the sword pavilion is finally making a move on the mass grave. At that moment, Lu Yang suddenly sensed a faint reaction from the direction of his sealed avatar, causing him to narrow his eyes. My opportunity, the Qi of Zheng metal. Comparing it to the avatar's location, Lu Yang did a quick calculation and his expression grew odd. It's toward the mass grave. Is the heavenly gang and earth fiend condensing there? An opportunity. No, something felt off. Lu Yang immediately raised his vigilance. With the tribulation wave in hand, he skillfully used the clairvoyance, divine power to scan himself. Luckily I'm not being misled. With that, any urge to rush to the mass grave dissipated. No rush. Better to let a puppet scout ahead first. Chapter 314. The Sword Pavilion's Good-Natured Elder. At the Sword Pavilion, atop the extreme heaven cliff. This place served as the secluded cultivation site of the true person of inherited heaven's upright virtue. With a true person residing here, the atmosphere naturally differed from the ordinary, exuding an aura that seemed to pierce the heavens even from a distance. At this moment, numerous Foundation establishment true persons were converging upon this location. Among them were the ancestor of the Yun family and true person Xiexin. Even true person Zio, High of the Li clan of sea harvesting, had arrived. The parties harbored mutual disdain for one another. Soon the crowd surged into a grand hall. At the head of the hall stood a Taoist with a shadowy countenance, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at a map hanging on the wall which depicted the landscape of Jiangnan. Clad in a black robe, his beard unkempt, and a simple, ancient sword hanging at his waist, he emitted no discernible spiritual light, resembling an ordinary piece of mundane iron. No aura emanated from his body, making him appear like a fallen wanderer commonly seen in mortal realms. He stood there, wholly absorbed in the map on the wall. In one corner of the map, he had prominently marked a region labeled the 10,000 People Pit, the implications of which were self-evident. Greetings, Taoist Dangmo. The assembled Foundation establishment cultivators landed within the hall, immediately retracting their radiant auras, and respectfully cupped their hands toward the Taoist at the head, their words devoid of any hint of disrespect. After all, this individual was no ordinary figure. Taoist Dangmo Yi Guanji was the foremost member of the Yi family in the Sword Pavilion, beneath the true person of inherited heaven's upright virtue, having long accompanied the true person in cultivation. A late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, a grand true person. Moreover, he was not merely a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The title Dangmo was exclusive to the Sword Pavilion, bestowed only upon those with formidable divine abilities. U.S. EPA. Since Yi Guanji had defeated numerous cultivators in sword duels 200 years ago and claimed the title Dangmo, no one had been able to wrest it from him. With such cultivation, battle achievements, and the backing of a true person, his status in the Sword Pavilion was self-evident. The next moment, he slowly turned around. "Please, no need for formalities." His calm voice resonated with a metallic clang, as if iron striking iron. Even hearing his voice alone imparted a sense of sharpness akin to a blade's edge. At this moment, Lu Yang connected to the puppet on strings, observing the hall through the eyes of the Yun family ancestor, true person Xianxia, and true person Zio Hai. Strange, there are fewer people than expected. Within the spacious hall, although there were more than 10 foundation establishment true persons, most were at the early stage, with only 2 at the mid-stage. Moreover, he recognized both individuals. Yi Xingfeng. Following the Yun family ancestor's gaze, Lu Yang looked toward a young man exuding intense killing intent in a corner of the hall, recalling the time he was pursued by this individual overseas. Although the man had ultimately perished without a trace, the psychological trauma inflicted upon Lu Yang was immeasurable. As for the other person, he shared an even deeper connection. This individual appeared to be 17 or 18 years old, with bright eyes, white teeth, delicate eyebrows, and skin like congealed jade. Her heroic demeanor drew frequent glances. Yi Gayu. Lu Yang's gaze remained calm as it finally settled on the Taoist Dangmo Yi Guanji at the head of the hall, his mind recalling information related to him. Soon, a peculiar expression crossed his face. This Taoist Dangmo has a rather good reputation in the Sword Pavilion. Everyone considers him a good person, some even deeming him pedantic. It was said that although he practiced swordsmanship, he disliked slaughter. As a true person of the Sword Pavilion, he had scarcely participated in any righteous demonic wars, and his sword was rarely stained with blood, leading to criticism from many within the Sword Pavilion. However, his formidable strength and deep background rendered such criticisms mere gossip. No one dared voice them to his face. Most people still praised him. This style feels familiar. Lu Yang stroked his chin, recalling that Ang Zio had a similar reputation back in the day, a rare good person who never committed evil, the last conscience of the Saint Sect. But in hindsight, was he truly innocent? Lu Yang strongly suspected that after committing misdeeds, Ang Zio used cognitive barriers to erase memories, leading everyone to forget his wrongdoings and regard him as a good person. Could this Sword Pavilion true person be the same? Fellow Taoists. At that moment, Yi Guanji spoke, his resonant voice devoid of emotion. "I have decided to proceed to the 10,000 people pit in 3 days." This declaration immediately caused an uproar. So soon? The demon sect has recently bolstered its defenses at the 10,000 people pit, reportedly stationing a grand true person there. If we rashly initiate a battle, it might not be prudent. Taoist Dangmo, please reconsider. The crowd's reaction left Lu Yang momentarily stunned. Had this occurred in the Saint Sect, if Chang Guang had made such a statement, the only response would have been, "As you command," not the current cacophony of objections. However, he quickly understood the reason. Yi Guanji, despite his high status in the Sword Pavilion, did not display any of the typical grand true person's authority. Instead, he nodded patiently, attentively listening to each objection, and responded to them one by one. This was truly astonishing. The disparity in cultivation among foundation establishment true persons was vast, especially at the grand true person level, where the difference was akin to that between clouds and mud. In such circumstances, equal dialogue. Do humans consult ants about what to eat? This is abnormal. Not only was this behavior abnormal in the Saint Sect, but it was also unusual in the Sword Pavilion, as evidenced by the impatient expressions of Yi Gaiyu and Yi Xingfeng nearby. "Uncle." Finally, Yi Gaiyu couldn't help but softly remind him, prompting Yi Guanji to pause and shift the topic. "You all should be aware of the matter concerning the mystic spirit realm. Previously, there were rumors suggesting that I had set my sights on the mystic spirit realm. Those rumors are not entirely unfounded." As he spoke, Yi Guanji gestured, causing spiritual light to flash within the hall. A young Taoist emerged from the light. This Taoist aura differed significantly from the other Foundation establishment cultivators present. Though possessing a physical body, he exuded an unusual sandalwood fragrance. His flesh appeared full, yet inexplicably ethereal, and he carried a strong aura of the mundane world. It was known that all Foundation establishment true persons had established their Tao foundations within the Foundation establishment realm, transcending their mortal shells and existing on a different level from ordinary people. However, this Taoist, despite having a similar status to Foundation establishment true persons, bore a strong mortal essence. Somewhat resembles a heavenly official from the Tao court. "Who is this person?" Amidst the crowd's puzzled gazes, the young Taoist solemnly bowed and said, "Mystic spirit realm, great nation of Beacheng, human immortal Yu Xiao greets fellow Taoists." Upon hearing this, even Lu Yang's pupils contracted sharply. Mystic spirit realm. A realm suspected to house a true person. Simultaneously, Yi Guanji spoke again. "Previously, there were rumors suggesting that fellow Taoist Yu attacked me and was captured by me. That is not the case." At this moment, Yu Xiao also forced a bitter smile. "I apologize for the misunderstanding. Taoist Yi's cultivation is formidable. He is considered a reigning celestial immortal even in the mystic spirit realm. As a humble cultivator, I wouldn't dare to engage him in combat. The truth is quite the opposite. Without Taoist Yi's assistance, I would have perished without a trace." "Oh?" Hidden in the shadows, Lu Yang's gaze flickered upon hearing this. He wasn't the only one. Other quick-witted Foundation establishment true persons also revealed expressions of intrigue. Indeed. Yi Guanji finally revealed the backstory. Fellow Taoist Yu was not dispatched by the mystic spirit realm, but escaped from there seeking refuge. Chapter 315. There's a demon sect spy in the Sword Pavilion. Ordinary people, upon hearing Yu Xiao's earlier words, would have focused on the part about fleeing for refuge. However, Lu Yang was different. Other quick-witted individuals also only paid attention to Yu Xiao's statement. Fellow Taoist Yi's cultivation is such that he can be regarded as a heavenly immortal even within the Xuanling realm. Regarding the Xuanling realm, the old ancestor of the Yun clan had already explained some information to Lu Yang. Those with merit in the Tao and conduct on the earth, who receive the heavenly book and enter the celestial court to govern and manage the heavens, are called heavenly immortals. Above the heavenly immortals likely lies the realm of true sovereigns. If that was the case, then what realm did a heavenly immortal belong to? Peak of Foundation establishment. This was the truly valuable piece of intelligence. The Taoist Dangmo of the Sword Pavilion had silently advanced to the peak of the Foundation establishment realm without anyone realizing it. If I sell this to Uncle Master Chang Guang, I can definitely make another profit. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the main hall grew somewhat silent. Lu Yang wasn't the only sharp one. Others had also noticed the crucial detail. However, no one dared to speak it aloud. After all, a great Taoist at the peak of Foundation establishment who did not release his aura clearly intended to keep it hidden. Who would dare expose him in such a situation? Better to play dumb. The next moment, someone proactively raised a question. "May I ask, fellow Taoist, why are you fleeing? And how did you traverse the realm boundary to escape?" At that moment, Yu Xiao also realized he might have misspoken. Instinctively, he glanced at Taoist Dangmo and, seeing that his expression was unchanged, breathed a sigh of relief and quickly answered, "Our Xuanling realm governs over 100 mortal realms, is proficient in traversing methods, and uses the falling mortal realms as anchor points. Crossing realms is not too difficult. As for why I fled." At this, Yu Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Ever since the new Supreme ascended and took control of the heavens and earth, the immortal laws have become excessively harsh. I truly had no other choice. These words cast a hush over the hall. No one present was a fool. Though Yu Xiao didn't elaborate, they all could infer that the so-called Supreme was likely a golden core, true sovereign of the Xuanling realm. Under Yu Xiao's narrative, the full picture of the Xuanling realm began to emerge. In the Xuanling realm, the celestial court reigned supreme. It was divided into ghosts, gods, humans, earth, and heaven, 5 grades of immortal status, each with its own responsibilities. Only the strongest could ascend to the throne and seize the supreme Tao fruit. It had been over 1,000 years since the former supreme passed away. During those 1,000 years, various heavenly immortals had fought endlessly until, just over a decade ago, one heavenly immortal defeated all others and ascended to the position of supreme. At this point, Yu Xiao's face turned bitter with resentment. That man is named Xianxia. He believes that the endless wars in the Xuanling realm are due to the absence of order, so he issued immortal laws to restrain all immortals, commanding us to obey and forbidding any more freedom. How could anyone endure such severity? Yu Xiao sighed deeply. I ruled over the great nation of Beacheng. Under these laws, I could not harm mortals. Even when dueling with others, we had to seek out secluded places. Let alone the fact that all weather and climate matters in Beijing were under my jurisdiction. From minor misfortunes to major natural disasters. Even the daily rainfall was counted. If it exceeded the amount permitted by the immortal laws, immediate arrest and execution would follow, with no mercy whatsoever. Yu Xiao elaborated on the harshness of the Xuanling realm, then looked around at everyone, thinking they would feel the same righteous indignation as he did. However, what he saw instead were faces of nonchalance. That's supposed to be harsh, this is it. Forget the demon sect in Jiangbei, even the Tao court is stricter than that. At least these outsiders can escape. In the Tao court, you can't even run. And these immortal laws, they protect mortals. If that's the case, doesn't it make the Xuanling realm essentially part of the righteous path? Yu Xiao. He was completely bewildered, thinking he had failed to explain properly. He hurriedly added, fellow Taoists, you're mistaken. That Supreme once publicly said. At this his tone grew heavy and he said gravely, he said that we cultivators devour heaven and earth's spiritual energy, cultivating only ourselves without nurturing the world. We are but a swarm of locusts devouring heaven and earth. Such blasphemous words, how could that be the righteous path? We are transcendent immortals. How can we be compared to insects and ants? When he finished, the others looked at each other, puzzled. Then Yu Xiao heard several sword pavilion Taoists mutter with confusion, what's wrong with that? The Xuanling realm has a very clear understanding of itself. That cultivators are like insects, this had long been public consensus. But so what? The Primordial Saint Sect never cared. The Pure Land was even more indifferent. The Tao court had its own world, and as for the sword pavilion, they believed even insects could be beneficial or harmful. And they, without question, were beneficial ones. They consumed the world's energy only to help it rid itself of harmful pests like the Jiangbei demon sect. If anything, the world owed them a karmic debt. Yu Xiao was completely speechless this time. Something felt off, but all he could do was sigh. In any case, the Xuanling realm is likely preparing to invade the southern lands. This statement stirred the crowd like a stone thrown into a lake. What? How dare those demons? Another demon sect like Jiangbei's, refusing the righteous path, they must be exterminated. After death, they must reincarnate as menial disciples in our sword pavilion to repay their evil karma. Faces changed instantly. Latest novel debut at. Watching all this, Yu Xiao's eye twitched involuntarily. He couldn't help glancing at Taoist Dangmo and secretly transmitting, Senior, you're not part of the demon sect, are you? Of course not. Taoist Dangmo could only sigh in response and sent back, you should feel lucky you met me. You haven't seen what a real demon sect looks like. There were stronger ones. Yu Xiao felt a chill rise in his heart. He hadn't been here long and only now realized that something might be deeply wrong with this realm. At the same time, Taoist Dangmo finally spoke, calming the uproar. His voice was firm. Regardless, according to fellow Taoist Yu, the Xuanling realm is about to use the mass grave as a springboard to ravage Jiangnan. To prevent the devastation of life in Jiangnan, I intend to go to the mass grave and find a way to sever its connection with the Xuanling realm. However, this must not be known to Jiangbei. Taoist Dangmo's expression turned solemn. The demon sect wouldn't care about invasions. After all, the Xuanling realm was only barging into Jiangnan through the mass grave. If the demon sect found out, they would only welcome it. They might even offer aid. It wouldn't be the first time such a thing happened. A current golden core sect in Jiangbei was once established by a great realm that invaded Jiangbei. Therefore, before we act, none of you are to leave." Taoist Dangmo looked around at everyone. He had wanted to act earlier, but for some reason, the demon sect had learned of the plan in advance. This forced him to wait until reaching the peak of Foundation establishment before making a move. And the only people not under the watch of the true sovereign or present in the sword pavilion when the leak occurred were the very Taoists in this hall. In other words, one of these people is likely a demon sect spy. In truth, Taoist Dangmo was capable of handling the mass grave alone. The main reason he had gathered these Taoists was to root out the hidden infiltrator. To do so, he needed someone planted among them to test his suspects. This agent had to be someone loyal, trustworthy, and honest. With that in mind, Taoist Dangmo scanned the crowd and quickly made his choice. "Fellow Taoist Yun, I have a favor to ask." The Yun clan, an old sword pavilion family that had once produced a true sovereign, had pure roots. Though they had fallen on hard times, they were still trustworthy. "Go ahead." Hey. In Jiangbei, Lu Yang once again activated his avatar and took out the flying message spirit book to contact Chang Guang. Chapter 316, The Influence of Wu Yu Tian. Jiangnan 10,000 Man Pit. As a marvel established by the Primordial Saint Sect in Jiangnan, the so-called 10,000 Man Pit was no small place. It encompassed an area spanning several thousand li. Its scale was comparable to that of the Kingdom of Qing. The reason it was named the 10,000 Man Pit was because this entire area was a massive abyss-like pit, with layers upon layers of dense yin fiendish energy accumulating within. The entire 10,000 Man Pit consisted of 10 layers, each layer's yin fiendish energy stronger than the previous, nurturing countless poisonous insects and fierce beasts. Within the pit, they received the augmentation of the yin fiendish energy, capable of corrupting spiritual energy, making their power 30% greater than outside the pit. Moreover, the yin fiendish energy within the pit obscured them, making them difficult to detect with divine sense. Such a perilous place was very much in line with the style of the Primordial Saint Sect. Unlike the Tao Court's establishment of the Kingdom of Qing, the Primordial Saint Sect never intended to occupy Jiangnan. They simply wanted to discuss people by turning this place into a dead land. However, that did not mean the place was uninhabited. On the contrary, the bottom of the 10,000 Man Pit actually gathered a large number of cultivators, including those from the Primordial Saint Sect, various sects from Jiangbei, and even numerous rogue cultivators. These cultivators had even jointly established a marketplace. The reason was simple: resources. After all, Jiangnan is wealthy. Under the governance of the Sword Pavilion, the cultivation arts are highly developed, making it an ideal place for speculative trading. This is a highly profitable industry. Accompanied by the glow of a formation, Lu Yang stepped out. Of course, this was not his true body. His true body was still within Yun Myoking. The one who had come from afar was merely his celestial fetus avatar. Since delivering the message to Chang Guang that the Sword Pavilion's Taoist Dangmo is about to attack the 10,000 Man Pit, Lu Yang had obtained an opportunity to enter the pit. However, to his surprise, the pit did not seem to have entered a state of war readiness due to his message, as if completely unaware. Interesting. Lu Yang strolled through the marketplace, not in a hurry to seek his main objective, the chi of metal of Shen, but instead spread out his divine sense to observe his surroundings. Soon voices surged forth. As he had anticipated, the most frequently mentioned and discussed topic was the recently expanding Wu Yu Tian, which was gradually covering the entire world. After all, its allure was astonishing. Breaking through tribulations, if successful, granted a divine ability. If failed, one would not die, at most losing some merit and luck, recoverable after a few months of rest. More importantly, that first trial is too enticing. It's the Primordial Saint Sect's heaven and earth intersecting dragon and tiger yin-yang grand formation, and it's the top-tier version, with the flavor of over 100 heavenly maidens. My granduncle has recently become completely obsessed. Isn't that so? My sect's true person as well. He didn't even think about breaking through tribulations. He just wanted to experience the Primordial Saint Sect's methods. It's a pity I haven't reached Foundation establishment yet. Lu Yang listened with a peculiar expression. Clearly, for those with no hope on their cultivation path and lacking determination, the heaven and earth intersecting dragon and tiger yin-yang grand formation struck directly at their weakness, unable to withstand the trial. Over time, some even preferred to stay within rather than come out. Of course, such foundation establishment true persons were few. Most were rogue cultivators, and those true persons with firm Tao hearts, even if they could not overcome the heaven and earth intersecting dragon and tiger yin-yang grand formation, would not sink into it but instead pondered ways to break through. Thanks to this, Lu Yang noticed a significant increase in the number of dual cultivation techniques. Indeed, where there's demand, there's a market. Lu Yang sighed, but doubts arose in his heart. Could it be that the true lords are just letting Wu Yutian expand unchecked, not caring at all? However, he soon heard a conversation. That may be so, but everyone shouldn't be too reassured about Wu Yutian. My elder said it might be a backup plan for the revival of the innate true person. Innate true person? Yes, the one from 5,000 years ago. In short, several foundation establishment true persons seem to have received warnings not to undergo too many tribulation breakthroughs in Wu Yutian. Think about it: if you undergo tribulations as the innate true person, who comes out in the end, you or him? Maybe in the end, you become a vessel for the innate true person's rebirth. The methods of these great true persons are unfathomable, beyond our imagination. But brother, how is too many defined? How many tribulations count as too many? I reckon breaking through 1 or 2 tribulations is fine. But once you reach 3 or even 4 tribulations, the risk becomes significant, although that innate true person said 5 tribulations are needed to ascend to true Lord. But who knows? If it were me, I'd say 1 or 2 tribulations, but in reality, just breaking through 3 tribulations would be considered successful, specifically to trap those honest folks. May I ask, brother, which sect are you from? Not talented, a disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect. Oh, that explains it. Such conversations were widespread throughout the marketplace, causing Lu Yang to narrow his eyes, realizing that someone was deliberately promoting and spreading this information. The world is vast, one must not underestimate anyone. What I can guess, others can too. In this way, almost all foundation establishment cultivators will be wary of Wu Yutian. If that innate true person intends to use this method for revival, it might be a long shot. Is this also why the true lords are at ease? The latest novel is first released on 69 Shu. Come to think of it, even if the innate true person is a true lord, so what? North, south, east, and west, just one true lord can't stir up much trouble. In this world, rogue cultivators truly had a hard time. Foundation establishment was still manageable, but true lords had virtually no hope. Xiu Huan and innate were typical examples. Without someone above, how could one progress? But did the innate true person not anticipate this? Lu Yang was somewhat skeptical. The innate true person had been betrayed to death by true lords back then and should have had a rough estimate of their methods. Foundation establishment true persons are, after all, a considerable group. No one knows if someone might be driven by greed to break through 5 tribulations despite the risks. True lords can't possibly control every foundation establishment cultivator in the world. As long as the innate true person is determined, he should still be able to find a loophole. Moreover, the true lords are not a monolith. Not to mention, if Mu Changsheng makes some compromises and accepts certain restrictive measures, at least the Primordial Saint Sect would be very willing to accept a true lord. This is a game of strategy. Lu Yang gradually came to an understanding. The innate true person Mu Changsheng is playing a game of strategy with all the true lords in the world, taking a risky path to forge a golden core Dao. While pondering, Lu Yang had already stopped in front of a building. This place was called the Secret Pavilion Street. As the name implied, this area within the marketplace was somewhat shady, specifically used for fencing stolen goods, and only foundation establishment true persons could open a pavilion here. However, being able to carve out such a street within the marketplace for fencing naturally indicated a background linked to the Primordial Saint Sect. According to the information Lu Yang had obtained, it was backed by an early foundation establishment true person of the Primordial Saint Sect named Chi He, over 500 years old, already in the late stage of his second lifetime. Bang! Without hesitation, Lu Yang directly entered the deepest shop on Secret Pavilion Street, pushed the door open, and instantly a mass of black light fell upon him. However, Lu Yang remained unfazed. He activated the stubborn gold technique, golden brilliance enveloping him like armor, allowing the black light to fall upon him without leaving a trace. Immediately after, Lu Yang saw an old Taoist in the depths of the shop. He had white hair and a haggard appearance, with a heavy aura of old age between his brows. Although he still possessed divine abilities, he was clearly severely eroded by the Beifeng. As Lu Yang entered the shop, he immediately took out a token and tossed it onto the table. I want information related to the 10,000-man pit and the heavenly gang Earth Fiend. This Qi true person was precisely the hidden agent left by Chang Guang in the 10,000-man pit, usually responsible for gathering information from Jiangnan and the pit to report back to the Primordial Saint Sect. This was also part of Lu Yang's deal with Chang Guang. He informed Chang Guang of the Sword Pavilion's movements, and Chang Guang shared information about the 10,000-man pit with him, allowing him to search for the Qi of Metal of Shen. Once I obtain the Qi of Metal of Shen, I'll leave immediately. In his view, matters like the Xuanling realm, the 10,000-man pit, and the righteous demonic war were unimportant. The progress of his celestial body's cultivation in this lifetime was what truly mattered. Chapter 317. The Primordial Saint Sect has indeed shown restraint. Upon seeing the token Lu Yang presented, the previously composed true person Qi He immediately narrowed his eyes, then stood up solemnly and saluted. Qi He greets fellow Taoist. He then appeared contemplative but soon shook his head, saying, "Apologies, fellow Taoist. There has been no recent news of the emergence of the Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiend." Hearing this, Lu Yang furrowed his brows. After his transaction with Hongju, his fortune had increased, allowing him to clearly sense the opportunity of the metal of Shen within the mass grave. This indicated that this particular Earth Fiend had indeed manifested there and should have already appeared in the world. However, he quickly regained his composure. "In that case, I would like to acquire some superior spiritual materials. Please assist me in gathering them," Lu Yang said, then directly listed a comprehensive inventory. Although he had not yet obtained the metal of Shen, it did not prevent him from preparing in advance. Most of the spiritual materials on the list were intended to nourish the Shen metal spirit of his immortal essence, while the rest were for cultivating the dry heaven all-encompassing Dharma body. This true person Qi He glanced at the list and then narrowed his eyes, saying, "These spiritual materials are not impossible to find, but they cannot be handed over to you without compensation." Lu Yang nodded, understanding. In fact, if true person Qi He had offered them for free, he would have been more suspicious. After all, the Primordial Saint Sect never provided benefits without a price. If they did, it was undoubtedly a trap. "How much time do you need to gather them?" 3 days will suffice." At this point, true person Qi He displayed a kind smile. "Jiangnan is rich in talent. Collecting spiritual materials here is much more convenient than in the Primordial Saint Sect." Lu Yang raised an eyebrow at his words. "Oh." True person Qi He seemed to become more enthusiastic, stroking his beard as he spoke. "Under the rule of the Primordial Saint Sect, there are indeed some unwritten rules. For talented disciples, while they can be utilized, there must be limits. We cannot truly exhaust all our disciples. For some truly outstanding talents, the Primordial Saint Sect is not stingy in nurturing them. Therefore, many true persons in the sky-reaching sea of clouds are somewhat restrained and dare not act too ruthlessly." "Is that so?" Lu Yang opened his mouth, recalling his arduous experiences over 9 lifetimes, and was momentarily speechless. So, the Primordial Saint Sect's talent system has indeed shown some restraint. What other tricks can you possibly come up with? As they conversed, true person Qi He led Lu Yang into the inner part of the shop. With a wave of his hand, dozens of jade tokens floated in the air. Each jade token bore a name. These were all personally selected by this old Taoist. They are the children of fortune created by Foundation establishment true persons who have opened halls in the secret Hall Street, manipulating karma. Oh. This method immediately reminded Lu Yang of the past Yinshan true person, who had used such a technique on him to lure out the witch ghost's secret realm. However, the cost of doing so was significant. The children of fortune created in this manner could only exist for 1 lifetime, essentially borrowing future fortune for the present. Thinking of this, Lu Yang suddenly had an insight. Fellow Taoist uses these children of fortune to collect spiritual materials. Exactly. True person Qi He nodded. Basically, whenever someone places an order, I use these jade tokens to manipulate karma, sending those children of fortune to gather the materials. He continued, introducing them as if enumerating his family treasures. This one has inherited a sword cultivator's legacy. If you want metal element spiritual materials, I use him. This one belongs to the aquatic race. If you desire water element materials, he is the top choice. And this one, this one is also good. Through his explanation, Lu Yang quickly understood the entire operational chain. First, someone approaches true person Chi-He with a request. Then true person Chi-He manipulates karma. Whatever spiritual material is needed, he customizes a child of fortune to obtain it. Once they acquire it, he reaps the benefits. The harvesting method was straightforward. In my secret hall street, these children of fortune, having obtained their opportunities, need to offload their gains. Under my manipulation, they come here, effectively delivering the goods to my doorstep. Impressive. Lu Yang listened in amazement. This was practically a one-stop delivery service. True person Chi-He, using this method, could effortlessly collect a vast amount of spiritual materials without leaving his home. Indeed, the Primordial Saint Sect has shown restraint. At least as far as Lu Yang knew, unless it concerned their own cultivation. No one within the Primordial Saint Sect would create children of fortune on a large scale solely for spiritual materials. But this isn't the most ingenious part, true person Chi-He said with some pride. The most ingenious part is that by casting such a wide net, there are bound to be some who slip through. Oh, and how does fellow Taoist handle those? Lu Yang immediately grasped his meaning. After all, with so many children of fortune, some were bound to achieve foundation establishment by sheer luck. Why handle them? True person Chi-He shook his head. Those who achieve foundation establishment are talents worth cultivating. Our Primordial Saint Sect has always been people-oriented and would naturally not turn them away. And with the Primordial Saint Sect's influence, which rogue cultivator would refuse? In this way, not only do I collect spiritual materials and make a hefty profit, but I also help the Primordial Saint Sect cultivate foundation establishment true persons. It's a win-win situation. I see. Although Lu Yang had already anticipated this development, he couldn't help but ask, but after they achieve foundation establishment, don't they mind your actions, fellow Taoist? They are far more ruthless than this old Taoist. True person Chi-He grinned. With such lucrative profits, who would oppose spiritual materials? At least I am willing to give these children of fortune a chance at survival. They, on the other hand, offer no chance at all. After all, Secret Hall Street is only so big. When they open halls and reap others' benefits, if they allow others to open halls, it will be their turn to be reaped. Hearing this, Lu Yang couldn't help but shake his head. Beasts indeed. However, he quickly realized, but fellow Taoist mentioned gathering the spiritual materials I need within 3 days. Can the children of fortune accomplish this so quickly? Of course not. At this, true person Chi-He smiled meaningfully. This brings us to another service offered in my secret hall street. This service is exclusively for true persons of the Primordial Saint Sect. As he spoke, true person Chi-He took out a formation disc and began setting up formations within the shop right before Lu Yang's eyes. My secret hall street isn't very large. If every so often a foundation establishment true person opens a hall here, the street would be overcrowded, making business impossible. Therefore, periodic cleaning is necessary. At this point, a murderous intent flashed in true person Chi-He's eyes. Lu Yang understood his implication. Relying solely on those children of fortune, it would indeed be impossible to gather the required spiritual materials within 3 days. But if they targeted foundation establishment true persons, it would be a different story. Especially those who had opened halls in this secret hall street. While not necessarily wealthy, they certainly had substantial resources, and importantly, they were rogue cultivators. In Jiangbei, it was well known, rogue cultivators were the easiest to rob. I have selected 2 foundation establishment true persons from Secret Hall Street. When they arrive and fall into my formations, you and I will join forces to capture them. By then, the spiritual materials you require will be complete. After hearing true person Chi-He's plan and observing the formation sealing off the entire shop, Lu Yang sighed sincerely, as expected of the old primordial saint. Then he looked at true person Chi-He. So this is the reason fellow Taoist wants to ambush me. Chapter 318. Do you recognize who I am? As Lu Yang's words fell, an instant silence enveloped the surroundings. Inside the shop, Chi-He true person, who had been fiddling with the formation disc in his hand, suddenly halted his movements. He slowly raised his head and cast a deep glance at Lu Yang. As expected of a true person from our sacred sect, Vatican City. Lu Yang accepted the compliment calmly. To judge a person's character, one should not focus on their thoughts or words, but rather on their actions. In this way, many matters become clear. Although He true person had said many things, appearing to have Lu Yang's best interests at heart, what were his actions? He had used a formation to seal off the entire shop. While his excuse was plausible, using the formation to trap the rogue cultivators of the secret pavilion street, it also served to trap Lu Yang himself. If He true person truly had sincere intention, then he should not have set up the formation alone. Instead, he should have invited Lu Yang to do it together. But he did not. To Lu Yang, this indicated ulterior motives. Such a pity. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the shop. A burly man walked in, his body exuding a strong aura of blood and brilliance. Since you've already seen through it, why expose it? The burly man laughed heartily. If you had fled without a word just now, we might not have been able to stop you in time. Kui Gang, do not be careless. A soft and charming voice accompanied by a fragrant breeze followed, as a beautiful woman in palace attire stepped into the shop, saying, "After all, this person is a true person of the sacred sect." "No need for you to say that, Gu Yue." The burly man sneered coldly, blocking Lu Yang's escape route along with the palace-attired woman. At the same time, the surrounding formation's brilliance grew brighter. 2. At the early foundation establishment stage. Lu Yang shifted his gaze and looked at He true person, suddenly grinning. "Daring to besiege me, it seems you've advanced to the mid-stage." "Ah, fellow Taoist, your insight is accurate." He true person sighed upon hearing this, then slowly straightened his previously hunched body. A dazzling brilliance of divine power suddenly appeared on him. As Lu Yang had expected, mid-stage foundation establishment. Seeing this, Lu Yang shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist's breakthrough to the mid-stage foundation establishment must be thanks to this secret pavilion street. Such a good place, what a pity." He did not even ask why He true person had betrayed him. After all, in the sacred sect, betrayal was commonplace. It was nothing unusual, and he did not care about the reasons. In fact, he considered it a pleasant surprise. "I had intended to pay for the items. But now it seems that not only will I not pay for the many spiritual items I just purchased, but I might even profit from this. Consider it a generous donation from kind-hearted people." Thinking this, Lu Yang became even more composed. On the other side, He true person did not become complacent just because Lu Yang had fallen into his trap. Instead, he grew more vigilant. This person remains calm despite being in a desperate situation. Could he have some hidden trump card? After all, he was sent by Chang Guang. It's normal for him to have some means. In truth, he had not wanted to act against Lu Yang. As a true person of the sacred sect, no one knew better than he how troublesome a true person with a proper background could be, and how strong their desire for revenge was. But many things were beyond his control. It's a pity. If I had more time, I could have brought in other foundation establishment cultivators from the secret pavilion street. Now, only 2 are available. Despite this, the arrow was already on the string and had to be released. With this thought, He true person no longer hesitated and shouted, "Take action, Unst." Before his voice had faded, the burly man, Kui Gang, and the palace-attired woman, Gu Yue, simultaneously formed hand seals and chanted incantations, each unleashing their innate divine abilities. "Watch my fist." Kui Gang clenched his 5 fingers, and a brilliant divine light enveloped his arm, flowing with his movements. He launched a punch towards Lu Yang from a distance. Dragon coils and contracts. Kui Gang's innate divine ability was quite unique. Normally, he would accumulate spiritual power, storing it up for a burst of power when needed, resulting in a force far beyond the usual. In an instant, Lu Yang felt a tremendous force coming at him. If it were not contained within a single punch, its release might have shattered an offshore island. At the same time, Gu Yue's innate divine ability also fell upon Kui Gang, enhancing profound beneficial talisman. As the name suggests, this innate divine ability was not suited for combat, but could greatly amplify others' divine abilities and spells, further increasing the power of Kui Gang's punch. To be fair, the combined power of their divine abilities was impressive. However, Lu Yang remained indifferent, as both of their innate divine abilities reminded him of the past rogue cultivator Wu Kang, who did not value cause and effect, focusing only on the strength of divine abilities. While powerful, they ultimately lacked adaptability. Of course, this did not mean there was a problem with this approach. The issue was that rogue cultivators had limited inheritances. As a result, even if one pursued high values, the final result might not be significant. What was the point then? Just these people to kill me. Fellow Taoist, you underestimate me. Lu Yang spoke the truth, and a blazing, mysterious fire ignited behind him. A towering phantom rose from the ground. It was the heavenly firmament all-encompassing Dharma body. In the next moment, Lu Yang neither dodged nor avoided. With the protection of the stubborn gold duke and the support of the Dharma body, he also threw a punch. Though his fist appeared much smaller, it collided head-on with Qi Gang's punch. Boom! Upon impact, Lu Yang remained unscathed, his golden light still dazzling. In contrast, Qi Gang's bones and tendons broke instantly, and he exploded into a mist of blood. Seeing this, the palace-attired woman Gu Yue turned pale. Mid-stage foundation establishment. The next moment she gritted her silver teeth. Scoundrel. The gap between early and mid-stage foundation establishment was vast. If Lu Yang had revealed his cultivation level, she and Qi Gang would not have dared to act recklessly. They would have turned and fled. But he had deliberately concealed it. Not only that, but he also avoided fighting Qi He True Person, who was also at the mid-stage, choosing instead to ambush them at the early stage. Truly shameless. Even Qi He True Person's expression changed. He had also failed to see through Lu Yang's cultivation, assuming he was at the early foundation establishment stage. Confident in his higher cultivation, he had set up the formation to besiege him. He had even been cautious enough. Not only did he set up the formation, but he also called in 2 early foundation establishment cultivators to assist. Initially, he had them attack first, suspecting that Lu Yang might have some hidden trump card, allowing them to test the waters. He had not expected such an outcome. What was more troublesome was that he was confident in dealing with an early foundation establishment cultivator. But a mid-stage foundation establishment. Even with the formation's assistance, Qi He True Person had no confidence in killing him. At most, he could inflict serious injuries, which made his expression even more grim. Fellow Taoist, can we reconcile? Qi He True Person showed a helpless expression. Qi Gang is dead. His possessions can serve as compensation. I will also offer the spiritual items you previously requested. If fellow Taoist insists on a fight to the death. At this point, a sharp glint flashed in Qi He True Person's eyes. I am not made of clay. How confident are you that you can keep me here? My time is limited. If you can't kill me, I will entangle you to the end. Entangle me to the end. Lu Yang laughed upon hearing this. Then tell me, fellow Taoist, do you recognize who I am? La. Qi He True Person's expression froze. Only then did he realize that Lu Yang had never revealed his background, and he had never seen his face before. The only thing he knew was that he came from the sacred sect and held Chang Guang's token. Identity, name. Not recognized. In an instant, Qi He True Person felt a chill in his heart. Unable to determine his background or recognize his identity, even if he failed to kill him, Lu Yang could simply change his identity and leave. How could he be deterred? In contrast, Qi He True Person himself. He did not want to die. With this thought, Qi He True Person no longer hesitated. He activated a talisman in his hand, and his figure flashed, immediately riding a beam of light to escape from the shop. He was fleeing. Chapter 319. How could it be such a coincidence? Truly a decisive one. Lu Yang shook his head. Compared to the itinerant cultivator Wu Kang, True Person Qi He was clearly a bona fide and ruthless Saint Sect True Person, utterly vicious and black-hearted. His only miscalculation was Lu Yang's cultivation level. But this couldn't be blamed on him. After all, Lu Yang's cultivation was indeed at the early foundation establishment realm, and his breakthrough to mid-stage was only thanks to the mystery of the calamity wave. This was precisely Lu Yang's advantage. He had no need to hide. Just standing there, anyone would see him as an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, never suspecting he possessed the combat power of a mid-stage one. This move, when used to fish, truly never fails. While he mused, Lu Yang's movements were swift. A rosy brilliance sparked at his fingertips, transforming into waves of fragrant mist that spread outwards. Essence of blossoms. As this divine ability unfolded, it instantly engulfed the entire shop, with billowing clouds of intoxicating fragrance rising, disorienting all sense of direction. True person Qi, he was nothing if not decisive. He immediately used a Void Flight Radiant Talisman, one of his prized 5th-grade talismans. Unfortunately, the essence of blossoms distorted perception, causing him to believe he was escaping, when in fact he was flailing around inside the shop like a headless fly. It wasn't until the talisman was spent that he snapped out of it in bewilderment. This is a void divine ability. True person Qi, he looked surprised, while Lu Yang raised his brows slightly. The so-called void divine ability was merely the term for divine powers bestowed by the heaven of non-being. The name originated from the ritual manual exquisite void sacrifice method that communicated with the heaven of non-being. Despite the heaven of non-being having manifested for some time, very few Foundation establishment true persons had broken through the first tribulation to obtain a void divine ability. Lu Yang said nothing and merely pointed with a finger, commanding mountain-moving true method. This spell was extremely sinister. Caught off guard by the sound and motion, Qi was struck by Lu Yang's finger and immediately vomited mud. You really want mutual destruction? While gritting his teeth and forming seals, Qi revealed another divine ability, which transformed into myriad scenes of mountains and rivers in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Lu Yang noticed that the spell he had just cast on Qi had been absorbed out of thin air, unable to harm him anymore. This is Wu Earth. Having once cultivated the city wall Earth, Lu Yang's attainment in the Tao of Wu Earth needed no elaboration. He instantly recognized Qi's divine ability. Wu Earth corresponds to Shen. Shen is Kun. Only names of cities can describe it. It bears with great virtue, rotates the heavens and sun, carries the sea and rides the mountains. Thus, it can give birth to all things. This is called bearer of all things. Realization struck Lu Yang. Bearer of all things corresponds to Wu Earth and Shen. This man's second heavenly gang Earth Fiend might also contain the Qi of Shen metal. No wonder he wanted him dead. Saint Sect true persons were always selfish and ruthless. Internal conflict was nothing unusual, let alone when personal interests were at stake. Mercy was out of the question. But this also meant he must know where the Qi of Shen metal is. At that moment, a chilling killing intent finally emerged in Lu Yang's eyes. Then, in a flash, he blocked the path of Gu Yue who tried to flee. Spare me, fellow Taoist. Gu Yue quickly pleaded. As long as fellow Taoist spares my life, I am willing to offer myself to you. Even if I kill you, I can still make you offer yourself. Before her voice fell, Lu Yang's palm struck her crown. The force of his Dharma body was unstoppable, instantly pulverizing her alluring body. The next moment, a banner materialized. Banner of all souls. With a sweep, the banner refined her instantly. Gu Yue was turned into a banner spirit. Lu Yang, expressionless, promptly dispersed this spirit once again. Then, the innate Qi she transformed into merged into the banner, and was absorbed by a near-shattered, dormant banner spirit, gradually awakening it. Where am I? The awakened spirit was a handsome youth, though his face looked sickly and bitter, distorting his otherwise charming features. Banner spirit Chen Zinan. Satisfied, Lu Yang nodded. While he could have used Gu Yue to revive ancestor Tingyu, for the moment, Chen Zinan was the more practical choice. After all, if he captured Qi, he couldn't very well send ancestor Tingyu out, although with his talents it wasn't entirely impossible. Boom! At that moment, Qi evidently sensed something was wrong and without hesitation, blew up the shop they were in. In an instant, the explosion shattered the seal of the essence of blossoms. Qi's heart bled. He had managed this secret pavilion street for so long, investing countless resources. What looked like an ordinary shop was actually a superior spiritual treasure. Even so, he dared not hesitate. Self-destructing a superior treasure should be enough to force this guy back. I'll take this chance to flee. Now that I've been exposed, I must immediately seek out the Lord. He prepared to flee with his escape light. But the next moment, his pupils shrank at what he saw. From the flames of the self-destruction, a blood-drenched, upright figure stepped forth, as if the raging light had been parted by an invisible hand. He didn't dodge. He couldn't believe it. He never imagined that faced with the explosion of a superior spiritual treasure, Lu Yang wouldn't evade but take it head-on. Meanwhile, Lu Yang smirked. As he was injured, the towering phantom behind him suddenly swelled several times in size. all-embracing celestial Dharma body. The mystery of this Dharma body was that the heavier the injury, the stronger the divine power. He had intentionally taken the hit to push his power to its peak. Chi finally reacted. Immediately, the radiance of Bearer of All Things emerged to shield him. This divine ability could bear all spells and arts in his place. Then he saw the towering phantom behind Lu Yang extend a palm toward him. All-embracing. This ability could seize souls and minds, drawing out the soul by force. Yet it had no effect on Chi. But he wasn't relieved. Bearer of All Things is full. Even divine abilities had limits. What chilled him was that Lu Yang had used only one technique to reach the full capacity of Bearer of All Things. But this also benefits me. His thoughts raced. He switched divine abilities, mountains and rivers vanished, replaced by swirling auspicious clouds, manifesting infinite visions. Boundless longevity Tao Foundation. He was clearly ready to risk it all. With his Tao Foundation manifesting, he deployed his life-bound divine ability, a vast golden bridge. Boundless golden bridge. One end of the bridge was beneath his feet, the other vanishing into the void, lifting him as if ascending in broad daylight. This life-bound divine ability was similar to Lu Yang's affinity determination, but weaker. Normally hard to activate, but with Bearer of All Things absorbing enemy force and converting it into fuel, it enabled instant flight across thousands of miles. Halasa. Seeing himself on the golden bridge and the path ahead clear, Chi laughed. No need to see me off, fellow Taoist. But in reply came a soft chuckle. Sever. In a flash, a sword light illuminated all directions, blocking all of Chihi's senses, plunging him into a void-like state. When he recovered, the scene before him made his eyes almost burst. His highly anticipated boundless golden bridge had been cleaved in two. The divine ability dissipated, and his Tao Foundation shattered with it. Puh! The backlash from the broken foundation made Chi vomit blood. Cracks spread across his Dharma body, and he staggered and fell from midair. Primordial Mother's transformative light. Lu Yang had long prepared. A white light fell upon Chi, turning him enchanting. Only then did he look at the newly awakened Chen Zinan. Go! Chen Zinan. After a long while, Chen Zinan handed over the soul-searched information with a pained expression. Lu Yang took it and froze. The truth deviated from his guess. He didn't just know where the Chi of Shen metal was. He already had it in his hands. In an instant, Lu Yang didn't feel joy but a bone-deep chill. How could it be such a coincidence? Chapter 320, Scalding Hot Pate. Lu Yang admitted that he had indeed panicked for a brief moment. However, he quickly regained his composure, for his immortal spirit main body had not yet been seized, indicating that there was still room for maneuver. The main body should not have been exposed yet. This strand of Shen metal Chi is likely problematic, probably a bait deliberately set to lure me out. What a wretched place. At this thought, Lu Yang couldn't help but sigh. He then reached out and took real person Chihi's storage pouch, opened it using the method provided by Chen Zinan, and swept it with his divine sense. The result instantly shattered all his illusions. A massive yellow mist was settled at the bottom of the storage pouch, possessing an aura of boundlessness, yet resembling a piece of dull metal, lacking refinement. Earth Fiend Shen Metal. Shen is the place where water and earth give birth to life. Though it is metal Chi, it also contains the essence of water and earth. When refined with fire, it becomes swords and halberds. When quenched with water, it gains a sharp edge. If overwhelmed by earth, it becomes buried. Lu Yang sighed. He had sent his avatar to the pit of 10,000 men merely to trace the whereabouts of the Shen metal Chi, intending to observe the situation before deciding whether to fish in troubled waters and take the item. Unexpectedly, in this back and forth, the Shen metal Chi had directly fallen into his hands, leaving him at a loss. The item has been obtained. But how to deliver it to the main body? The risk is too great. Perhaps just as I hand it over, someone will come knocking to reset me. Ultimately, who was the mastermind behind this? Lu Yang was aware that by expressing his desire for the Shen metal Chi through Hangzhou, he had taken a risk, making himself an easy target. But the problem was, in this wretched place he couldn't hide. Without taking some risks, Lu Yang couldn't accumulate enough fortune to sense the Shen metal Chi, so he had mentally prepared himself during the transaction. Currently, at least 2 true lords are watching me. Xianxia Qin Cheng fakes a true lord, and possibly Hong Yun as well, though he might not care. The key ones are Qin Cheng fakes a true lord and Ang Zio. The scene of Ang Zio silently following him was still vivid in his memory. Although fakes a true lord didn't seem adept in this field, her cultivation level was too high. For him, there was no difference. Monitoring him without his detection was all too easy. However, there's another possibility. Jiangnan Hidden Sword Villa. Lu Yang's immortal spirit main body raised his head, holding the tribulation wave, and under the mysterious enhancement of clarity, looked towards the sky, a trace of solemnity in his eyes. This was a feeling that had lingered since he became an immortal spirit, somewhat like the killing intent of heaven and earth. But unlike the killing intent of heaven and earth, this aura was more positive. As long as he willed it, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would spontaneously flow into his body. Heaven and earth's favor. Lu Yang knew well that even if his immortal spirit main body could deceive anyone, even true lords couldn't detect it. It was impossible to hide from the heaven and earth that nurtured him. It's also possible that this Shen metal is heaven and earth aiding me. After all, I am now an immortal spirit, arguably heaven's favorite child. But whether it's a true lord or heaven and earth, they're being too hasty. They could have done it subtly, without letting me notice anything unusual. At least if it were him, he certainly wouldn't have made it so deliberate. Instead, he would have set up numerous challenges, making himself go through countless hardships to quietly obtain the Shen metal, leading him to believe he had successfully deceived everyone, only to suddenly appear and launch a shameless sneak attack. Making it so deliberate only makes me more vigilant. Why? While pondering, Lu Yang continued examining real person Chi-He's memories. Suddenly, his expression changed, his brows furrowed and his face turned gloomy. Well played, Chi-He. Previously, Lu Yang hadn't inquired about his betrayal of the Saint Sect, assuming he had defected to Jiangnan. However, he had underestimated the lower limits of the Saint Sect's real persons. This person hadn't just betrayed the Saint Sect, but had betrayed the entire world, defecting to the Xuanling realm. As for the reason for his betrayal, it was quite simple: to extend his lifespan. In the Xuanling realm, the lifespan of cultivators is entirely different from that of Foundation establishment real persons. Without the Bai Feng, reducing the soul, there are fewer restrictions on lifespan. Even the weakest ghost immortals have lifespans of 1,000 years. And those deities who receive the incense offerings of a nation have lifespans exceeding 10,000 years, not to mention the higher levels of human immortals, earth immortals, and even higher heavenly immortals. Of course, this doesn't mean that cultivators in the Xuanling realm can rest easy. In the Xuanling realm, once a cultivator becomes immortal, they face the calamity of Tao transformation. The higher the cultivation, the more easily they are assimilated by heaven and earth. So although lifespans are long, most ghost immortals don't last beyond 300 years. Deities fall within 1,000 years. Human immortals might last 2,000 years, earth immortals 3,000 years, and heavenly immortals 10,000 years. It's essentially another form of Bai Feng, just not as harsh. Though there are flaws for real person Chi-He, the temptation was immense. Moreover, he was already nearing death. He was in the late stage of his second life, having just broken through to mid-foundation establishment. The third life carried significant risks. A single misstep could mean he wouldn't return. In such circumstances, taking a desperate gamble was understandable. After all, real persons of the Saint Sect have always prioritized profit, putting themselves first. As long as the benefits outweigh the costs several times over, they're willing to take any risk. And this Shen metal was his pledge of allegiance, a powerful earth fiend. For the Xuanling realm's fruit positions, it was undoubtedly a great supplement. No wonder. In an instant, Lu Yang realized. This is why they were so eager to hand over the Shen metal to me, because this thing was about to be lost. Moreover, the Shen metal itself had issues. Lu Yang learned from real person Chi-He's memories that he had used a secret method to leave a mark on the Shen metal, allowing it to be sensed by the Xuanling realm. Seeing this, Lu Yang was filled with hatred, a traitor to the realm, and the secret method he used to mark the Shen metal came from the Xuanling realm, originally designed for tracking. It only has the spell to cast, no spell to remove. Now this Shen metal is clearly a scalding hot potato. Xuanling realm. As a great realm, the structure of the Xuanling realm was extremely unique, divided into upper and lower layers. Below were hundreds of mortal realms. Above was the location of the heavenly court. Hundreds of mortal realms collectively supported the heavenly court. Whenever a cultivator reached the stage of becoming immortal, they could ascend to the heavenly court, become a ghost immortal, and then serve as celestial soldiers and generals, accumulating virtuous merits. Once enough merits were gathered, they could be conferred titles, granted a nation, and enjoy incense offerings to achieve deity status. At the center of the heavenly court was the Xianxia Hall. This hall, located at the highest point of the heavenly court, was the supreme residence. When the supreme was in seclusion, it was managed by 3 immortal officials, overseeing all affairs of the heavenly court. At this moment within the Xianxia Hall, on the majestic throne, a man in splendid attire sat with closed eyes, deep in thought. Suddenly he opened his eyes, a trace of surprise flashing within them. Shen metal has changed hands. Chapter 321. The Saint Sect is still the same Saint Sect. In the mystic spirit realm, inside the Xianxia Hall, the expression of the man in splendid robes changed slightly. He immediately issued an order, striking the great bell. Before long, streaks of light flew in succession toward the Xianxia Hall. These were all high-level officials of the heavenly court. All of them were earth immortals, 9 in total at this moment, and their auras were surging with power. If they were placed in Jiangnan or Jiangbei, they would each be a grandmaster in the late Foundation establishment realm. Greetings, heavenly official. The 9 earth immortals saluted in unison. In the entire heavenly court, only the 3 immortal officials had celestial immortal cultivation. Presently, only the heavenly official had returned to position. The other 2 seats remained vacant. Metal of Shen has changed hands. The man in ornate robes did not delay, speaking directly. The agent we developed earlier, Chi-He, has likely been exposed. The original plan needs to be revised. At this statement, the Earth Immortals were all shocked. Heavenly official. No need to say more. The man in robes waved his hand firmly. My mind is made up. If we delay any further, the other side might launch an attack. Cultivators from the mystic spirit realm were by no means fools. Especially those adept at crossing boundaries. They were very experienced in invading other realms. They knew precisely what could and couldn't be done. Therefore, long ago, the mystic spirit realm had discovered the mass grave's existence but chose not to act recklessly. Instead, they quietly infiltrated, developing agents and gathering intelligence on Jiangnan and Jiangbei. The result? The more they learned, the more terrified they became. Just what kind of bizarre place was this Jiangnan and Jiangbei? 30 full fruit positions. This single piece of information made the mystic spirit realm completely abandon their plans for invasion, changing their strategy to plunder, strike, and retreat swiftly. And the metal of Shen was one of the resources they valued the most. Let's act ahead of schedule. I will personally lead the team. Eliminate Yu Shao and seize the metal of Shen. The man in robes said gravely, Do not worry. I have already reported to the Supreme. The Supreme will personally intervene to shield us, ensuring no accidents occur. Hearing this, the Earth Immortals could only withdraw helplessly. The heavenly official is moving too fast. Then again, it's understandable. Yu Shao's betrayal has massive repercussions. If the other side also has a Supreme, they could trace us using him. But the focus on the metal of Shen is a bit excessive. Could the rumors be true that the Supreme ascended hastily, their cultivation unstable, requiring external chi to stabilize their position in the heavenly court? SHH, watch your words. Although filled with doubt, none of the Earth Immortals dared slack off and began preparations at once. Meanwhile, Liu Yang was completely unaware of the changes occurring in the mystic spirit realm. At that moment, he was deep within the mass grave, inside a grand hall. The confrontation with Chi-He had been an unexpected event and naturally could not be concealed. What surprised him, however, was that the one overseeing the mass grave for the Saint Sect turned out to be someone familiar, someone he had encountered once overseas in his previous life. His name was Jun Tong, a grandmaster under Zenkai Kiluo True Lord, also a promising candidate for achieving the great Foundation establishment. So you're Yuan too. On the grand seat, Jun Tong's expression was indifferent, with a hint of a smile. Although Chang Guang mentioned you to me, he never said you were this bold. Attacking a Saint Sect grandmaster in the mass grave. What Saint Sect grandmaster? This man has long colluded with the mystic spirit realm. Liu Yang smiled calmly and tossed the barely breathing Chi-He to the ground. then produced the intelligence Chen Zinan had extracted from him. Jun Tong was indifferent at first, until he saw the intelligence and the strange, seductive appearance of Qi he despite his aged face. Oh! As a grandmaster of the Saint Sect in the late Foundation establishment realm, Jun Tong had considerable experience. At a glance, he saw that Qi he had been afflicted by the Heavenly Mother transformation light. With a bit of deduction, he immediately guessed how Lu Yang had obtained this intelligence. In an instant, his expression became much more solemn. What a ruthless man! Ruthless to others and even more ruthless to himself. Such a Saint Sect Grandmaster was not easy to deal with. Not to mention, according to Chang Guang, this person had a significant background, possibly backed by a true lord. Thinking of this, Jun Tong looked again at the intelligence in his hand, collected it without changing expression, then turned to Lu Yang. Your contribution is not small this time. Why not stay in the mass grave and allow me to extend some hospitality? No need. Lu Yang shook his head. I'm still undercover in the sword pavilion. My identity cannot be exposed. Though this is not my true body, staying here still poses too great a risk. Very well then. Jun Tong agreed readily, watching Lu Yang turn and leave. Moments later, a figure emerged from the rear of the hall with a dark expression. Jun Tong smiled as he saw him. Well, does fellow Taoist Chen recognize this person? Not at all. Had Lu Yang still been present, he would have instantly recognized this figure, none other than his former nemesis, the head of Mending Heaven Peak, Chen Tai. But Chen Tai was in no good mood. His eyes were gloomy as he pondered. The divine powers used to kill Chi-He, seemed like master of warfare and stubborn gold duke, with such a divine power set up. Could he also be after the pomegranate wood position just like me? Thinking of this, his gaze grew even colder. He had come at Chang Guang's order to identify a Saint Sect Grandmaster, unwilling to reveal his name. In the end, he failed to identify the person, but instead discovered a formidable adversary. Truly don't recognize him? Jun Tong asked curiously. This one's mastery of the Mending Heaven Sutra is astounding. His flexibility of thought, the use of Heavenly Mother transformation light was ingenious. Truly don't recognize him? The Mending Heaven Peak Master shook his head, then lowered his voice. But this person is sneaky and refused to reveal his identity. His motives are likely impure. He claims loyalty to the Saint Sect, but who knows if he'll betray us? My lord should have kept him here. In response, Jun Tong waved his hand casually. No need. If he really stayed, I would be the one troubled. Though, seeing Chen Tai's confusion, Jun Tong remained calm. It cannot be denied, Chi-He acted very discreetly. No one noticed before. But 3 years ago, Chang Guang gave me a hint, and I secretly investigated. If I still failed to uncover Chi-He's betrayal and his dealings with the outside world, I'd be unfit for my position. That other realm is called the Mystic Spirit Realm. He sneered. The reason the Sword Pavilion attacked the mass grave is likely for this Mystic Spirit Realm. Coincidentally, the metal of Shen that Chi-He had was already tampered with by the Mystic Spirit Realm. Now that Yuan too has taken it, they will surely not let it go. So his departure from the mass grave suits me perfectly. As long as he's in Jiangnan, the Mystic Spirit Realm will follow the marker to him. Whatever damage they do, it'll be to Jiangnan, and the Sword Pavilion will be the one to suffer. Best outcome would be a fight between the Sword Pavilion and the Mystic Spirit Realm. While they bite each other, we conserve strength, then strike when the Mystic Spirit Realm is depleted, harvesting chi in bulk and reaping huge gains. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman profits. Wait. Leaving the mass grave, Lu Yang suddenly shivered and frowned. That Jun Tong was a bit too casual. He just let me go like that. He had colluded with the Mystic Spirit Realm. That was critical intelligence, yet Jun Tong hadn't even tried to verify it, simply choosing to believe him. Was Lu Yang really that trustworthy? Or rather, he already knew. Lu Yang pondered deeply. He always gave enemies the benefit of the doubt, never assuming a Saint Sect Grandmaster was a fool, especially not a Grandmaster. So he preferred to think in the worst possible terms. Shoot the arrow first, then draw the target. If he already knew about Chi-He and the Mystic Spirit Realm, there's no way he missed the marker left on the metal of Shen. But he didn't warn me. Not warning me means he harbors ill intent. Thinking this far, Lu Yang couldn't help but sigh. The Saint Sect was still the same old Saint Sect. Diverting disaster eastward. Chapter 322, Truly a Good Person. Jiangnan outside the mass grave. Above the firmament, a majestic and imposing ship hovered amidst the clouds, its entire form concealed by layers of spiritual light. On the deck of the ship stood a solitary figure with hands clasped behind his back. It was none other than Taoist Dangmo, Yi Guanji. Flanking him on both sides were two direct descendants of the Yi family, both at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment realm, and old acquaintances of Lu Yang, Yi Gaiyu and Yi Xingfeng. "Uncle, I believe you're being too pedantic." Yi Xingfeng spoke first. "The Chinese letter, mystic spirit realm is, after all, a realm with established positions. We should find a way to capture it, not drive it away." "Indeed." Yi Gaiyu nodded. "I understand your concerns, uncle. You're worried that the Chinese letter, S invasion might cause some damage to Jiangnan." "Not just some." Before Yi Gaiyu could finish, Taoist Dangmo turned his head and interrupted. "Once the Chinese letter invades, they will inevitably engage in massive slaughter to extract qi. By then, centered around the mass grave in the surrounding regions, how many of the hundreds of billions of people will have their families destroyed? How many will be torn apart?" Yi Gaiyu nodded, showing understanding. Repopulating after such a cycle would indeed take decades, not just some time. But this is the karma they must bear. Our sword pavilion has nurtured the people for so many years, isn't it, for this very moment? Using them as bait, we can capture all the cultivators from the Chinese letter alive, and even counterattack into the Chinese letter. The gains would be even greater. Taoist Dangmo didn't respond, merely shaking his head. "You don't understand." Yi Gaiyu's brows furrowed deeper. "Uncle, how could I not understand? Life and death are cycles. These mortals are ignorant and unenlightened. They can't see through it, but surely you can." "And you can." Taoist Dangmo looked helpless. "If you died and couldn't break through the mystery of the womb in your next life, ceasing to be yourself, could you truly let go?" Yi Gaiyu's expression changed dramatically. "How could that be the same?" Taoist Dangmo retorted, "How is it different? I'm a true person." Yi Gaiyu's expression was solemn, as if stating an absolute truth. "For mortals, seeking the truth is unattainable. Life is but an illusion, a grand dream of life and death. But we have already sought the truth and established our Tao foundation. Naturally, we are incomparable to mortals." After speaking, Yi Gaiyu looked at Taoist Dangmo with concern. "Uncle, what's wrong with you? Could it be that something went wrong in your cultivation, leading to a heart demon?" Taoist Dangmo opened his mouth but said nothing more, for he could see that Yi Gaiyu's concern was genuine, without any falsehood. Yet the more sincere it was, the more speechless he became. Fortunately, he didn't need to respond, for in the next moment he looked outside the ship, and Yi Gaiyu and Yi Xingfeng also sensed something and looked over. In the clouds, a streak of light was flying swiftly. "Has the demon sect discovered us?" Yi Gaiyu immediately frowned, while Yi Xingfeng shook his head. "Judging by the aura, it doesn't seem like the demon sect. It actually carries the righteous qi of our sword pavilion." In the next moment, the streak of light stopped in front of the ship. Then the light split to both sides, and a handsome young man stepped out, his brows exuding sword qi, presenting a righteous appearance. "I am Lu Yang. Greetings to the true persons of the sword pavilion." In front of the ship, Lu Yang spoke sincerely. "I am a rogue cultivator from Jiangbai, here to present important information related to the Jiangbai demon sect." Although he had no evidence, Lu Yang suspected that the sacred sect was setting him up. Could it be that they're planning to use me as bait to lure out people from the Chinese letter, then kill them and extract qi themselves? Unfortunately, unless he gave up the Chinese letter, Shen metal, he couldn't escape this trap. Yet, the Chinese letter was crucial to his cultivation, and he couldn't abandon it. After much contemplation, Lu Yang made a decision. "I'll join the sword pavilion. I had no choice before, but now I want to be a good person." With this thought, after leaving the mass grave, Lu Yang directly used the connections of the Yun family's ancestor and others to locate Taoist Dangmo and hurried over. This is actually an opportunity to truly join the sword pavilion. Thinking of this, Lu Yang directly presented his bargaining chip. "I understand the rules of the sword pavilion and am willing to undergo a reincarnation, cleanse my karma, and then join." "Though," Upon hearing this, Yi Gaiyu, who had been frowning and about to speak, was momentarily stunned. Then, admiration appeared in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Lu Yang. "You are quite impressive." The Sword Pavilion had a set of rules for accepting Foundation establishment true persons from outside Jiangnan. Just like how the former Chinese letter, Chengxian, Zhang True Lord, recruited ancestor Ting Yu. The first step to join the Sword Pavilion was to be killed by a true person of the Sword Pavilion. Once dead, one would reincarnate. At that time, the Sword Pavilion would use secret methods to guide them back, then let them be bound by the mystery of the womb, severing ties with their previous life, thus truly becoming a member of the Sword Pavilion. Only those recruited in this manner could receive the true teachings of the Sword Pavilion. However, once someone became a true person who would willingly accept such a fate, therefore, in most cases, the Sword Pavilion's recruitment was more of a forced acquisition. I kill you, then bring you into the sect, which could be considered your opportunity. Lu Yang was the first to voluntarily express willingness to do this. How could Yi Gaiyu not admire that? Little did she know that such reincarnation was of no consequence to Lu Yang, as it was merely a split soul reincarnating, having no impact on his true self. For others, a split soul reincarnation might develop its own consciousness and become uncontrollable. But for Lu Yang, as long as the puppet strings remained, no matter how many lifetimes the split soul reincarnated, it would still be his disguise. He could even take this opportunity to have the Sword Pavilion help cleanse the true Lord Karma from his avatar, completely eliminating any potential surveillance from a true Lord. Lu Yang's plan was perfect. However, before he could continue speaking, Taoist Dangmo suddenly waved his hand. "No need for that. Cultivation is arduous. Don't speak lightly of reincarnation." "Uncle," Yi Gaiyu immediately frowned. However, Taoist Dangmo remained indifferent and continued. "As long as the information you provide is valuable and you sincerely wish to join, I can vouch for you." Lu Yang was stunned. This Taoist Dangmo was so normal. "Really?" Lu Yang was puzzled, but his expression showed no hesitation as he directly took out the Shen metal's qi and then laid out his suspicions about the sacred sect. Although these were just speculations, Lu Yang judged by his own reasoning that the likelihood was high. The demon sect uses the Shen metal as bait, letting us fight the Chinese letter, while they themselves invade the Chinese letter to extract qi, reaping the benefits without effort. After hearing Lu Yang's account, Taoist Dangmo frowned slightly. On the other side, Yi Gaiyu's face showed anger. To use us righteous cultivators as bait to seek greater gains, truly shameless. Taoist Dangmo glanced at her, then looked back at Lu Yang. "This information is indeed valuable. From now on, you shall follow me." "Thank you, Senior." Without hesitation, Lu Yang directly offered the Shen metal. "I lack the virtue to possess this treasure. I present it to you, Senior. Please accept it." Currently, the Shen metal still bears the mark left by the Chinese letter. It's useless to me. Better to give it to this Taoist Dangmo and have him help cleanse the mark anyway. He's already perfected in divine abilities and doesn't lack spiritual treasures. The Shen metal is useless to him and will eventually be given to someone else. I'll find a way to take it back then. In an instant, several plans formed in Lu Yang's mind. However, in the next moment, all these plans were shattered. "No need," Taoist Dangmo solemnly said. "The Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiends are crucial to cultivation. Your acquisition of this qi is your fortune. There's no need to forcefully offer it to me. I'm also aware of your concerns. In this battle, I still need you to lure the Chinese letter S people. After it's over, I will help you remove the mark left on the Shen metal." At this point, Taoist Dangmo smiled warmly. On the other side, Lu Yang could hardly believe what he was hearing. Could someone in this wretched place truly speak such righteous words? Truly a good person. There must be a scheme. Chapter 323, Rise Again, My World-Shaking Wisdom. Outside the mass grave, in a secluded mountain forest. Amid a burst of intense white light, more than 10 figures emerged. They neither stood out nor appeared extraordinary. At first glance, they seemed no different from ordinary mortals. These were the people of the Xuanling realm. Leading them was a heavenly immortal from the Xuanling realm, the head of the current 3 immortal officials, known by the Taoist title Minghua, who was also a close confidant of the Xuanling realm's supreme. Following behind him were 3 Earth Immortals and 7 human Immortals. After all, the Xuanling realm's intent was to rob and flee, so only a third of its high-level figures had been dispatched, while the rest remained behind. How far are we from the mass grave? Before Minghua finished speaking, a human immortal stepped forward and cupped his hands. Master, the position locked by the interrealm anchor is 1,000 miles away. This human immortal was named Xianxia. Though only a human immortal, he was Minghua's direct disciple. Minghua's Taoist lineage traced directly back to the Xuanling Supreme. If Minghua was the crown prince, Xianxian was akin to the emperor's grandson. Thus, none of the 3 Earth Immortals objected to his response. Instead, they each focused inward in silence. Seeing this, Minghua nodded internally, quite satisfied with their deference. He then continued, "Well done, Xianxian. The mass grave formed from the Luofen realm is too conspicuous. If we teleported directly there and the enemy was prepared, we'd be in danger." Heavenly officials' insight is clear. Only then did the Earth Immortals voice their agreement. After reprimanding his subordinates, Minghua shifted topics. "Enough. Our targets this time are only 2, Shen Jin and the traitor Yu Xiao. The former was for harvesting qi to nourish the Xuanling realm. The latter was to eliminate future threats, as the Xuanling realm's plan was a smash and grab. Naturally, they had to prevent any locals from becoming informants. Both have been marked with the Taking Resonance talisman. Together we'll deduce their location. They won't escape." Under Minghua's command, everyone began casting spells and forming seals to track the 2 targets. However, they soon fell silent in surprise. Minghua even raised an eyebrow. The 2 targets are together. His senses told him that Shen Jin and the traitor Yu Xiao were indeed in the same area, less than 3,000 miles from their current location. A trap. The thought sprang to Minghua's mind but quickly passed. Even if it was a trap, so what? According to intelligence from Chi-He, that Primordial Saint Sect rules the Jiangbei region. Its acting sect master is only at the peak of Foundation establishment, about equal to me. Aside from that, they barely have any grandmasters, let alone Earth Immortals. I can handle this. Worst case, I flee. Besides, he wasn't alone this time. I've heard nothing from Chi-He about Yu Xiao joining the Primordial Saint Sect, which suggests he's with the Sword Pavilion. But with his strength, how many allies could he muster? No matter what, we have 1 heavenly immortal, 3 Earth Immortals, 7 human Immortals. Unless the Supreme himself intervenes, we have the upper hand. In Jiangnan, aboard a boat. After being accepted by Taoist Dangmo, Lu Yang was granted permission to retreat in a secret chamber aboard the vessel, ready to digest his recent gains. First, he sealed the chamber with a formation, ensuring that no one could probe with divine sense, and if they tried, he'd be alerted. Only then did he retrieve a storage pouch. Inside, aside from Shen Jin, were the assets of Chi-He true person and most of his secret Hall Street holdings. With Chi-He now deceased, the inheritance had naturally passed to Lu Yang, who unceremoniously dumped it out and summoned a towering apparition. Universal sovereign form of heaven's dominion. The form ignited with mysterious fire like a pill furnace, ravenously devouring all the spiritual items Lu Yang laid out, refining them indiscriminately. Gradually, a feeling of fullness surged. Reached the limit. Lu Yang realized that his form had hit its current ceiling. To advance, he'd need to harvest qi again. According to the Universal Dominion divine law of heaven's 1 principle, cultivating the universal sovereign form involves 5 steps. The first, which I've completed, is condensing the form itself. The next 3 involve refining its essence and discarding the dross. Step 2, discard the form. From then on, no longer bound by shape, the form can merge and separate from the body at will. Step 3, discard the universal. No longer confined to imagery, capable of myriad transformations. Step 4, discard the dominion. No longer forcefully controlling everything, instead harmonizing with nature with instant, natural responses. Step 5, discard heaven. Leaving only sovereign, that's the true attainment of the Wanwu realm, fully drawing it into the main world. 5 qi harvests, each harder than the last. Especially the final step, which provokes ferocious backlash from the Wanwu realm. Few peak foundation establishment grandmasters could survive it. This second-grade divine method was not for the faint-hearted. Latest novels first released at 69 book bar. Still, for me, it's just 5 resets, As for re-entering the Wanwu realm, I may not even need the Saint Sect. After all, I hold the corresponding universal dominion divine law. If I give it to the Sword Pavilion, their true person could extrapolate the Wanwu realm's location. The only issue is that doing so would hurt the Saint Sect's interests. What, this lifetime I'm with the Sword Pavilion? No problem then. Lu Yang, satisfied, looked again at Shen Jin, stashed him away, and then took out the Myriad Spirits banner. On the banner, aside from Chen Zinan, who had just awakened after devouring Gu Yue, was another banner spirit, Kui Gang, the brawny man from before. It's time. Lu Yang took a deep breath, then shadowed the Kui Gang banner spirit, using his dissipating true spirit and innate qi to nourish the still slumbering ancestor Tingyu. Rise again, my world-shaking wisdom. Though the ancestor had once reached peak foundation establishment, he hadn't returned to that stage in his 5th lifetime, so a single foundation-level spirit was more than enough. Soon, a figure emerged within the banner. Hello? Ancestor Tingyu appeared in light and shadow, his eyes first dazed, then suddenly enlightened. He looked at Lu Yang and sighed. The calculations are over. Ancestor sees truly. Lu Yang nodded. The Myriad Spirits banner, refined by the Book of 100 Lifetimes, allowed the spirit to retain all past memories, though its understanding had been altered. To Tingyu now, all past events with Lu Yang were merely predicted futures, not reality. This moment was the real present. Any inconsistencies had been smoothed over. The Book of 100 Lifetimes had patched every bug. Thank you for your trouble, ancestor. Lu Yang respectfully bowed, fully sincere, then laid out all the techniques he had acquired in this life. True explanation of the void-observing heaven and earth. Brilliant golden cup and jade radiance. Mystic rites of the grand void sacrifice. The first was for creating blessed cave heavens, the second sensed the overturning lamp flame, and the third connected to the heaven of non-existence. Each was of high quality and great value, yet Lu Yang suspected something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint what. Staring at the 3 secret techniques in hand, Ancestor Tingyu cast a helpless glance at Lu Yang, then shook his head. Fine, let me study them first. Lu Yang's face lit up. Thank you, Ancestor. Good, my world-shaking wisdom is about to shine again. Chapter 324, Hope of Returning to the Peak. To Lu Yang's surprise, this time, Ancestor Tingyu did not take long. After merely a few hours, Ancestor Tingyu emerged from the All-Spirits banner once again, his face showing a look of realization, along with some admiration and astonishment. Lu Yang blinked upon seeing this, so fast. Upon hearing this, Ancestor Tingyu glanced at him and said irritably, It's already considered slow. After all, I had previously organized the emptiness-proof method of this innate true person. Only then did Lu Yang recall. Previously, when Chen Zinan was overwhelmed by the Tao of Death, he had handed over all the information he had obtained to Ancestor Tingyu. It seemed that the accumulation from that time had paid off. What about the other 2 books? No need to look at the other 2. Ancestor Tingyu shook his head. Each of those 2 has its own problems. They are of no use to you and will only mislead you. Lu Yang was speechless but not surprised. After all, both true explanation of observing heaven and earth in emptiness and upper how golden lamp jade light were obtained within the cave heaven. Strictly speaking, those were things left behind by Xianxia. Although he had memorized the contents of the secret methods before, he had never practiced them, merely trading them with Hong Yun. Now it seemed that was indeed a wise decision. That inherently evil old ghost, Xianxia. After cursing Xianxia in his heart once more, Lu Yang felt a bit of sympathy for Hong Yun. This true lord was truly unlucky. Not only was he inexplicably trapped and killed in the great calamity 5,000 years ago, but his soul was also extracted and refined by Xianxia, losing most of his memories. Even the backup plan for his return was taken away. Now he finally had a glimmer of hope, yet it was just bait released by Xianxia. Truly, life was worse than death. If it were me, I would have restarted long ago. What, Hong Yun can't restart? Then never mind. Lu Yang collected his thoughts and turned to Ancestor Tingyu, eagerly asking, So, Ancestor, what insights have you gained? Is there a problem with this method? Well, the method itself does have issues. Saying this, Ancestor Tingyu spread his hand and took out the mystical method of the Great Void ritual connected to Wu Yu Tian, confidently saying, But it's not a big problem. A gleam of spiritual light flashed in Ancestor Tingyu's eyes. According to my calculations, this secret method should have a backdoor, intended to reclaim the divine powers granted by Wu Yutian when necessary. Besides that, it has a deeper purpose, though I haven't yet comprehended it. But as for the first layer, I can find a way to patch it. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's face immediately showed joy. Ancestor, do you mean you can let me permanently possess the divine powers granted by Wu Yutian? You could say that. Ancestor Tingyu nodded. It's not difficult, just reverse the mystical method of the Great Void ritual. I just created a targeted secret method. Lu Yang opened his mouth in astonishment. Just now created a targeted secret method. Is that even humanly possible? Oh right, there's one more thing. At this moment, Ancestor Tingyu suddenly lowered his voice. When operating this mystical method of the Great Void ritual, the All-Spirits banner seemed to respond as well. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang narrowed his eyes. So the All-Spirits banner indeed. He had previously suspected that his All-Spirits banner likely contained an unformed Wu Yutian, but he never had evidence to prove it. Now the evidence had arrived. Ancestor, can you sense it? You can't. This simple exchange made Lu Yang fall silent for a moment, while Ancestor Tingyu suddenly realized something and quickly took out a jade slip to write and draw on it. All right, I've modified the part of the mystical method of the Great Void ritual that senses Wu Yutian, changing the target to our All-Spirits banner. The sensing method has also been simplified. The content is basically at a level you can understand. Try it and see if you can sense it. Lu Yang. Although Ancestor Tingyu's words were full of concern, Lu Yang still felt a certain form of insult. However, he soon became cheerful. My talent is indeed unparalleled. Looking at the secret method he created based on his talent, Lu Yang found the content indeed concise and easy to understand. He immediately nodded in satisfaction and began to operate it. It's really there. It was still the same All-Spirits banner, yet at this moment, Lu Yang's perception was entirely different, as if he saw a vast and boundless realm. In the next second, Lu Yang felt his consciousness fall from that realm back into his physical body in the present world. However, simultaneously, a mighty power originating from that realm was forcibly drawn out by him at the moment of their gaze and fell into his body. Hiss! In an instant, Lu Yang saw the essence of all flowers, the great void divine power he obtained from Wu Yutian, bloom with myriad splendid colors. If the previous essence of all flowers was merely a delicate and beautiful dead object, then at this moment it came alive. This is the inherent rank of the innate divine power. Lu Yang's pupils contracted. The original Great Void divine power had no rank. Even if obtained, it only increased the number of divine powers but did not elevate the realm. But now it was different. As the brilliance of the essence of all flowers merged into himself, Lu Yang clearly felt his realm ascending, breaking through the bottleneck of the mid-stage. 3 divine powers, foundation establishment mid-stage perfection. At this moment, Lu Yang even felt a bit unreal. In his previous life, he had exhausted all means to reach this realm. In this life, he achieved it so quickly. No, not yet. In my previous life, I even falsely held the position of a great true person. In this life, I'm still a bit short, but not far. If I enter Wu Yutian again and break through a tribulation, I can obtain 2 great void divine powers. Combined with the mystery of holding the law, I'll have 4 divine powers. Foundation establishment late stage, great true person. Before Lu Yang could wake up from his beautiful reverie, suddenly, the essence of all flowers which had just been active suddenly lost its divine brilliance. In an instant, the living thing returned to being a dead object. Lu Yang clearly felt the mighty power he had just drawn out being inexplicably pulled back, along with his magical power. Who? Lu Yang's face instantly turned pale, then he exhaled a deep breath. After a long while he recovered. Ancestor, what's going on? Ancestor Tingyu's figure quietly appeared, his expression calm, obviously having foreseen this scene. He said indifferently, although it's just a nascent form of a fruit position, it's still a colossal entity for you. Even a slight rank enhancement is more than you can bear. Getting injured is normal. Lu Yang's foundation was still too weak. If his cultivation were at foundation establishment perfection, he could immediately draw the mysterious power from the All-Spirits banner. Under the golden core, who could stop him? Unfortunately, it couldn't be changed. With his early-stage foundation establishment cultivation, Without the essence of all flowers as a great void divine power as a guide, he couldn't draw out even a bit of mighty power. I see, but it's enough. Lu Yang's eyes flickered, quickly calming the emotional fluctuations brought by the disparity. Even if it's only for a short time, the improvement in my strength is a qualitative change. At this moment, Lu Yang's mood was extremely urgent. He wanted to venture into Wu Yutian again. As long as he could obtain another great void divine power, he could grasp the combat power of a great true person level in a short time, directly returning to the peak state of his previous life. For this, even if Wu Yutian truly has risks, it's worth the gamble. At this moment, Lu Yang suddenly looked up. Almost simultaneously, Taoist Dangmo, who was standing with his hands behind his back at the front of the boat, seemed to sense something, sighed, and looked into the distant sky. Whoosh whoosh. A cold wind blew, but in an instant it turned into a bone-chilling, flesh-slicing gale. The world turned entirely red, as if stained with blood, illuminating a blazing celestial fire. And beneath the celestial fire, several figures stood gracefully. It's them. Beside Taoist Dangmo, the human immortal Yu Shao from the Xuanling realm turned pale, trembling as he said, "It's Mingyue Celestial and the others. They've all come to kill." Chapter 325, Re-entering the Void Heaven. Gazing at the cultivators of the mystic spirit realm gathering outside the boat, Lu Yang's face bore no trace of joy. Instead, a profound chill settled in his expression. I was right, beasts. The holy sect had indeed used him as bait. No, damn it, what holy sect? It was clearly the Jiangbei demon sect. How could one cultivate properly among such a group of evildoers? For a moment, Lu Yang even began to suspect the sword pavilion. After all, he had witnessed the eccentricities of these sword seeds from Qi refining all the way to foundation establishment. Although that Taoist Dangmo appeared to be a good person, one could know a face but not a heart. Who knew if he would sell him out too? No, I must find an opportunity to enter the void heaven. Although entering the void heaven, with his consciousness would leave his physical body defenseless, Lu Yang could use the puppet on strings to circumvent this flaw. He made this decision with confidence. The world was vast, and heroes were as numerous as carp crossing the river. He was certainly not the only one to have broken through the first tribulation. In fact, he was lagging behind many. With the large-scale opening of the void heaven to the outside world, relevant information had long since leaked out. Therefore, Lu Yang was already aware of the second tribulation within the void heaven. Precisely because of this, he felt confident in overcoming it. It's worth a try. With this thought, Lu Yang immediately immersed his mind into his sea of consciousness, operating the mystic ritual of the grand void to begin connecting with the enigmatic void heaven. Here I am, Mingyue. High above the sky, the celestial immortal Mingyue stood with hands behind his back, his gaze immediately landing on Taoist Dangmo. His heart settled. Only one person. On the entire boat, only Taoist Dangmo was a grand Taoist at the peak of foundation establishment. Besides him, there were just Yi Gaiyu and Yi Xingfeng, both at mid-stage foundation establishment. As for the remaining elders of the Yun family and others, although there were about 10 of them, all were at early-stage foundation establishment, not even worth Minghue's attention. In contrast, his side had himself, a celestial immortal, 3 earth immortals and 7 human immortals. No matter how one looked at it, they held the advantage. Victory is ours. Thinking this, Mingyue celestial immortal calmed considerably. Fellow Taoist, hand over Yu Shao and Shen Jin, and today we can part peacefully. In his view, this was a situation akin to Mount Tai crushing an egg. However, Taoist Dangmo was, after all, at the peak of foundation establishment. Mingyue celestial immortal didn't want to push him too hard, hence the thought of subduing him without a fight. Yet in response, he received a pair of pitying eyes. Fellow Taoist, you should return quickly. Taoist Dangmo sighed and said, as far as I know, you should have some understanding of this place. Haven't you realized yet? Mingyue celestial immortal blinked upon hearing this. Of course, he had investigated. A world with 30 fruit positions was indeed terrifying, but before coming he had already invited a supreme to act, concealing their presence. At this moment, no one could detect them. As long as they struck swiftly and retreated, what could stop them? This logic was sound. Was there something wrong? Mingyue celestial immortal couldn't comprehend the implication of Taoist Dangmo's words and simply sneered coldly. So, you're refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Activate the formation. As Minghua Celestial Immortal's words fell, clouds surged, and the world transformed. Looking around, the sky and sea of clouds turned into a 1,000-mile expanse of red wilderness. A blazing sun burned fiercely in the sky, with rolling heat waves filling the surroundings, making it feel as if one were inside a pill furnace. The consumption of magical power suddenly increased. The Great Sun Patrol Heaven diagram is complete. Minghua Celestial Immortal was exhilarated. This formation, combined with a supreme treasure of the mystic spirit realm, possessed the power to trap the heavens and earth, burning mountains and boiling seas. However, at the same time, the people inside the boat remained utterly calm. Even the Yun family elders and others at early-stage Foundation establishment showed no fear in the face of this terrifying formation that could crush them. Some even seemed amused. "Uncle." Yigayu looked at Taoist Dangmo beside her. Seeing his brows tightly furrowed, she showed a surprised expression. "Are these outsiders a threat to you?" Taoist Dangmo shook his head solemnly. "This formation harms the harmony of heaven. The blazing sun patrols the heavens. If not controlled, it may inadvertently harm the mortals below." Upon hearing this, Yigayu understood that her uncle's old habits were acting up again. She whispered, "Uncle, why be so pedantic? It's just a few mortals. Even if you truly care for them, you should quickly eliminate these people. Otherwise, delaying will be of no help." "I understand." Taoist Dangmo appeared contemplative and soon made a decision. "No rush. Let's first retreat and elevate the battlefield to a higher place. The higher the battlefield, the less likely it would affect the mundane world." As his words fell, Taoist Dangmo pointed skyward with 2 fingers. Without even drawing his sword, he uttered thunderous words, and layers of luminous illusions appeared behind him. To contend over a word and kill is to value righteousness above oneself. Thus, it is said, nothing is more precious than righteousness. In an instant, the layers of illusions condensed, manifesting jade towers and celestial palaces, which then transformed into countless golden rays bursting forth. Boom! This eruption instantly shattered the divine consciousness of almost everyone present, making them feel like lone boats in a storm, swaying and drifting. Even Minghua Celestial Immortal felt dizzy and disoriented, his ears ringing, and before his eyes appeared an immense, indescribable world. Profound virtue-blessed land. What is this? Minghua Celestial Immortal couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. When his vision cleared, he realized that the battlefield had been inexplicably elevated. His pupils contracted sharply, sensing something amiss for the first time. This world and its inhabitants are all wrong. The mystic spirit realm had nothing like this. At this moment, it wasn't them besieging Taoist Dangmo, but rather they had fallen into Taoist Dangmo's profound virtue-blessed land. Meanwhile, inside the quiet chamber of the boat, Lu Yang sat cross-legged, his split soul already journeying beyond the heavens, while his physical body was controlled via the puppet on strings, constantly monitoring the external situation. "Why aren't they fighting?" Lu Yang was somewhat surprised. Although Taoist Dangmo had made a move, he remained restrained and showed no intention of engaging in a full-scale battle with Minghua Celestial Immortal. "Why?" Before Lu Yang could figure it out, the next moment, he saw Taoist Dangmo suddenly release a beam of blessed landlight, which fell directly onto his secluded chamber. "Is he trying to harm me?" Lu Yang became instantly alert, yet remained calm, even feeling somewhat unsurprised. "I knew there were no good people in the sword pavilion." However, he then widened his eyes. That beam of light enveloped his chamber but didn't forcibly break it open. Instead, it wrapped around it layer by layer, providing tight protection. "Is he shielding me? Trying to protect me? Protecting me specifically? Does he have ulterior motives?" While Lu Yang was still suspicious, he noticed that Taoist Dangmo's actions hadn't stopped. Beams of light descended, enveloping everyone inside the boat. He was protecting everyone. In an instant, Lu Yang almost doubted his own eyes. But being a keen-minded person, although he couldn't understand Taoist Dangmo's actions, he instantly realized this was a great opportunity. Regardless of his intentions, it doesn't matter. As long as I seize this chance to obtain the second Grand Void divine ability and temporarily restore the power of a Grand Taoist, I can protect myself in any situation. One must rely on oneself. With this thought, Lu Yang hesitated no longer. His mind immersed into the void heaven. After a brief moment of disorientation, Lu Yang's split soul opened his eyes. Immediately, a strong sense of sorrow welled up in his heart. These emotions surged through his sea of consciousness like a breached dam, leaving him increasingly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What is this place? After a long while, this split soul gradually calmed down, his eyes clearing as if he had finally sorted everything out. He murmured to himself, I am an innate true person. I am Mu Chengsheng. Chapter 326, Why Not Cheat? Damn it, so insidious. In the southern region, at the Hidden Sword Manor, Lu Yang's celestial spirit body clearly saw the predicament his soul fragment had fallen into through the string puppet. This was also the crux of the second tribulation. According to current reports, the second tribulation in Void Heaven is completely different from the first. This time, cultivators do not retain their past memories. Their past identities are veiled, and they genuinely integrate into the identity of an innate true person. Although their memories will quickly return after leaving Void Heaven, as if waking from a dream, this setup clearly has issues no matter how one looks at it. Fortunately, I only sent in a soul fragment. So far, Lu Yang had never let his main body's divine sense enter Void Heaven due to suspicions and a reluctance to act recklessly. The risk of mental contamination was secondary. What if Void Heaven could lock onto a person? If his main body entered Void Heaven first and the innate true person immediately sensed, there's a celestial spirit here, let me have a look. Even though no innate true person had yet demonstrated the might of a golden core true lord, and Void Heaven was significantly weaker compared to other realms, Lu Yang wouldn't gamble on whether the other party had such strength. He wouldn't entertain any lucky thoughts, better to let the soul fragment suffer. Besides, there's a benefit to this approach. This was why Lu Yang was so confident he could break through the second tribulation, because his main body could support the soul fragment from outside. Ordinarily, this would be impossible. Many true persons of the sacred sect had tried. Even sending in a soul fragment to Void Heaven would sever its connection with the main body, making cheating unfeasible. But Lu Yang was different. The connection of the string puppet cannot be cut off by Void Heaven. With this thought, Lu Yang grew even more energized. While monitoring the battlefield where Taoist Dangmo was engaged, he concentrated fully. He intended to blitz through the second tribulation. I've already reached the peak of early foundation establishment. At this moment, the soul fragment that had fully integrated into the identity of the innate true person sighed with emotion. My innate divine ability is accomplished. Merit, fortune, and cultivation are all intact. I even obtained the heavenly gang and earth fiend powers. Before it floated a shimmering mass of water light. This was Ren water, the most yang and pure water under heaven, manifesting as clouds in the sky and marshes on the ground. Memory told it that refining this Ren water would allow a breakthrough to mid-foundation establishment, bringing it closer to its ideal goal. But in the next second, a massive wave of sorrow and long-suppressed despair surged forth, darkening its expression. But what's the point? The next second he flung away the Ren water before him, face twisted with fury. My path is broken. Even if I refine it, I can't attain fruition. The scenes from the first tribulation came to mind. Heaven and earth clashing dragon tiger yin-yang grand formation, 108 heavenly maidens. That battle had left him utterly broken and scarred. And it had severed his path forward. My original intent was in endless flowing water. But now, with a fourth-grade true chi foundation flawed from the start, my highest cultivation this life will be foundation establishment perfection. Worse, with a path of no regrets, I can't even start over. Bastard, this is too much. Where lay the path forward? At this, Lu Yang's soul fragment grew even more disheartened, and outside, his main body realized the true difficulty of this tribulation. To be fully immersed, truly taking on the plight of an innate true person, and then to find a way out, only by wielding the Tao heart as a sword to sever all confusion and obstacles can one break the tribulation. Undoubtedly, breaking this tribulation with one's Tao heart would significantly enhance both spirit and temperament. Provided you don't cheat like Lu Yang. Still, Lu Yang felt no envy. Compared to some growth in spirit and temperament, his own safety was what he valued most. With that, he activated the string puppet. In his view, this tribulation was actually easy to break. Even ignoring the threat of the innate true person, his main body entering it would also be confident in breaking through. Because to him, this difficulty was trivial. If he were caught in such a tribulation, he wouldn't feel sorrow or rage. His instincts would produce just one simple thought. Why not cheat? Was it out of reluctance? Liu Yang slightly modified this thought, then transmitted it into the soul fragment's consciousness, prompting the same idea to irresistibly emerge. Start over, that's it. It's just a matter of beginning again. As long as I commit suicide and reincarnate 5 times, my soul will be purified through the power of reincarnation, and I'll be able to start anew. I've got it. With those words, the soul fragment, fully immersed as the innate true person, didn't hesitate. He drew the magical sword from his waist and with a bold swipe across his neck. Splurred. In void heaven, above layers of cloud seas. The innate true person sat serenely on a cloud, countless streaks of light before him, each representing a foundation establishment cultivator undergoing tribulation within void heaven. Someone else has broken through the second tribulation. Suddenly he opened his eyes, a pleased expression flashing across his brows. He looked toward one of the streaks, and at such speed. Upon recognizing Liu Yang's soul fragment in the light, he was even more surprised. It's this one. Could it be a covert directive from the true Lord behind him? Intrigued, the innate true person grew more interested. How did he break through the tribulation? Back then, facing a hopeless dead end, he had nearly gone mad, enduring countless trials to finally pierce the fog and rebuild his Tao heart. In his view, there were only 3 ways to break the second tribulation. The first, the supreme method, was to use the Tao heart to overcome the tribulation. Even when all seemed lost, one pressed forward with unwavering determination. The second, a middling approach, was to muddle through, abandon thought and push ahead. The third and worst was to give up, accepting one's mediocrity without a trace of despair or any drive to improve. Regardless of method, all counted as escaping the inner demons of despair. Yet he still ranked the first method highest, for cultivation was like climbing a perilous peak. Without a firm Tao heart and extreme resolve, how could one attain the Tao? At that moment, the innate true person opened his mouth wide, the corners splitting grotesquely, his formerly celestial visage transforming into something monstrous. He swallowed the light bearing Liu Yang's image. After a moment of sensing, his expression grew increasingly strange. Suicide to reincarnate and start over. Isn't that a bit extreme? The innate true person could feel the soul fragment's emotions. It wasn't despair, nor apathy, but a true belief that this was a viable solution. If I attain true fruition, whether true self or other self, it is still me. If I do not, then there's no difference between them. Gradually, the innate true person fell into silence. After a long while, he came to his senses and suddenly burst out laughing. Good, what a fine start over. Truly a firm Tao heart, not something ordinary men could achieve. In this world, who isn't afraid of death? Who isn't wary of reincarnation? With a path of no regrets, who can begin again? And yet here was someone who viewed reincarnation as nothing, seeking only to start over, so much like himself. He had calculated everything, plotted for years, and become this twisted form, all for a chance to retain himself and start over. If even he would go so far. How much greater was this one's resolve, who cared for nothing but to start again. Even the innate true person couldn't help but feel a sliver of respect for such a Tao heart. If he attains fruition, then indeed I have been taught. Chapter 327, Sword Seed Seeking Death. While Liu Yang was assisting his split soul in overcoming tribulation within the heaven of non-existence, he did not neglect to monitor the battlefield between Taoist Dangmo and the mystic spirit realm. To be honest, he felt a bit concerned. After all, Taoist Dangmo was alone. For some reason, the sword pavilion had not dispatched any other reinforcements, and the rest were merely a few insignificant individuals. However, upon reconsideration, Liu Yang regained his composure. In his view, the cultivators of the mystic spirit realm were still too naive. What kind of place was this? Did they truly believe that everyone would engage them on equal footing? Not to mention that the sword pavilion only sent Taoist Dangmo, likely due to immense confidence in him. Even if a crisis did arise, would the true lords of the sword pavilion merely stand by? At the very least, that true lord of celestial virtue and righteousness from the Yi family would surely unleash a sword chi from afar. After all, they had experience in such matters. Back then, how formidable was Ancestor Tingyu. Yet, he too was slain by a single sword strike. To a true lord, there was little difference between early stage and peak foundation establishment cultivators. However, Lu Yang soon realized he had been naive. There was no need for a true lord to intervene. High above the sky, Taoist Dangmo stood with hands behind his back, his sword unsheathed. Merely by manifesting the scene of his blessed land, he halted all the cultivators from the mystic spirit realm. Fellow Taoists, cease your actions. Taoist Dangmo sighed. The four directional Tao lords have set their plans, using the myriad worlds and heavens as sustenance. Your mystic spirit realm is relatively large, with a preserved divine status. Having had limited contact, there's still time to escape. If you sever ties with this realm promptly, perhaps there's hope for survival. Otherwise, in due time, your entire realm will be plunged into misery. Taoist Dangmo spoke earnestly, yet immortal Minghua could not comprehend. Tao Lord, what realm was that? More importantly, he always believed he was fine. Although Taoist Dangmo's strength exceeded his expectations, he still felt confident of victory. Summon Ling Yang. In the next moment, immortal Minghua performed a hand seal, and a celestial fire appeared above his head, resting in his palm, radiating infinite light and heat. The orange-red brilliance spread in all directions, distorting all things, as if everything was about to be drawn into the celestial fire in his hand. This treasure was his greatest trump card for this expedition. Named Ling Yang, as the name suggests, it was essentially the son of the mystic spirit realm, refined by the supreme beings of the realm. Boom! In an instant, the blazing celestial fire resembled a gluttonous beast, mercilessly devouring everything around it, causing Taoist Dangmo to frown. He did not fear such methods. However, behind him, Yi Gaiyu, Yi Xingfeng, and even the early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators could not withstand it. Clearly, immortal Minghua had noticed this. You wish to protect these people. Truly a pedantic fool. Since that's the case, I'll use them to distract you. As your energy wanes, no matter how formidable you are, you won't be my match. Immortal Minghua's calculations were precise. At this moment, he activated Ling Yang, and waves of orange-red fire surged forth, clearly aiming for widespread destruction, encompassing not only the real persons behind Taoist Dangmo, but also intending to annihilate the fertile lands below. Witnessing this, Taoist Dangmo finally shed his compassionate expression and placed his hand on the sword at his waist. The sword was named, No Killing, its hilt embedded with the patterns of the Northern Dipper Formation, wrapped with 5-colored shark silk to attract lightning, the sheath covered with the hide of the black tortoise bearing a map, and the tassel tied with the fruit of the Tei green thorn. Heaven's will. A faint sigh. Before the words faded, sword intent soared into the sky. Taoist Dangmo drew a 3-foot stream of light from its sheath, instantly engulfing the visible world. This sword, at its inception, resembled the Milky Way breaking through clouds, its momentum like a white rainbow drinking from a stream. Wherever it passed, the wind solidified into crystals, light stagnated into rosy clouds. Before the sword's whistle arose, it had already shattered the sun and reversed the flying fire, with residual shadows arriving, still tearing through the 9-layered clouds. The sword light condensed frost into blades, shattered jade into brilliance, entwined with blue and white hues, resembling a blue dragon holding the moon, striking precisely into the vast sea of fire conjured by immortal Minghua, engulfing it entirely, soaring into the sky, and finally exploding at the zenith. Swish, swish. What should have been a thunderous roar fell into a gentle breeze, with only residual light forming a green luen chasing the sun, and sword chi dispersing into a white deer holding a branch. What a magnificent sword light! Such a scene, Lu Yang observed clearly. Compared to this sword, the sword lights displayed by other real persons of the sword pavilion could not even be called swords. This was by no means the power of a divine ability. No wonder the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion dares to claim supremacy in combat. This sword must embody the true essence of the Sword Pavilion, simply unimaginably powerful. Immortal Minghua, along with the 3 Earth Immortals behind him, were all swept away by Taoist Dangmo's sword, falling at the zenith, drifting down like snowflakes, leaving only 7 human immortals, comparable to mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, remaining in place, their expressions panicked, each drenched in blood, simultaneously severely injured. Attack! Almost simultaneously, Yigayu transmitted via divine sense. They've been struck by uncles, no killing sword intent, their combat strength now less than half of their peak. Immortal Minghua, after all, was at the peak of Foundation establishment in the mystic spirit realm. Combined with 3 Earth immortals comparable to late-stage Foundation establishment, even Taoist Dangmo couldn't kill them all with one sword. There had to be some entanglement and struggle. If Taoist Dangmo disregarded others' lives, he could undoubtedly unleash his sword freely. However, since he aimed to protect others, he naturally had to exert more effort. Thus, he not only brought immortal Minghua and others to the zenith, but also deliberately dispersed his sword qi, severely injuring the remaining 7 human immortals. Everything was arranged meticulously. In his calculations, with such a situation, Yi Gaiyu and Yi Xingfeng should be able to conclude the battle, as both were real persons of the Sword Pavilion and direct disciples of a true lord. However, Xingfeng later, don't use your full strength. Amidst the action, Yi Gaiyu secretly transmitted to Yi Xingfeng beside her, "Uncle is pedantic, susceptible to inner demons. We should share his burdens." Share burdens? Yi Xingfeng was somewhat puzzled. Exactly, Yi Gaiyu said solemnly. Shenzhen is a rare treasure of heaven and earth to be possessed by the virtuous. How can we let that scattered cultivator Lu Yang from Jiangbei have it? Uncle's refusal is his folly. That scattered cultivator resides in Jiangbei, already entangled in karmic debts. Allowing him to reincarnate into the Sword Pavilion is already a heavenly grace. How can we further indulge him? Yi Xingfeng deeply agreed but couldn't help frowning. But if we take Shenzhen, how do we explain to Uncle? That's simple, Yi Gaiyu said coldly. Later, you deliberately leave an opening. Let these outsiders kill that scattered cultivator. Once he's dead, Shenzhen becomes ownerless. We can then retrieve it and naturally explain to Uncle. As for that scattered cultivator, if he dies, so be it. This can be considered his fate, sending him to reincarnation. At most, we'll guide him into the Sword Pavilion in the future, accept him as a disciple, and repay the karma. Upon hearing this, Yi Xingfeng immediately nodded, agreed. With this thought, the sword lights in their hands instantly slackened. The two sides were already engaged in fierce battle. The 7 human immortals from the mystic spirit realm, led by Xianxia, immediately noticed this flaw. Opportunity seized Shenzhen first. Xianxia didn't hesitate. He immediately rode a stream of escape light, passing through Yi Gaiyu's obstruction, and following the induction of Shenzhen, charged into the boat. On the other side, Yi Xingfeng was also, coincidentally, entangled by other human immortals. Boom! In the next second, Lu Yang's secluded chamber was directly shattered, revealing the scene within. Within the shattered chamber, Lu Yang's split soul returned from the heaven of non-existence, opened his eyes, and the 4 divine abilities in his sea of consciousness shone brightly. Hezheli. Lu Yang's main body constantly monitored the battlefield. How could Yi Gaiyu and Yi Xingfeng's little tricks escape his notice? At this moment, he naturally sneered coldly. Sword Seed, Seeking Death. Chapter 328, Your Karma Has Arrived. Although a murderous intent surged within him, Lu Yang refrained from taking immediate action. After all, in this lifetime, he intended to join the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion and live as a righteous man. Boom! In a flash of lightning, Xianxia, a human immortal from the myriad spirit world, appeared before him. Yet at the same moment, another figure intercepted him. You shall. Xianxia's gaze turned icy, then he burst into laughter. Perfect timing. Today, I'll capture all of you. One day, the 3 immortal officials will surely have a place for me. Despite the demon-slaying true person having just displayed immense power, his sword light sweeping away Minghua heavenly immortal and 3 earth immortals, leaving them all severely injured, Xianxia felt no fear. Instead, an inexplicable excitement surged within him. Actually, I could have escaped just now. Such thoughts barely surfaced before Xianxia swiftly suppressed them. Yi Gaiyu had deliberately left an opening. In the past, he would have seized the chance to flee, but now his mind was consumed by a single thought. Eliminate Yu Shao, reclaim the Shen gold. Driven by this thought, Xianxia didn't hesitate. He channeled his full power, and a thunderous incantation burst from his mouth. Heal, expel. With the roar of thunder, Xianxia's previously grievous injuries began to heal at a visible rate, returning to a pristine state in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, Yu Shao's expression darkened. True word technique. In the Xuanling world, cultivation differed from the Foundation establishment realm. It wasn't about combining various divine abilities to achieve ultimate sublimation, but about perfecting a single divine ability to its pinnacle. Ghost, spirit, human, earth, heaven. These 5 levels of immortality, ghost immortal and spirit immortal, were about accumulation. Only upon reaching human immortal could one receive the heavenly court's blessing, sense the natural world, and ultimately comprehend a technique. Elevating the technique to a law marked the earth immortal. Elevating the law to a Tao marked the heavenly immortal. If the Tao aligned with the heavenly court, one could disseminate their doctrine across the world, manifesting the true law of heaven and earth, thus ascending to the supreme position. Xianxia, inheritor of the supreme Tao law of the Xuanling world, had comprehended the true word technique. Should he ascend to earth immortal, he could transform it into the heavenly constitution true law. Advancing further, it could become the supreme true immortal Tao, currently the foremost doctrine in the Xuanling world. The so-called true word technique, as the name suggests, was the power to make the world obey one's words. Each incantation was akin to a divine ability, capable of producing incredible effects. For instance, at this moment, Xianxia used the true word technique to temporarily negate the effects of his injuries, restoring his combat strength to its peak. However, this wasn't truly making the world follow his words. The so-called expulsion of injuries was only temporary. Once Xianxia's power was exhausted and he could no longer maintain the true word technique, the suppressed injuries would return, not only unhealed but exacerbated several times over. Prolonged battle is disadvantageous. I must end this quickly. Though Xianxia had no thought of fleeing, he remained clear-headed. With a thought, he channeled 30% of his power to his throat. Deathly. Life and death are unpredictable. This single word was the most lethal in the true word technique. As it was uttered, it directly targeted Yu Xiao. In an instant, Yu Xiao's entire body was enveloped in a dense aura of death. Without any warning, he inhaled once but couldn't exhale a second time. His face turned pale, and he staggered back, mustering all his strength to resist the overwhelming drowsiness invading his mind. He couldn't withstand even a single move. Though both were human immortals, Xianxia's utterance of the word death nearly caused Yu Xiao's immediate demise. Such power caused both Yi Gaiyu and Yi Xingfeng to feel a heavy weight in their hearts. This person truly has some skill. If not for Uncle's intervention, a solo battle with him would have a 50-50 chance of victory. But this is perfect. Let him kill Lu Yang, that would be making the best use of him. With his strength, Uncle can't accuse us of inadequate protection. In magical duels, divine abilities don't discriminate. A slight misstep, and death is commonplace. With this in mind, Yi Xingfeng and Yi Gaiyu exchanged glances, understanding each other's intentions. Yi Xingfeng quietly summoned a sword light and positioned himself behind Lu Yang. Though they planned to let Xianxia kill Lu Yang, the Shen gold was of immense importance. They couldn't truly let Xianxia have it, so the plan was to use Lu Yang as a shield. Once Xianxia exhausted himself killing Lu Yang, Yi Xingfeng would seize the treasure. Given Xianxia's depleted state, he wouldn't be able to resist. All of this happened in a flash. In the next second, as Yu Xiao retreated in panic, there was no one left to block Lu Yang. Xianxia once again gathered his full strength and shouted, "Execute!" This word was no less powerful than death. Instantly, layers of heavenly light burst from his mouth, first illuminating Lu Yang. Countless golden threads wove together, forming a massive net that ensnared Lu Yang, rendering his body immobile. Then, an invisible killing intent descended, like a guillotine, slicing down upon Lu Yang with unstoppable force. First declare, then kill, that is execution. Almost simultaneously behind Lu Yang, Yi Xingfeng, while fending off several human immortals, channeled all his power, ready to seize the treasure at any moment. However, in the next instant, Lu Yang raised his head, a smile appearing on his face. His lips parted, skin cracking, and with a breath, he transformed into rolling waves of smoke. Sea of Sorrow. After returning from non-existent heaven, he was granted this second Taixu divine ability. Like essence of all flowers, it was of the highest grade, but its mysteries were entirely different. Lu Yang's body exploded under the influence of this divine ability, turning into billowing smoke that quickly covered most of the sky, resembling a vast ocean. Xianxia's execute word passed through this smoke without effect. Ineffective. Before anyone could react, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the smoke that Lu Yang had become. Xingfeng, Yi Gaiyu's expression changed dramatically. Xianxia's full-force attack, though missing the now smoke-formed Lu Yang, struck Yi Feng, who was behind him. Originally, Lu Yang was to face Xianxia's full-force attack. Regardless of whether he survived, Yi Feng would act. If Lu Yang died, perfect. He'd kill Xian amidst the chaos and reclaim the Shen gold. If Lu Yang survived, it didn't matter. He'd finish him off with a sword, settling their karma. But Lu Yang dodged. Now, the unfortunate one was Yi Feng. In midair, Yi Feng staggered, his skin evaporating violently, his body cracking, with power continuously pouring out. Unstoppable. Worse still, he was simultaneously battling several human immortals from the Xuanling world, who now took the opportunity to strike mercilessly. Boom! In the next moment, Yi Feng was struck by several beams of light. His already fragile body couldn't withstand it and exploded into pieces. Meanwhile, the smoke receded and reformed into Lu Yang's figure. His robe fluttered, clouds swirling from his sleeves, enveloping him. He appeared ethereal, like an immortal. His exceptionally handsome face showed genuine sorrow. Sigh. Senior Brother Yi, your karma has arrived. Chapter 329. Brother Yi, I have avenged you. In that instant, everyone was stunned. Xian and the other human immortals from the mysterious spirit realm were shocked that someone could be killed under such circumstances, while the disciples of the Sword Pavilion were purely astonished that Yi Feng could be slain. Yigayu widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Impossible. Although Yi Feng was only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment and had not yet reached perfection, he possessed a high-quality sword pill, making his actual combat strength formidable for his level. How could he be severely injured by Xian's single strike, leading to his demise? It made no sense. With this thought, Yigayu abruptly shifted her gaze, staring intently at Lu Yang, who wore an expression of deep sorrow. Was it you? Did you dare to harm a true person of our Sword Pavilion? Fellow Taoist, please do not speak recklessly. Lu Yang sighed, his face showing unmistakable grief. Brother Yi and I hit it off at first sight. We had no prior enmity. Why would I want to harm him? Lu Yang believed these words would be enough to silence Yigayu. However, he underestimated the Sword Pavilion's sense of righteousness. Yigayu responded with a look of moral indignation, stating without hesitation, "Of course, it's because we wanted you dead. You must have discerned the intentions of Feng and me, so you deliberately set a trap to harm him, ungrateful rogue cultivator, truly the demon of Jiangbai." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang stared directly at Yigayu, who appeared composed, seemingly unaware of any wrongdoing in her words. Instead, she became even more resolute. If you were to die and reincarnate, perhaps you would have the chance to join our Sword Pavilion in the future. But to think you are so malicious, unappreciative. With this thought, Yigayu's gaze toward Lu Yang now carried a murderous intent. Lu Yang, noticing this, displayed an even more aggrieved expression. Fellow Taoist Yi, I am also deeply saddened by Brother Yi's death. He sighed again, saying, but with a formidable enemy before us, we must unite and fight together. We can't afford to let minor grievances cause greater losses, can we? HMPH. Yigayu, not being a fool, knew it was impossible to have internal strife at this critical moment. However, she was unwilling to cooperate with Lu Yang and instead distanced herself from him. Seeing this, Lu Yang felt even more wronged and couldn't help but sigh, thinking, what a pity, I can't take advantage of the chaos to eliminate a second one. Yigayu's suspicion was spot on. Indeed, it was his doing. Xian's full-force strike alone could not have killed Yi Feng. Even if Yi Feng was caught off guard, it wouldn't have been enough to fatally wound him in a single blow. However, with Lu Yang's involvement, it was a different story. Sea of Sorrow infusion allows me to transform into a sea of qi, ever-changing and impervious to divine abilities. Moreover, the mist formed from my transformed body can obscure spiritual senses. Yi Feng was severely injured by Xian's strike because his spiritual senses were clouded by the Sea of Sorrow infusion, making him completely unaware of Xian's attack. By the time he realized it, it was too late. His divine abilities couldn't be activated in time, leading to his sudden death. That's for hunting me down overseas in my previous life. Lu Yang withdrew his sorrowful expression, a cold smile forming in his heart as he shifted his gaze away from Yigayu's graceful figure. He never rushed his revenge. There would be ample time in the future. With this thought, Lu Yang looked again towards Xian, who appeared calm. After all, to him, it didn't matter who died. What mattered was that someone had died. At least one formidable enemy is gone, making things a bit easier for me. Xianxia pondered, glancing once more at Lu Yang, then decisively retreated, avoiding direct confrontation and instead charged towards Yu Xiao. Pick the softest persimmon first. This person's divine abilities are bizarre. I can't take him down quickly. I can't retrieve Shen Jin. Rather than wasting time, it's better to achieve a tangible goal first. Xianxia's strategy was clear. However, Lu Yang wouldn't give him the chance. With a loud explosion, his figure dispersed, transforming once again into a vast sea of mist. Within this sea, clouds and fog surged, engulfing Xianxia and manifesting numerous illusions, each stirring the distractions in Xianxia's heart. Clarity, purity, awakening. Standing amidst the sea of mist, Xianxia continuously chanted true words, with heavenly light and fierce flames flowing from his lips, burning away all the illusions around him. If he were still at his peak, he wouldn't mind entangling with Lu Yang. However, at this moment, his magical power was greatly depleted. If he couldn't secure a quick victory, once his previously suppressed injuries returned, he would perish without needing to be struck again. Lu Yang noticed this as well. Therefore, his tactic was simple: drag it out. Sea of Sorrow infusion combined with essence of all flowers may lack direct offensive capabilities, but in terms of confusing the mind and entangling the enemy, it's unparalleled. Moreover, as time passed, Lu Yang's mastery of the Sea of Sorrow infusion deepened. Even though Xianxia continuously used true words to burn away the mist formed by divine abilities, the marvel of the Sea of Sorrow infusion lay in its ability to regenerate from the heart. As long as Xianxia couldn't maintain his composure and was swayed by illusions, then all his arising thoughts would become nourishment for the Sea of Sorrow infusion. No matter how much he burned here, more would emerge there. The result was that Xianxia's magical power was continuously eroded, his mind teetering on the brink, while Lu Yang reaped the benefits without any loss. And I haven't even invoked the power of a great true person yet. At this moment, he had already gathered 4 divine abilities. If he were to draw power from the myriad spirits banner and elevate the 2 illusory divine abilities to their rightful status, it would immediately reach the late stage of foundation establishment. Although the duration wouldn't be long and there would be backlash afterward, it would still be the combat strength of a great true person, enough to secure victory at a critical moment. The latest novel is first released at 69 book bar. No rush, using it now would be a waste. Lu Yang was well aware of how deceptive he appeared at the moment. Who would expect a rogue cultivator who hadn't even perfected the mid-stage of foundation establishment to suddenly become a great true person? While he remained composed, Xianxia was reaching his limit. If this continues, I will die. Amidst the layers of mist, Xianxia's expression grew solemn, his once flawless body beginning to show cracks. His previously suppressed injuries were returning. At this moment, the crisis of life and death finally overwhelmed the inexplicable obsession in his heart. Perhaps I should retreat. After all, why should I continue fighting? I have a promising future in the mysterious spirit realm. Staying here and fighting to the death is not worth it. With this thought, Xianxia felt a desire to retreat. But would Lu Yang give him the chance? In fact, this very thought of retreat was something Lu Yang had deliberately induced using the Sea of Sorrow infusion. Boom! Suddenly, a flash of golden light exploded within the vast sea of mist, hidden and hard to detect, silently approaching Xianxia from behind. Then came a thunderous explosion. Xianxia had no time to turn around. Like Yizing Feng before him, by the time he reacted, Lu Yang's blade had already pierced him. The boiling sword qi, like raging fire, entered his flesh and rapidly spread throughout his body. Yuan Tu Treasure Talisman. Being in the Sword Pavilion's camp, Lu Yang naturally couldn't use the techniques of the Saint Sect. He could only bring out all the sword qi talismans he had previously crafted. Then he stuffed them all into Xianxia's body in one go. No, don't. Before Xianxia could finish speaking, thousands of sword qi erupted, instantly turning him into a sieve. To make matters worse, having suffered another severe injury, Xianxia's divine abilities became unstable, and all his previously suppressed injuries returned at this moment. This resurgence immediately exceeded his capacity to endure. Crack! With a loud bang, Xianxia's body split apart, shattering into countless fragments, which Lu Yang then swept into the myriad spirits banner. At the same time, he didn't forget to shout. Brother Yi, I have avenged you. With Cheng Xian's death, the already shaken human immortals from the mysterious spirit realm became even more terrified. And at that moment, boom! A loud explosion dispersed the clouds and mist. In the sky, the blue and white hues finally faded, revealing the figure of Taoist Dangmo Yi Guanji. The no-kill sword had already returned to its sheath. His expression remained melancholic, his eyes filled with sorrow. However, in stark contrast to his demeanor, blood dripped steadily, and in his hand, he held the heads of celestial immortal Minghua and 3 earth immortals.